Honorable Chairman Henyo is present. I'm sorry, excuse me. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. And your location, please. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. and your location, please. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair and your location, please. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair and your location, please. Honorable Elmer P. Begay and your location, please. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakati and your location, please.
Yes, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakati. I'm calling in from Sheet Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakati is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown and your location, please.
This is Sue. Delegate Brown is present. I am driving back to Navajo. Yeah.
Thank you, Shache. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. and your location, please.
Good morning, Shanona. President says on here.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair and your location, please. Honorable Elmer P. Begay and your location, please.
I'm present. I'm calling from Chinle.
Good morning. This is Delegate Yellowhair. I'm here in Window Rock.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
And Window Rock, please. I'm here in Window Rock.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Chairman, we have 6 members present upon roll call. Chairman.
And thank you for that roll call. Budget and Finance Committee, thank you for calling in. We do have a quorum with 6 members present. It is 10:07 a.m. and I'll call this meeting to order, the Budget and Finance Committee special meeting, October 12, 2021. With that, moving forward to an invocation. Vice Chair Smith, would you lead us invocation?
Hagoshi, Chair Henio, good morning. Arnold and Arnold, so there's an that the meeting, so there's an sheet of though. She been sure, so there's an they had this. Good morning, Shadian Gal, Hoda, Nigalish, called Nicolado, Budget and Finance Committee. You can one dollar teacher. They'll call it that, so the agenda, so stove, much a theater. Bay, Nachenda, Keda Huitenigi, Lana needs an Adosh, Dinash, or the now can't the Rajin, but getting eat or in Canon, what all called that discuss last meet or I had 8 and Joniet, Natindo, Gate, or Joniet. I don't call the yes, data didn't or one, and then yeah. Hoorde daar discusso in Chilo dus had all this chidina shoulder chis that egido hovan gedos kito hovan dal kasta that egi hey steda digni china shoulder hoorde go aya deona sitrado hado hoorde de kosten sana steda that in the gitla edo dan it sind das china nachenle gut ko na ga orientiert That's and you get basically with so there's an that's had the shinigi or that question do ya data in sana states that nas kaisa tita was me I had a zation day but one lolo just Ishi Nashni Bahats of the Bahat Shina Shoda Masan Hitchedo Ikeda and Zenigi, yes, Shindo, and Bukeda and Nalkeda, Quichin, Bahodiya Shina Shorter Theatre, which a had Schniggy. I don't call it Dean, a shorter for the partner, the Lido, the Bishmaster Ando, the Bernard Ado, Kaya get a Daisy Edo, the Agido, the club members and Vinigido, and the last sort of larger that's a Daggy, President or Vice President staff and Lindy. I don't have cages though. My I just how it is. It's all about how yesterday and Joe was in David Snow, Joe that Disney though, I see cut though. He can't undo what I could just I didn't buzz and I didn't know me. I hear that again. I thought do it LA do on cloud no not Kindle yarn had this again lady Urpa in Washington Day Kind Guide yards and Olsen this for it's up by TT no Peter that Twitter they should for one the they should cheat and Kiki Ella Nani essentially a team that I don't call it Yahweh Eho here Keda with Edo should be in a show that either now Carpanacha. I don't she went sort of Meshtian without a hundred to the snow without a Deho Nasi Kato da citizen they are actually did Shidian. Yep, been that you're busy again, Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
Listen, let's just could one quite deals on the back here in Juggy. I've been a check for it now, need to know that this the 20,000 Toziki. Could I recognizing guests and visiting officials? So could I base my house on it? 24th Navajo Nation Council / East Farm. 24th Navajo Nation Council based on Sada. That's the East Farm.
You think so?
Sunanta. Does Eugene so? Good morning, Sunanta.
Oh, yeah, on your call, originally the chicken shido Turkey was a shindo Kia Ani. That's a chido what the I got on here request of Mr. Walker, Honorable Walker's legislation subject. So I want to ask one of you guys to a minute on 206 again. Yeah, thank you.
Those another East based on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, we have our guests, staff, Peggy Nakai and Ramona Nelson, Nikis Kenny Kana, thank you. The Office of Legislative Council,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Laura Ling with Office of Legislative Council. I'm on the line. I'm going to go on mute now.
Thank you. Now, Department of Justice.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is Mel Rodas from the Tax and Finance Unit of DOJ. Thank you.
Good morning, Mel. How are you doing? Anybody else from Navajo Nation Department of Justice? Let's move forward to the Office of the President, the Vice President. Is there a representative from the OPVP office? Let's go to the legislative branch. Office of the Navajo Nation Council, Speaker Damon.
Good morning, Chairman Henio. This is Melinda from the Office of the Speaker on the call.
Good morning, Melinda. Let's move forward to the Navajo Nation Executive Branch Divisions and Programs. Are there representatives from the division and programs? Please announce yourself for the record. I did hear a representative from the Navajo Nation Tax Office on the line earlier.
Good morning, Chair Henyo. Cheryl Yazzie from the Office of the Speakers on the line. Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee.
Good morning. Are there any other staff members on the line this morning? What about Office of Management and Budget? Mr. Dominic Rial and staff? Office of Management and Budget? Nomination Office of the Controller?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Robert Willie. I'm sorry, I was muted.
Good morning, Robert. Good morning, Robert.
Morning,
Willie. How are you doing?
Doing good, sir. Thank you very much.
All right. Anybody else from the Office of the Controller? Okay, with that, let's move forward to our agenda. Item 3, review and adopt the agenda. Peggy, if you would read the agenda into the record for us, please.
Okay, good morning, everybody. This is the proposed agenda for the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm hoping everybody can hear me. October 12, 2021, special meeting via teleconference. Presiding is Jamie Henio, Chairperson, Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson, placed via teleconference, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. 1, call the meeting to order. The roll call, the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. There are journals for August 3rd, 2021, August 17, 2021, September 1, 2021, September 3rd, 2021, September 21, 21. 5, receive reports, an update on the fiscal recovery fund. The first bullet is government services eligibility presented by the Department of Justice. The second bullet is funds available per lost revenue presented by the Office of the Controller. And the third bullet is promotion of legislative branch priorities presented by the Office of the Speaker. B, update on the Navajo Housing Authority presented by Dwayne Waseda, Interim CEO, Navajo Housing Authority. 6, old business done. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0190-21. And B, legislation number 0167-21. C, legislation number 0111-21. D, legislation number 0112-21. And 8, close of the session, written announcements, adjournment. The next regular meeting is November 2nd, 2021. Chair. That concludes the reading.
Okay, Alana, thank you for reading the proposed agenda into the record. Is there a motion, the Budget and Finance Committee?
Delegate Yell, her motion.
Delegate
Brown will second.
Delegate Jimmy Yell here, second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. With that, we do have a motion and a second, and the floor is open for any amendments or comments or debate.
Commissioner, this is Vice Chair Smith. I'd like to speak on behalf of the agenda.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Okay, now Dash and Dash, not just in Dagi, BNF committee members did emotional start or Kate Yagi a high, not much can't either. That 0206-21 a bit also. I showed indicated that partners in the Yav gentle. So I keep in that a so what date when yet the artist Dash and I showed. Thank you.
Vice Chancellor, the motion for amendment number 1 to add 206-21.
Oh, I want that.
Motion to add legislation. Vice Chair Smith, is there a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty, second. So we do have a motion for amendment number 1 and a second on the floor. Any questions, comments on amendment number 1?
Chair Henyo, this is.
No, Shinada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. If I could ask Vice Chair Smith to amend or to modify his amendment to include legislation 0209-21. This legislation is also ready or eligible for Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, Vice Chair Smith, request to modify, add legislation 209-21.
Hakoshi, Shinanda, Abigash, Digatole.
Hakoshina. With that, we do have a motion to accept a modified motion to accept add legislation 209-21 and a second being held by Shinada, Delegate Amber Crotty. She made that request, so I believe that she's agreeable to it. So with that, any further questions or comments on amendment number 1? Vice Chair Smith?
I'm here.
Just maybe if I may, Budget and Finance Committee, if you would modify to add a report, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. They are on the line.
Oh, Abigash report oil and gas station.
Kashina, Delegate Amber Crotty holding the second. Do you concur?
I concur. Thank you.
Kashina. With that, amendment number 1, Budget and Finance Committee members. Any further questions or comments? With that, I don't know, yeah. If there's no further questions or comments on amendment number 1, I'll call for the question. Ramona, if you would lead us in roll call vote for amendment number 1.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Yeah, Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman? Chairman, did you get that vote?
Chair Henio, are you
Yes,
still on the call?
yes, I did. Yes, I did. I'm sorry, I was muted here. With that, we do have amendment number 1 that receives a due pass. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We are back on the main motion. With that, any further questions, comments on the main motion?
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Peggy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. There is a request by email from Delegate Pernell Halona to add legislation 0127-21. Just letting the committee know.
What was that, 127?
127-21.
Okay.
It's regarding a change to the cap 3518 for Twin Lakes chapter.
Kushina. With that, back on the main motion. To the Budget and Finance Committee members, there was a Peggy-related request from Delegate Pernell Halona to add a legislation to today's agenda. It's up to the committee if they wish to add this.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
No, it's not. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman, committee members. Could we ask for the record if Delegate Halona is on the line?
Yes. Delegate Pernell Halona, are you on the line? Delegate Pernell Halona? Delegate Pernell Halona, third call. I believe he's not on the call right now.
Chair, this is Delegate Yell here.
This is Delegate Jamil here.
Let's put it on the agenda, motion that one. He'll probably get on it later. So respect Pacho, I'll need to. So let's put on, I'll make my motion to put on that request on the agenda. Emotions if I'm in order. Thank you very much.
Kushina, amendment number 2.
Delegate Crotty, I'll second.
Kushina, for amendment number 2, motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair to add legislation 127-21 onto the agenda as a new legislation action item, new business. And with that, there is a second by Delegate Member Kanashwa Karate. So that, any questions on amendment number 2?
Chair Henio, this is Peggy again.
Peggy?
Thank you, Chair. I did contact the Navajo Housing Authority, and Mr. Wasetta said that they're quarantined for like 10 days, their office is. So I asked him to see if he could send over a written document, but I don't know what condition everybody is in to do that. So maybe that can be delayed at another time. So it could be deleted from the agenda. I don't know what the committee is.
Kushina, thank you for that information, Peggy. Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, do you have the motion on amendment number 2?
Big so when the times come, if they will come to them at the time during the agenda. We get that answer from them. Chairman to
delete item B off the report.
Question.
Question. Delegate Amber Bakari holding the second. Do you concur?
Chairman Henio, I just need clarification. Is the modification to remove the NHA report?
Yes, it is so.
Chairman, I'll have to withdraw my second. I believe we need an update from NHA. Thank you.
Kushina. With that, we do have the second has been withdrawn. So back to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, who has a motion on amendment number 2 to add legislation 127-21. Is there a second?
Chair Henyo, Vice Chair Smith, second, Ashley.
Okay, second by Vice Chair Smith. So there is a motion and a second for amendment number 2 to add legislation 127-21 to the new business agenda. With that, back to amendment number 2. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Biga, thank you.
Regarding the requests or the information that we received, that NHA is not available for the report. You still wish to continue with removing NHA off the agenda for the report?
Either way would be good. If they can still stay on, we could bring them back on. If they really don't have just a serious request from them, we could just probably delete it.
For the record, yes. Keep them on then?
Keep them on, yeah. Oh, keep them on. And when the times come, and then we can just delete it if you don't answer. I hope the Vice Chair agree with me. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, Biga. With that, we do have one motion, amendment number 2, with one legislation to be added to the new business agenda. Any further questions or comments on amendment number 2?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Member Councilor Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henyo. So we do have a report regarding the Navajo fiscal recovery. I just need guidance. So there has been some modification on what will be provided by Department of Justice. Chairman, do you want me to make that modification to the report? Because Department of Justice is going just to give us, or will provide us a status of their review and their eligibility. I just need to know if the committee needs that to be agended or amended on the agenda, or we could have that discussion when we receive the report on the fiscal recovery fund, just so that the expectation of the delegates and what DOJ will provide. I'll just need guidance on that, Chairman Henyo.
Right now, we are on amendment number 2, where we could make modifications to the agenda, and I believe this would be good to add as part of their report, another bullet point to their upon report A, and this way we'll be expecting that in case they don't cover it. So if you would clarify your modification, then I'll defer to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair if he accepts.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We had since the agenda's been posted, we had a meeting with Department of Justice. So they are going to cover and sent out an email to the committee this morning at 10:03, and they're going to be reporting on the status of Department of Justice eligibility review. So they will, that's the clarification for the modification. Chairman Henyo and Delegate Yellowhair and Vice Chair Smith, thank you.
And thank you for that. So with that, there'll be another bullet point added to report number 58. Modify, request to modify. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Thank you, Honorable Crowdy. Thank you very much.
Chair Henyo, this is Peggy.
Being on it with that, Vice Chair Smith holding the second. Do you concur?
Yes, I concur. Thank you.
Addition, with that, we do have a modification to add a bullet point to the report 5A. With that, back to the committee members. Peggy?
Thank you, Chair. The DOJ reports have several report. One on defunded cares, EPS's summary, Citizen UFB EPS summary, infrastructure EPS summary, and economic development services EPS summary. You have those in addition to the one that was mentioned by Delegate Roddy, the eligibility determinations. Did you want all those bullets or just the first one? Just a point for clarification.
Just keep everything on there. Somebody could mute your phone. We could hear background noise. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Peggy, if you could hear me, I'll just keep all the bullet points on the report.
So are you saying just the one that Delegate Crotty added, just that one, the eligibility review?
Well, that's in addition to the 3 that we already have on there.
Okay, I'll just follow your lead.
Oh, question. Amendment number 2, Senate Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? I'll call for the question on amendment number 2. Ramona, if you'd lead us in a roll call vote, amendment number 2.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote on amendment number 2. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadow Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
District 2, Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting, Chairman.
Thank you for the roll call vote. Amendment number 2 receives a 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. With that, we do have amendment number 2 as part of the main motion. Back to the main motion. Any further questions, comments?
Chair, any others? Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Okay, thank you, Chair, out of Budget and Finance Committee. I wanted to know the status of my wishes and listening to our constituents throughout the Navajo Nation regarding legislation 0111 and -21 and 0112-21. I believe that we would need the public's input. Well, it's not that I believe, I know that we would. This would really impact our nation and our people in these 2 legislations. If we can have a work session to get our people involved, that's what if you can recall to all the previous emails that we've been receiving, this is what our people are recommending. So I know my colleagues, you have that all in the organization. So
Delegate Brown, if you would wait until we get to that legislation, then you could make that motion. Right now, we're still approving the agenda. So
Okay,
if we get
so
to that part of
the time will be until then, right?
Part of the apologiation, then you could see legislation is up for debate. Then you could, if we wish to make a motion to that effect, that will be up to you, Srinada.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any further questions or comments on the main motion? We do have 2 amendments on the main motion. Amendment number 1 is to add legislation 206-21 to new business item 7E, legislation 206-21, and then item F would be 209-21, and then item G will be 127-21. That's amendment number 1 and 2, and then also adding the report 5A, B, and C would be nomination of oil and gas. So that's the rundown of amendment 1 and 2. With this on the main motion, if there are no further questions or comments, I'll do call for the question. Ramona, if you listen, roll call vote.
Chairman Henio? Chairman Henio, request to speak?
Who's this?
Delegate Helena?
Delegate Helena, we've added your legislation to the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that.
Oh, so it's, we'll get to that under new business.
After new business, okay.
Ramona, if you listen, roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for the main motion. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting, Chairman.
Okay, thank you for that roll call vote on the main motion. We do have a due pass of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With this, moving forward on our agenda, we do have item number 4, review and adopt the journals for August 3rd, 2021, August 17th, 2021, September 1st, 2021, September 3rd, 2021, and September 21st, 2021. And hold on. Can somebody please mute the phone? We can hear a lot of, like you're in a meeting or something. Okay, thank you. So that, is there a motion to accept the journals?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll motion to accept the journal.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. And on your motion, are you accepting it individually or all of them at the same time? Mr. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, on your motion individually or all of them at the same time?
All of them at the same time.
I appreciate that. With that motion, Is there a second?
Delegate Cardi.
Okay, second by Delegate Amber Mascati. And we do have a motion and a second to accept the journals, all the journals that were read. With that, any questions or comments? Danielle, call for the question to accept the journals. Ramona, if you could lead us on a roll call vote to accept the journals.
Sure, Chairman. Roll call vote on accepting the journals. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Yes, thank you for that roll call vote. We do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting to accept the journals. With that, moving forward to item 5, receiving reports. A, update on the Physical Recovery Fund. I did hear Navajo Nation Department of Justice on the line. Mr. Mel Rojas, are you still with us?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, will you be delivering the report today, or is there somebody else that would be helping you?
Yes, sir. It'll just be myself.
Okay, with that, Mel, you do have the floor with your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. This is Mel Rodas from the Tax and Finance Unit of DOJ. At the last committee meeting, Honorable Crotty asked for a report from my unit, the Tax and Finance Unit, and in clarifying, in a separate meeting with her, I clarified what the desired report would be, and the request was for a status update on the DOJ reviews for eligibility determinations. So I just wanted to provide a background about why, first to start out, why DOJ is reviewing for eligibility. And if you turn to the email that I sent at 10:03, the first attachment is the first part of my report, and I'll just start there. So under CJY 4121, and also the Budget and Finance Committee Resolution BFS 3121, that provides guidance on why DOJ needs to conduct these eligibility determinations. And Section F of CJY 4121 provides that the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds shall only be used in compliance with ARPA and the Treasury guidance and applicable federal and Navajo Nation laws. And so further, Section 4B of CJY 4121 requires that NNDOJ shall do an initial determination of whether an NNFRF funding request satisfies the legal requirements of the Fiscal Recovery Fund provisions of ARPA and applicable Navajo Nation laws, regulations, policies, and procedures. And then additionally, Section 5 of CJY 4121, that is a provision that allows the use of FRF for the immediate reimbursement of the Sahasan Fund and the UUFP. And that's also subject to an NNDOJ determination that reimbursement would be legally defensible under the FRF provisions of ARPA. So in addition to what's required in those two resolutions, the Office of the President and Vice President has also requested that DOJ review the expenditure plans for the defunded CARES projects, and also for the administrative cost budgets for the Central Support and Regulatory Service offices. So DOJ has been doing those reviews. When we conduct the reviews, we're reviewing the forms and documents, and I believe that OLC might go over this later, but the forms include Appendix A, which was approved by the Budget and Finance Committee through BFS 3121. And Appendix A is just a 2-page document. It asks some questions about what the project is about, to describe the project, and how is it COVID related, and why is this being presented essentially as an FRF expenditure plan. And then the budget form 1 from the BIM is also required. And then if it's an external entity, we might need a board resolution and things of that nature. So we look for that. We make sure that the forms are signed by the appropriate authorities. And then the main part is that we look to see that the proposed expenditure is allowable under ARPA, under the Treasury guidance, and under Navajo Nation law. So that's what we're looking for. Under BFS 3121, NNDOJ has 5 days to review and issue the initial eligibility determination on the funding requests. And then we determine it's eligible, ineligible, or that we are requesting for additional information necessary to make a determination. And then some of the things are immediate allocations. As I stated previously, the Central Support Services and Regulatory Service offices, that's an immediate allocation. The defunded CARES project, that's immediate allocation. And then the reimbursement to the UUFB and CSN are also immediate allocations. The other are the new expenditure plans. With new expenditure plans, DOJ conducts the review, and then after the determination is issued, a council delegate can sponsor legislation for approval of the proposed expenditure plan. And that would require a 2/3 vote of council, and then final action by the Navajo Nation president. So now I just wanted to go into a broad overview of the statistics of the reviews that DOJ has done so far. And this data is as of 8 a.m. this morning. And I just wanted to point out that it's going to change hour by hour because DOJ continues to get new requests for review, and we also continue to issue determinations as the day goes on. So at 8 a.m., we had 82 requests to review proposed expenditure plans. And that totaled $1,678,837,804. Of those 82 requests, DOJ's consultant completed a preliminary review of 67 of the 82, and DOJ completed the final review of 53. Of those, 55 were determined eligible. For 12, we requested additional information, and to my knowledge, we didn't determine that any were ineligible. For the ones that were determined to be eligible, we broke that down based on category. So in terms of COVID, in terms of expenditure plans that respond to the COVID-19 public health crisis, that was 17.2 million. For the expenditure plans that were eligible and respond to COVID-19 negative economic impacts, that was 39 million. For expenditure plans that provide services to disproportionately impacted communities, that was 217 million. For expenditure plans on infrastructure projects, that was 355.46 million. And for the provision of government services to the extent of lost revenue, that was 9.3 million. In addition to those 82 expenditure plans that were submitted and the 67 that we reviewed, DOJ also reviewed 23 proposed 5-year budgets for the executive branch's central support services and regulatory offices. And that totaled over 1.8 million. I'm sorry, that's a typo. I'm gonna have to check on that dollar amount. I think it's 180 million. Let me check on that. So that is the first portion of my report. And then, Mr. Chair, I don't know if you want me to pause for questions here or if I should go and break it down into further detail with the other attachments to my email. I defer to you on that, sir.
Well, just complete your report, and then I'll ask for a motion in a second that we could have a question period by then.
Mr. Chair, I could, if you want, I could provide further detail with the further attachments, or I could complete the report here.
Just give us all the information you have, and then after that, we'll open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Turning back to the email from 10:03 this morning, the second attachment relates to defunded CARES expenditure plans. With these defunded CARES expenditure plans, DOJ reviewed the and several from NTUA. I believe there were 8 from NTUA. They were all eligible. One was eligible only as revenue loss, government services to the extent of revenue loss, and the others were eligible under other categories of infrastructure. We reviewed a DED, artisan, and business relief program, some water programs, and NDOH and the judicial branch. We determined that those would all be eligible. So those are immediate allocations per CJY 4121. We did ask the Department of Health to resubmit their expenditure plans with regard to mobile units, Daltex, and food. And they did submit some information. I believe that OPVP is going to work with them to resubmit in a different format so that DOJ can provide a secondary review on that. So that completes the defunded CARES. Turning to the third attachment to the email this morning. That has to do with Section 5 of CJY 4121, which is the immediate allocation to reimburse CHSN and UUFB. With that, DOJ completed reviews on several expenditure plans by DCD. With respect to DCD's skid steers, vehicles, and miscellaneous equipment. We determined that it would be eligible as government services to the extent of revenue loss, but not eligible under another category. And then we looked at DCD equipment backhoe, DCD vehicle, trailer, tractor, and those are all eligible under category 3.12. And then we looked at two Department of Water Resources water projects. Those were also eligible. And one DWR water project, we requested additional information. So that concludes the report on reimbursement of CSN and UUFB. Turning to the fourth attachment of my email from 10:03 this morning. This is an update on the status of reviews of infrastructure projects. So there are several that we're expecting, but that have not yet been submitted to DOJ from NTUA and other service providers and DPS. So we're waiting on those. There were several water projects that we reviewed, and they were all eligible. We're still reviewing one water project. I think it's drinking water source. And then we requested additional, and we reviewed, but then requested additional information before making a final determination on NTUA's drinking water transmission project. We're still reviewing bathroom additions and connecting power to homes. DCD new housing was eligible, veterans housing was eligible, and we requested additional information on DCD renovation. And that concludes the report on review of expenditure plans related to new infrastructure projects. And then lastly, my status update on expenditure plans for economic development and social services and health. Starting at the top, we reviewed DED's economic development projects and a proposed water project, and we requested additional information. We reviewed several expenditure plans from DOTI. 3 of those were eligible. 1 we're still reviewing on childhood literacy, and then 1 on education center safety upgrades, we requested additional information. For the Department of Health, we returned several and requested that they resubmit. For social services, there were 3 that we asked for additional information. And then for Parks and Recreation, there were 12 that were submitted previously, but they were submitted in the incorrect format, and then they were submitted correctly yesterday. So we're going to be reviewing those 12. And then there was 1 Parks and Rec that we had already reviewed previously, and that was eligible. So that concludes my report on the status of reviews for economic development and services. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes, for that report. With this, that Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the report?
This is Delegate Brown, I'll motion.
Motion by Shanita, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. We have motion and second to accept the report. Floor is open for questions.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Shanita, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo. I want to thank Navajo Nation Department of Justice, the team for pulling together not only this report, but this is the first time that I've seen a breakdown in terms of what's been submitted and their status. So I appreciate how the dashboard or how it's set up so we know what's being submitted and what action has taken place. I wanted to ask Mr. Rodis, as a delegate, it's not clear if our chapter projects that were submitted to Division of Community Development are included in these requests. And so I'd like to move forward and submit those documents for DOJ to review. Would that be considered a duplication of requests, or what is the recommended process so that delegates are ensured that our local projects are being submitted on behalf of our chapters? They submitted everything to Division of Community Development, and reviewing these these sections, it's not clear where I can identify that their projects are being reviewed by DOJ. So the question is, how is the recommendation then delegates submit proposals to DOJ to review to make sure that the proposals are following the process? Thank you, Chairman Henyo and committee members.
Question and request. Are there any further questions, comments? Somebody mute the phone. Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? If not, I'll defer back to Mr. Rodis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Crotty, for the question. And thank you for the compliment on the written reports. I wanted to acknowledge that the bulk of the report was prepared by OPVP's consultant, Tim Wolf, and he did a wonderful job on that. I just wanted to acknowledge that. I don't want to take credit for it. And what I did was I just brought it, I updated it based on the DOJ's actions in the past, from the past couple of days. So, but I did want to recognize Mr. Wolf for his efforts and not take credit for that. But thank you. In terms of answering Honorable Crotty's question about submissions by chapters or delegates on behalf of chapters, the FR procedures that the Budget and Finance Committee approved there's one procedure for Local Governance Act certified chapters and one for non-certified chapters. So for certified chapters have the option of submitting to DOJ on their own or going through DCD. Those are the two options. For non-certified chapters have to submit to DCD. DCD is the administrative oversight entity, and then DCD would be the one to submit for non-certified chapters. So in terms of the question on, how to ensure that the chapter projects are getting reviewed, but that there's not duplication with what DCD is already putting forth in their projects, I think that the best practice would be for chapters and delegates to communicate with DCD on the projects and say, these projects are what, this chapter is wanting to put forth. Is this already included in the DCD plan. Now, so I know that there's a lot at play here because, DCD is putting forth some plans that impact chapters. DWR has water projects at the chapter level. There might even be some broadband projects that are going to be impacting chapters. And so, we're talking about some different administrative oversight entities that you might have to check with. But I just wanted to clarify that the certified chapters, LGA certified chapters, can submit directly to DOJ if they want to, or they can go through DCD, but non-certified chapters have to go through DCD. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel, for that response. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments?
Chairman Henyo, there's Delegate Claudia.
Commissioner Delegate Emmerich and Claudia, you have the floor, and then after that, I'll defer to Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, thank you. I apologize. Chairman Henyo, we do have Director Dr. Yellowman on the line. Chair, if I can defer and just ask the question, and maybe she could help us understand how we could correlate our chapter projects and what is the best way to approach this part of the planning so we're not duplicating requests. Thank you, Chairman Henyo and committee members.
Dr. Yellowman, are you on the line?
Good morning, Chair. I am on the line.
Okay, I appreciate this hold, and there'll be a question coming up in a little bit here. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henyo, and Budget and Finance Committee members. Good morning again. My question is, seems like we're segregating non-certified and certified. I know that delegates across the Navajo Nation have certified and non-certified. And I thought that this was going to be a one-stop shop where we wouldn't treat various chapters differently. It'd be easier if it was all just one-stop shop, and whether they're certified or not certified. I know that certified, but this is ARPA funds, and non-certified. Would it be beneficial to just have them go through DOJ, and then if they need to go through Dr. Yellowman's shop, then that would be referred to them? But I think it should be funneled through that direction rather than you go over here and then you go over here, and then delegates are like, well, my certified has gone through, but my non-certified hasn't gone through, or vice versa. My non-certified has gone through, but my certified hasn't gone through. What laws dictate that? I know that certified chapters are supposed to be self-autonomous, but yet when it comes down to actually the certified chapters running with the programs or running with the projects, it seems to be we'll go ahead and take care of it. We'll go ahead and take care of the, for example, CARES money on bathroom additions. Later, my the certified chapter, my the an hibbain that the nistano. Ko just this ana yanet johunet CPMD nihita ni horni beto ni ko not not badesta ko shabi gache papa ebe not didishne dobe eta shenandada no slindigi. It seems to complicate things. So ko khashina nishba dot asigi ben ahut ko ad ahut dona so ne Not Tito, Ben don't know, Argent dot Asigi, Donna King leader, Shinanda, it would have this leader. So DOJ, guys, review the laws and stuff like that. Could that be reviewed and make sure that we don't segregate? Oh, I know that the chapters and data with which now, what are the Donny? I should here you have could the Nana Sutta. Could Nana Sutta. Do be data. Would have this decision on that. Chair Henyo, though, Budget and Finance Committee. Yeah, no, thank you.
Mr. Smith, for your question. So the two questions and clarifications regarding the chapters, I'll defer to first Dr. Yellow for a response. And then back to
Chair Henio, please delegate put in the queue.
I'll do that, Shimanta. So Dr. Yellowman.
Okay, good morning, Chair. Honorable members of Budget and Finance. Thank you, Delegate Prodi, for the question and the concerns. Mr. Mel Rodis, for the presentation. Delegate Prodi, back at the end of May and the beginning of June, Division of Community Development, we did create and open a portal for chapter submissions. And we did receive a little over 558 chapter submissions from 110 chapters. We tried our very best to have the scope of work and an ideal number of submissions reflective of what the ARPA eligibility and requirements would be at that time. Pending that we would still be awaiting some of these final eligibility information. That being said, the portal did have a closing date, but still remained open. The closing date was to give our internal staff time to review, vet, and send these projects to appropriate divisions for their additional vetting. From the 110 chapters, we received project priorities that were, for example, bathroom additions, housing, water line, power line projects. Those are primarily the greatest numbers provided from the chapters. Additional were warehouse requests. There were project requests that entailed economic development projects, ag projects such as windmill repair, earth and dam repair. There were some road requests, road maintenance requests. For those projects that required additional vetting, we sent those projects to DED, Division of Economic Development. If there were projects that were relating to Daltech or senior centers, we sent those projects to NDOH. We sent projects to Navajo EPA. We sent projects to Division of Natural Resources for their vetting. In addition, all power line projects, including prior citizen projects that were not completed under CAP 35-18, we sent those to NTUA, along with what was sent through the chapters during that May and June ARPA portal submission period. We since have been working closely with all of those projects. Primarily, that has been our priority in trying to identify how we're going to incorporate all those projects into each of those expenditures. What we received from the chapters was 558 projects at a cost estimate of $1.154 billion. What Mr. Mel Rodis shared with you this morning in expenditure one I don't have the screen open to me, but in what Mr. Rodas reported this morning in proposed expenditure 1, we have all of the chapter projects represented in expenditure 1. That's waterline projects. We received 90 project submissions from the 110 chapters, and they are incorporated into that expenditure at $305 million. From the chapters, we have wastewater projects at $6 million. They are represented in that proposed expenditure 1. We have water irrigation projects at $535,000. They are represented in expenditure 1. We have windmill repair projects at $3.1 million. They are also represented in expenditure 1. Solar and power line. One of the biggest requests from the 110 chapters was power line at $88.5 million. They are represented in expenditure 1. We had bathroom additions at more than 75 chapters. But we since have held several mandatory bathroom addition orientations and meetings with N2A and NECA and IHS. We have almost all 110 chapters represented in the bathroom addition, and we have increased our proposed amount for expenditure 1, and we will be representing all 100 or all the chapter submission in those bathroom additions. The proposed amount from the chapters was at 100 million, but we've since surpassed that. In addition, we will have house wiring at 18 million and housing in expenditure 1. We also will have chapter projects represented in expenditure 3, which include senior center projects, economic development projects, education, and other projects that are not that will not be represented in expenditure 1. There were other requests from the chapters that include public safety, transportation, but we are continuing to work with leadership and INDOT on those transportation projects, as there may be additional funds coming down in the future. Expenditure 2 is really important because we are proposing a certain amount allocated to 110 chapters in expenditure 2 at a proposed amount of $2 million per chapter. In the event that this is supported and passed by leadership, there are quite a few number of projects that will be at the responsibility or at the chapter level to complete, in which those are the projects that they submitted and represent the needs of their community. So for example, there are projects such as cemetery, chapter renovations, community trash cleanup, home site lease projects, transfer station projects. All of those would fit under the expenditure 2 with eligibility and criteria built into expenditure 2. So Delegate Crotty, this is a report that we were anticipating to share this Friday at the leadership meeting, but we can also submit this to BNF today. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Yorman, for that response. And also, refer back to Neil Rodas for a response again.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the question from Vice Chair Smith. I think the gist of the question is, why can't we treat LGA certified chapters and non-LGA certified chapters the same for purposes of fiscal recovery funds and DOJ review? In drafting these procedures, DOJ consulted with the DOJ chapters unit. My unit, TFU, consulted with the chapters unit of DOJ, Mr. Rod Begay. We also consulted with Dr. Yellowman and her staff at DCD and ASC. And we really tried to think about, how to best empower the certified chapters, because we knew that the non-certified chapters would have to go through DCD. They wouldn't be able to receive funding directly because they can't execute contracts, and so they wouldn't be able to have a subrecipient. Non-certified chapters wouldn't be able to have a subrecipient agreement with the nation, and so the funding for the non-certified chapters would then be administered by DCD. But in terms of the LGA certified chapters, we wanted to, recognize the meaning and intention behind the Local Governance Act in empowering LGA certified chapters to self-govern. And so that's why, as we were drafting the procedures, we said, well, even though it would be more convenient if, DCD would submit all of the expenditure plans for non-LGA and LGA chapters alike, maybe we really do need to empower or recognize the authority of LGA certified chapters to be able to submit on their own to DOJ if they choose to. And so that's why there's the option for LGA certified chapters. They can either submit expenditure plan proposals to DOJ directly or through DCD. But that was the thought process there. And that's something that we presented to BFC in the work session. And I apologize if it wasn't clear at that time, but BFC did approve the FRF procedures. So the second question, I believe, from Vice Chair Smith is, what can be done about that? And I think that the only thing that could be done would be to amend that BFC resolution that approved the FRF procedures, which is BFS 3121. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Otis, for that response. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Senator Elmer Begay.
Good morning, Chair. Other the members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The report that we got from Mr. Otis from DOJ. I have a question now. I know that, and I got other Dr. Yellowman, the report is live. There's a question that I have, and then throughout the terrorist fundings during the expenditure plan, I had a question, but nobody really gave me a satisfied answer, because today it's still like that. It's still unanswered, and that's why I'm still have that same question again. Bathroom addition. I know that the NECA was allocated $15,000 for bathroom addition. It's just only bathroom addition without the septic tank and then the leach field. Without that, there's just only bathroom addition, $15,000. And I know that we've got some for this community in the downtown area. And there were some contractors that came in, they contracted out, and without that, with the $15,000, the contractor was awarded with $9,000, and they had to do the bathroom addition with $9,000. We wanted to know what happened to the $6,000, to which NECA took it, and we don't know where it went. I don't know as DOJ from your side of it, or from the legislative and then from the executive, who can look into that before we start giving money to these enterprises again. They're making money off of us, even though they're not even doing the construction on their bathroom additions. And then that same thing happened to the solar, the solar installation, where some local contractors, they did all the electrical working, and then they put all the control box and then all the wirings and on it, and then they installed the solars. And I believe that these contractors, that they did that they scheduled it out like that, but it comes down to where there's no, like they come short with some supplies, some ports, and they had to wait on it. And then the NTA has to come back, and they said they're back orders, and it takes a long time, to install these again. So what these contractors are saying, that we have to go back about 3 times to try to finish it out, which is, they said that it takes a long time for them to get to another project. And the way the NTA schedule is, like, I remember they came to Dalcon, and then they went to Greasewood, and then they said that we were called back, and they said they gave us another project, which is down in Navajo Mountain, so we had to go drive back over there and start drilling over there. And they carry these they rent these equipments, so they had to do that again, set up over there. Then the next project is maybe in Wheatfield again. They had to go over there again. So they were saying that we don't work like this. We're not making money. In NTA, they just go, they schedule according to, like, there's 8 hours a day work that they do, and they don't mind, but they're not making money. NTA is just like the way they do it. I guess they call it with no really, I guess a project and a plan and a schedule. So right now, what I heard from Dr. Yellman is try to give this money back to NTA again. I don't understand that, that if you can't do it, if CPMD or Division of Community Development cannot do it, why give it to an enterprise that makes all these money work? Why can't we just give directly to our own contractors? They know how to do it. They know how to schedule these. They know how to plan. They're better planners than these enterprises. They have better workmanship. They have. So I think before we start giving any money, where can we start that down? How can we change this? I'm talking to DOJ. If you don't know DOJ, if you don't know it, maybe if you just tell us that you need help on it, maybe we can have the chapters do themselves, like how my colleagues are talking about this. I really have faith in the Dalcon chapter and TISO chapter and Greasewood chapters. They're certified. I think they have their books are all clean, and they can improve a lot of stuff. I think they can do the procurement. Really, I would say that they're doing an outstanding job with the procurement. So how can we change it? Is there? I know that I sent a letter to a DOJ, and I got Mr. Roderick McGay sent me a letter back and saying that that it has to be Nabakia to change that law to give the whole authority to certified chapters. I think this is the time that we give the whole authority to local governmental chapters that are certified. So how can we do that? How can we start fixing this right now? That'll be my question too. So a question to sheet, DCD, and then also to DOJ. So they're my two questions really. Shinanta, Korea, gone.
Shinanta, they'll get Elmer C. the Gay. Any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate Yellow here.
Delegate Jimmy Yellow here.
Oh, yeah, steps between uncertified and certified chapters. There's no difference. Everything goes to DOJ for approval. I've never seen anything for certified that do their own procurement or anything. This EPA funds goes everything to DOJ, and everything similar step goes to Dr. Yellowman too. So with the respect, and let's get this process going. Let's not get complicated. Let's see how it goes. Let's go. It has to be fixed between a Dr. Yellowman's office and DOJ. Go for that. That's certified, non-certified. Let's get going with this. Move on with this project. Not the coalition. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it for the floor. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Cardi with the question.
Delegate Yellow for your comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair, committee members. I'd like to ask Dr. Yellowman if it's possible, since the chapter projects were submitted to the portal and then recommended to other divisions, I would just need information on how that's being tracked. So my assumption is when those projects then are submitted to other programs, I'm assuming there's some type of tracking number for each project submitted. And because the request would be, and if we could prepare for the Friday's meeting, is I would like to see where specific projects are being funded within the different divisions. So, for example, the water or the bathroom addition request, I would like to see then what is the corresponding chapter request that was in the portal to make up, that I think it's a $40 million request. I would need to know where all of these chapter projects lie to make sure that they're eligible, and that would help in terms of providing that information to the chapter communities that I represent and in the Northern Agency and for Navajo Nation. And it also helps to understand when we leverage other dollars, like other federal funding that's available for, broadband, the $1 billion that's eligible for Navajo or for Native nations. So I need to be able to see all of that information as leadership, especially as we move forward in, it appears that there'll be delegates who are going to be sponsoring this legislation, and that would be required to make sure that we're also providing services for all of our communities here on Navajo Nation. And my last question will be to Department of Justice regarding the process. If a winter hardship proposal is being developed, what entity would submit that to Department of Justice? And that's where I would need information on how the administrative function is being created to support the ARPA or Navajo FRF hardship process. So in that resolution, there's a projected hardship at the end of, I think it was fourth quarter 2024. No, I forget what quarter, but it's till 2024. So I would need that information too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella, for your questions, Linda. Back to presenters, Dr. Yellow.
Thank you, Chair. Alo nanayate Delegate Almarie, thank you for your question. On the bathroom addition. The bathroom addition, last year, DCD was allocated 3.5 million for the bathroom addition. Some of the challenges was that we were operating off of the IHS SDS listing. We opted, because we had a short period of time, we opted to go with a clustered approach, and we identified those communities with the highest number of clustered needs, and the Delcon area was one of them. We incorporated and had meetings with NTUA, NECA, and IHS to coordinate those bathroom addition meetings. In total, I believe we had just roughly around 5 months to complete the CARES Act expenditures for bathroom addition. I will follow up and inquire a little bit more about the 15,000 that you're referring to and the 9,000 that you mentioned. The bathroom addition combinations and scenarios vary greatly from one house to another. And that changes the cost per unit. So I'd really have to look into exactly those numbers that you're inquiring about. Our approach to the bathroom addition has changed a little bit. We've kept the infrastructure team intact, and we've been meeting since January on how to approach the bathroom addition scenario. One is we are working closer with IHS on these residential needs. The other is we've relied heavily on the chapters to assist us on the coordination or coordinates of the residents, and then identified in detail the different combinations of needs that each resident will require for a complete build. Some individuals, families may only need the construction shell. Some need the full bathroom, including the cistern, and some need the power. So we have been meeting with N2A on that, along with NECA and IHS. Our approach for the bathroom addition this year is more comprehensive, and we do have a little bit more time than what we had with the CARES Act. We do have a tight construction schedule moving forward right now, or proposed construction schedule. Last year, under the CARES Act, we completed roughly, we proposed 140, but due to some of the internal deadlines, we had to do a stand down at around 100 bathrooms. We're looking at something more than that this year with the ARPA. We have coordinates and identified residential need as high as 3,000 individual residential need for bathroom addition, 3,000. If we were to go before leadership, we could identify in a construction schedule right now at close to 12,000 with locations and construction sites, and leaning heavily on some of our subcontractors and some of our enterprises. We're also working closely with the working groups. We have sub-working groups under the ARPA office. These sub-working groups include a task under 41-21, which includes DED taking the lead on adjusting the NABOA and procurement. That is something that needed to be addressed last year during the CARES Act, and we look forward to those discussions as to how it will position the nation better in identifying and working closer with local contractors. The other is the procurement side as well. We had tremendous challenges last year bringing subcontractors onto the nation when we had some of the highest COVID numbers in the nation. That put some of those subcontractors at risk, and they had elevated increased costs to protect their staff while working on a nation that had high COVID numbers. Hopefully we're not encountering those same challenges, but we still have the Delta variant and we still have public health orders in place right now. But we are looking forward to working with DED and the recommendations and amendments to the NOBOA and to the procurement. That's going to help us. The other is the length of time. The length of time is also going to be assisting us with a longer period for construction. Our construction teams will be able to roll out a faster construction schedule, whereas as opposed to last year, we had to stand down due to those internal timelines. And every day that we stood down last year, we lost out on a number of projects that were to be completed after that November 20th deadline. So those are some areas that we're working to improve upon. As for the details of your question, I will inquire on that. I did reach out to NECA to listen into your question, and we can follow up on an email response. The other, Chair Henyo, just to add, is there are various combinations of both certified and non-certified chapters who have inquired on bathroom addition. There are vendors out there who have approached the nation or various communities on alternative or like manufactured type of bathroom additions, etc. Those we've been very open to. Many chapters have proposed some of these alternative approaches, and I do believe that DCD, CPMD have been supportive in exploring how those types of alternative bathroom additions can be either incorporated or further inquired into. But that's no different than what we're going to see with the housing. So far, there have been many housing entities that have approached chapters and the nation, DCD, on alternative methods to housing. But we've been very open to that. The chapters have voiced those or expressed their interest in some of these outside vendors. But again, it comes back to our procurement and our NOBOA amendments that will help enhance local contractors and providing additional resources or improving upon our relationship with a lot of these vendors. So Chair, that's just my quick comments to Delegate Elmer-Begay. Yeah.
Chair, this is Delegate Brown with questions.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you have the floor.
Oh yeah, thank you, Budget and Finance Committee Chair, Vice Chair Sananta. I thank you, Dr. Yellowman, and thank you, Mr. Rodas, for your presentation and the handouts here. So I'm looking at your handouts. I'm looking specifically at water with my first question. So with water, I know that there's potable water, there's drinking water, wastewater, storage, etc. My question is specifically for I've asked this before in some other meetings, bringing water in Western Agency, inland, where we don't have the luxury of the San Juan River or other streams and water flow, but specifically, what would be the process for bringing San Juan water, tapping into the Navajo Utah Water Settlement Act from San Juan River, Helchita, Mexican Hat area towards Ojito. And I know from Ojito to KN, Tichel, Chimbito, and ultimately Mini Farms is Arizona. And is that right now, the aquifers are, NTOA has reported to Navajo Nation Council that we are, because of the 20 plus year, close to 30-year drought on the nation and Southwest, our aquifers, our sea and Navajo aquifers are being, we have used a lot of the water, and we're looking forward into the future, and currently we are trying to go back. We're encouraging our people to farm, to eat healthy, to get out there and physically exercise. We know that this is one of the best ways. So what would it look like to use some of these FRF funding? And I'm looking at the multiple funding that you have reports from CSN and UFB, but I'm looking, what would it look like to use, is it possible to use the FRF funding, well, maybe not the FRF, but the ARPA funds on a big water line project like that? Or would we need to settle the Hopi water litigation that's currently going on in Arizona? If that's the case, can we still do the initial groundwork to bring water line from San Juan into Arizona? What would that look like? Excuse me, my second question is to Dr. Yeleman, that with the housing initiative, I know that we have 7 properties throughout the Navajo Nation, the 7 properties on the Navajo Nation who have sandstone housing. I know that these sandstone housing were built with multiple funds, including NAHASDA, bank loans, USDA, etc. So in Kanta, for example, we have about 30 units, 30 houses that are just boarded up. In Chilchimbito, there's about 20 plus housing that we could use. And I think that would those be eligible? I can again forward you the information from, and then this includes the Fort Defiance property, Church Rock property, and I believe the Chip Rock property. All of them have the breakdown on how, where they need assistance as far as rebuilding these houses. And I think with that, what a lot of our people are recommending with housing initiatives is, with these funds, can we put not conditions, but policies to where instead of renting houses, for people who can afford it to outright buy these homes where it becomes theirs, they inherit these houses and they can get their home site leased. The second part would be, we would like our people in sandstone housing to ultimately rent and then own these houses down the road. So there's this sense of complete ownership, and then the ownership is given to them where they take care of their own operation and maintenance after the home is completely turned to them, where they don't have to come back to the nation, NHA or Sandstone, and demanding that for any type of repairs. We really want to encourage our people to become more sustainable, to be active in this sweat equity mentality, where you put in your sweat, your tears, and into building these houses so they can have a better appreciation for some, not everyone, but those are some of the thoughts that we have from the housing. The other initiative is with, again, my 3 chapters, and I know there's a lot of good activity as far as tackling the housing initiative. In my chapters, we have been working diligently for the past few years with University of Utah, and my 3 chapters created a 501c3 to build houses. They have been building houses for the past 22 years. They're currently building a house in San Juan County on Navajo Nation. So, and again, that's open to all leadership and everyone who's interested in the housing market that is going, that the interest in collaborating and building houses. I think this is why we really wanted to hear from Navajo Housing Authority CEO on some of their plans. We really need to, there's a lot of important questions that we need answered from NHA. I think we are at a time and point where the nation needs to drastically change something within NHA, and collaborating with, housing, the USDA and others, as well as under your direction, Dr. Yellowman with CDBG, HIP, and those projects. So how can we? What we're interested in is bottom thing is just we want to build houses and to reduce the rate of coronavirus infection. We know what we know from coronavirus is it is mutating, and from what we see, this impacts our people a lot more than others. So we know firsthand, would this be eligible? And I'll forward that information to everyone here as well, also from Sandstone Housing and their work. And the other thing would be, I know that we're talking about housing and others. I hear this from other colleagues, as well as this past weekend, I did meet with some constituents where they have requested, if I can put this on all your radar, as far as another phase of hardship funding to our Navajo people who have been directly impacted, who have caught COVID, and because of that, their health problems have kept them from working, and ultimately their job has let them go, and they no longer have insurance. Some individuals still have health issues and health problems, and they cannot work, and they are drowning in debt and behind on so many bills. What would that look like as far as weeding those individuals out and bringing them forward? Of course, the Navajo Nation Council, we do not support any type of hardship funding where it's just given to everyone, and we have some people maybe purchasing flat screen TVs or using these important hardship fundings on other initiatives. What I'm really interested is in finding those individuals that are really facing hardship, and winter is coming. I hear my colleagues and I hear our Navajo people who are expressing these hardships that they're currently in. What would that look like, Dr. Yellowman, or if others that are listening, with that, I know that seems like a daunting task, but how can we help? Maybe we can work with our community health representatives, as well as chapter officials and our elder population through Adultex, to acquire all this information to where we're specific in getting these help. I know that our Navajos that live in the metropolitan areas, our urban Navajo individuals also need assistance. And a lot of them, and Shannon, there's this thing that we've said during when COVID-19 came to the nation, that a lot of our people did come home where they felt that the safety and the comfort of being home. I feel like right now we are going to, after speaking to some people, we know that some of our Navajo people will be moving home because they have lost their job, they have lost their apartment, their homes, pretty much everything, because they're directly impacted. And this is what this funding was created for, is for exactly those people. So I'm going to think, and I'm going to need help in planning, organizing this big, like weeding those individuals out who really do need our help, who have lost their jobs. And I know I'm not covering everything, so I'm open to suggestions on how we can help our Navajo people who are in dire need. We don't want them to become homeless. So I want to capture those individuals who are asking for help. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that's not, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, I'll refer back to Dr. Gilliman.
Chair. Thank you, Shananta, Delegate Brown, for your questions. Housing and addressing the housing needs has been such a huge conversation and topic this year. I want to say that DCD CHID has been working, well, I guess we've been monitoring more than ever how NHA is utilizing the TDHE and their funds that they received both through CARES Act last year and the funds to address some of these questions. So they also play a key role in addressing the nation's housing needs. CHID, DCD, prior to the ARPA proposal, CHID DCD, we functioned mainly on federal dollars and dollars outside of the nation, and often had to write for those. Those funds prior to this year had been steadily decreasing. But over the last year and 2 years, we have been a little bit more robust in trying to write for more grants and write for more funding. And we do have a proposed expenditure for housing for ARPA. But in addition, we've also brought in additional dollars. Recently, we've added to the ARPA pot, so to speak, an additional 9.9 million. We also wrote last year for an intimate threat grant that is being considered, and we hope to hear soon on that. So there have been additional tasks to division directors to look for funds outside of the 1.8 billion that have arrived to the nation. That being said, the topics and the areas to address for housing are extensive. They range from educating the Navajo people or Navajo recipients on what it means to be a first-time resident or a first-time homeowner. They also range from some of the certain populations that experience certain challenges. For example, we've been working closely with BIA on the categorical exclusion process for the land status in the Eastern Agency. Also, there's another variation or another group, and not to demean anybody by calling them a subgroup, or a special population like the former Bennett Freeze location. There's another population there that have been heavily impacted, and the needs that they represent for housing are great. So we have various special populations throughout the Navajo Nation that we've been trying to address. Also, what hasn't been a part of the Navajo Nation in housing that we want to incorporate into our ARPA request is debris removal and burnout. Because CHID had been relying solely on federal funds, we did not have the ability to address Navajo Nation needs with less restrictive earmarked dollars from the nation. As a result, we were not able to fully meet the needs of burnout residents and burnout victims. But with our proposed housing plan, we want to incorporate renovations, burnout assistance, debris removal, stick bill. There is some conversations, or there are some language in the housing CFR, I believe it's 256, that allows for consideration for manufacturing to be purchased. we're utilizing those guidelines to help us in our policies and procedures moving forward. As for the sandstone, we will incorporate or discuss how to work with NHA and some of these nonprofit organizations. I am following the conversation with the chapters in your area and some of the projects with the universities and nonprofits. Certainly those are areas that we support. And there are many chapters out there that are working with universities and nonprofits and have found various ways of addressing local need. Some that incorporate sweat equity approaches, and some even, for example, in the Eastern Agency. And I think this is important to note, and it's similar back to Delegate Raymond Smith's question about the differences between the application process. It does come down to some of the policies that a certified and non-certified chapter would have to create or incorporate into some of these expenditure plans. So for example, a certified chapter, they may already have in place a PEP program that can help them assist and a pay salary that would help them in their housing assessments. But a non-certified chapter we would have to incorporate a PEP policy amendment or changes to help these non-certified chapters moving forward with additional assistance for house wiring, bathroom assessments, those types of carpentry work in the PEP program for the non-certified. That's why it's important that there's some delineation so that we know how to meet the needs of both the certified and non-certified. So when we look at it from a policy and procedure or administrative, we need to incorporate that language for like expenditure the proposed 220 million to the chapters. If we were to look at local workforce and enhancing local workforce, we would need to incorporate that language so that the non-certified benefit from some of the local assistance in these projects. So that's kind of why it's important to kind of look at the policies and procedures for certified, non-certified. But Delegate Brown, we will continue to inquire on the nonprofit. These are not the first nonprofit. We've heard from many others, such as like Jackrabbit, similar to like Southwest Foundation. We, the CHID and Mr. Delguy, I have Mr. Delguy here in my office listening in. He's engaged several of these companies and nonprofit just to inquire and also look at their capacity. This is such a large endeavor, and hearing from the many needs of the chapters and the communities, we've tried to expand far and wide to really educate ourselves as to the different types of housing, to just the housing needs, but also another key player is how NHA is utilizing their funds that have been allocated to them, and how they plan to use their expenditures. As for the water project, I would request, or we will be having our meeting this Friday. You will have members from Division of Natural Resources, Dr. Shabala, Mr. Jason John, and even members from the Water Rights DOJ team there as well that can help. And I wrote down your question and can also forward it to them as well. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Delegate Brown.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliman, for your response. Also, Mr. Rodas, do you have a response?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I believe that Honorable Crowley asked the question in terms of hardship assistance under the FRF, what entity should send the expenditure plan to DOJ? And that would be the division director of the entity that's going to administer the project. So that's the big question. Is it going to be Division of Social Services? Would it be OOC? Would it be OPVP? Would it be the FRF office? So I think that that's, kind of a high level leadership discussion that could be had. And then once that's determined, it would just be the director of that entity to submit the expenditure plan. In terms of Honorable Brown's question on water projects and Western Agency, I didn't quite capture the whole question, and I'm wondering if Honorable Brown could put that in writing, and then we could have our water attorneys respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response, Mr. Otis. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are none, call for the question to accept the report.
Chair Henio.
Delegate Crowdy.
Chair Henio.
Delegate Emmer, Councilor Crowdy, have the floor.
Chairman Henio, you're asking for the motion for just this one section of the report or the entire report?
There is a motion and a second for the entire report.
Okay, so right now, Chairman, if you could help me, are you asking for a motion for this, what do you need from the committee? Chairman Henio, I may have heard you wrong. I apologize.
Okay, just asking if there are any further questions or comments from the committee. If there were none, then I'd call for the question to accept the report, the full report.
Would you call for the question for the whole report?
Yes, the full report.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. So I would ask if we could hear the other areas that, like from the Office of the Controller, there's a revenue, the lost revenue projection, and if there is staff from the Office of the Speaker on how Council's priorities have been incorporated into these task force. Thank you, Chairman Henio.
Okay, I apologize. This is for the Department of Justice only, so we'll accept the report from the Department of Justice, and I'll defer to the Controller for the next bullet point. Peggy?
Chair, that was what Delegate Crotty touched on, what I was going to say, just to remind you that there were two other reports that were included with this subject. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with Department of Justice, there is a motion and second. And so if there are no other further questions for the Department of Justice, I'll call for the question to accept the report from the Department of Justice, and we'll go to the next bullet point, which is the Office of the Controller. So with that, Ramon, I can lead us on a roll call vote for the Department of Justice report.
Sure, Chairman Henio, roll call vote on Department of Justice report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shut it. If we're in order, I'll vote green on Department of Justice part of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deja. Honorable Member Kenneth Bott Carty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. He has the two.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Question of privilege, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, a question of privilege while we're voting.
Thank you. We had a main motion for this report on receiving reports A, motion by Honorable Brown and also second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. And that was for the 3 bullets. And now, are we going to be dividing this up into 2 others? How does that work with the main motion? Because I voted for the main motion regarding the motion that was sponsored by Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown and Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. This is confusing, Chair Henio. If that's the case, then I need to change my vote. That's my question for privilege. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, this report, item A is segregated into 3 areas. One with the Department of Justice, which we're currently voting on accepting. And after that would be the next one would be the Controller's Office on their lost revenue report. And then the last one would be the Speaker's Office on the priorities. So it's the way the agenda is set up is segregated into 3 areas. And so Department of Justice on the first bullet gave their report, and therefore that's where the motion and second is, because the controller never came on, so therefore we're segregating the 3 the way it is right now.
Well, thank you, Chair Henio. I'll vote red.
With that, Mona, if you would continue voting.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
I'll vote red. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Shut up, this is Delegate Crowder.
Yes, Honorable Crotty?
Yes, thank you, Shada. With that explanation, I'll have to vote red. This is a 3-part report. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bott Crotty votes red.
Elmer Gary votes red too. Change my vote.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes red. Nathaniel Brown, are you still voting in the affirmative?
Yes, I'll be voting green.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Chairman, we have 1 member voting in the affirmative, 3 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Hello, Coach. Yeah, Doctor, excuse me, this is Delegate Yellowhair. I'll vote red too.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Chairman, we have 1 member voting in the affirmative, 4 opposing, chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. We do have 1 in favor, 4 opposed, chair not voting. Therefore, the report is not accepted by the committee. So with that, let's move forward to nomination officer controller. Mr. Willie, are you on the line?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yes, or afternoon, I guess now. Yes, I am here.
Please, you have the floor on the lost revenue report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. For the record, Robert Willie, Accounting Manager with the Office of the Controller. Hopefully everybody got the email that I sent out last week, which was on Thursday, October 7th, which included the memo and 2 exhibits. That's what I'll be going over. I'll give you a few moments to find that and open it back up. That was sent last Thursday at 9:14 a.m. to the whole committee. So the first part that I'll be covering is the memo, which was written to the 3 branch chief, which is Honorable President Nez, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, and Honorable Joanne Jane, the Chief Justice. This memo was dated September 30th, which explained the lost revenue calculation. Bullet point number 1 indicated that the amount that the Office of the Controller had calculated was $232,468,200, which is the calculation in which we're using the gross adjustment of the average annual growth of the most recent 3 years. It points out to Exhibit A. So there is an exhibit attached. This exhibit shows the formulas for the calculation. So there's 2 versions that you could utilize. The Treasury version is 4.10%. When we calculated the lost revenue utilizing the Treasury numbers, it was only $216,846,757.90. But when we use the gross adjustment, it gave us a higher rate, which was 5.4%, and that was the method that we're going to utilize going forward. Nuances to this report. We had to gather the audits from all the entities. The component units is what they're called, which is all the Navajo Nation enterprises. The last one that we received was NHA, in which was FY 2019, and we were able to gather the information from 18 and 19 on that. The majority of their revenue was rental revenue, and it also points to Exhibit B in this case. So all the numbers that we gathered to calculate this amount is on Exhibit B. So it goes all the way back to 2016, 2017, 18, 19, and 20. So all the audited numbers are within this schedule. All the component units are all listed. It starts with Dene College, ends with Navajo Times, and then the 2 big ones, which are Navajo Nation Gaming and the Navajo Nation Government, are all included. And that's all the revenues for each of these entities. Part of what we also needed to do, not included in this calculation, is actually NQA and Navajo Transitional Energy Company, because they're considered utilities. So those amounts were taken out according to the Treasury guidelines. When we got the numbers for these audits, we had to sift through them and make sure that there was no external funds, because external funds are excluded from the calculation also. So if an entity received external funding, those were not included within this calculation. Also not included within this calculation are unrealized gains and losses, which are not really realized amounts that we actually gathered. So increase in the market was not included because we did not receive a dividend or actual cash for that. So that concludes my report. I don't know if anyone has any questions, but I'd be happy to entertain those now. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for that report on the lost revenue. And committee members, Budget and Finance, I'm just kind of going back over here, trying to see where I went wrong here, and I do see it in the Budget and Finance Committee, where it was all inclusive in one. And so that should have went through the whole 3 bullets. But with that, let's just go to the next one, the motion of the legislative branch priorities. Office of the Speaker, Ms. Sherilyn Yazzie, are you on the line? Chief of Staff, Sherilyn Yazzie, or Ms. Belinda Siaco?
My apologies. Chair Henio, Sherilyn Yazzie, Chief of Staff, is on the line. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to provide a report in terms of the legislative priorities with the Office of the Speaker. Presently, our office has scheduled several meetings with each of the departments in allocating the funds that has been allocated to the Office of the Speaker. In terms of our budgets and in terms of our priority schedules for each of the departments, the consolidation of their needs and identifying what categories they will be associated with, we should have them back in our office no later than this coming Friday. That is the due date with the department managers here in the legislative branch. We've had 2 meetings with the branch, the department managers to do follow-ups with regards to their legislative priorities here with the legislative branch. We also have, and I would like to provide the opportunity for Speaker Damon to provide some input as well in terms of the legislative branch priorities for legislative branch. Speaker Damon.
Speaker Damon, are you on the line? Speaker
6.
Damon. Speaker Damon, first call.
Chair Henio.
Yes.
Thank you. Speaker Damon is on the line. I know he's having some technical difficulties right now, but I'd like to go ahead and go back to the legislative branch priorities. As stated, we've been working diligently with the branch, with the departments since July in going over their needs in terms of identifying first, ensuring that we're meeting all of the ADA compliances with the conditions of appropriations, because that's extremely important, as well as ensuring that we're meeting all C-19 changes as far as construction, and making sure that all of our offices are now in the setting to where we invite our customers as well as our staff in mitigating our risks in ensuring that the construction of each of the buildings and all of the offices here meet the needs of ensuring that we're keeping all of our employees as well as the general public safe. That would be the first. And the second one is aligning each of the departments with staffing that will assist in the process of ensuring that we're processing all, for example, with the Office of Legislative Counsel, beefing up and capitalizing on our human real estate with staffing in that office to meet all the legislative priorities or legislations that will be coming through the pike as well. So those are some of the examples of some of the priorities that we know that the department managers are presently working on at this time. I believe that Speaker Damon is now on the line. Speaker Damon?
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Chairman? Chairman?
Speaker, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman, and good morning to the Budget and Finance Committee. Just adding on to as well, I guess there's two parts of the discussion, and I'm not too sure what the Budget and Finance Committee wanted to know. And when you're talking about legislative branch updates, one of the key components is talking about the service and the administrative side, and that was what was passed in the legislation there at the summer session. And that's what Chief of Staff is talking about putting together an overall budget that was allocated through the funds of the facilitating legislation to place not only what we're looking at as what is considered as additional staffing, but also additional resources that are going to be needed to each one of the offices that are under the legislative branch. Now, that's what one component is. I think that's what Ms. Yazzie has given an overview on. And then the other component is about how we're pushing the legislative branch priorities, specifically working together with the Office of the President and Vice President on putting together what we've been working with ever since the last week of March, when we started working together with all of these different work sessions, that every single detail that was been given to council is being considered and put into an overall supplemental application, I guess. In that, through all the presentations that the Navajo Nation Navkiatik Committee has been given, we're totaling almost $18 billion in need that would be subjugated to fully fund everyone's specific requests. That doesn't include the amount of funding that would be going under additional resources for 638 contract needs or additional funding for transportation. Transportation needs, and what I mean by transportation needs is basically building out better roads across the Navajo Nation, as that is subjugated to the request that we put into the jobs and infrastructure bill that Congress is still tossing around right now on the federal side. But what we did was we categorized it on what was a big push by the Navajo Nation Navajo Committee and the concerns that were being pressed forth. And what we kept hearing all the time is infrastructure. So what we have been working together with the Office of the President, Vice President, not only with Dr. Yellowman, Chief of Staff Chaco, but also the individual outside, I can't remember their name right now, that Mr. Mel Rodas indicated. Maybe someone can help me out with that. The third party entity that the Office of the President and Vice President has hired. And what we've been meeting with them primarily on a weekly basis is trying to say, okay, what is the needs of the council? And we brought those needs forth. And those needs specifically, again, are identified as the top tier needs. And that's the water infrastructure, power line infrastructure, the Navajo bathroom additions, housing, and broadband. Those are the key 5 factors that were in there that were in the top realm. And then also identifying what the president had allocated on another scenario, and that is trying to meet the requirements of what the president has been pushing at the agency level, talking to the Navajo Nation chapters themselves individually, and that's saying that he approves the $2 million of funding to be appropriated to each one of the chapters. Now, on that threshold, we've been trying to build out and separate what the chapters have been trying to work on. As Dr. Yellowman has indicated, what's the difference between bigger infrastructure and smaller infrastructure that the chapters could be working on. Now, going back to the legislative branch priorities, those are the top tier ones that we were looking at to answer those questions. So what Mr. Rodas has been going over in the detailed report that was scheduled to be presented at this Friday's meeting has also been clearly outlined that he's been working together on the original legislation, the CARES funded projects. Those are something that's outside the scope of the ARPA funding. But the new infrastructure funding is going to be roughly about $1 billion legislation of infrastructure that you'll come to see. And that is roughly anywhere about 200 to 300, 250 million for water projects, 200 million for power line projects, 200 million for broadband, 200 million for bathroom additions, and then up to 1.5 or 150 million for housing, up to 150 million for housing. That's open to discussion as the leadership is going to be talking about that more. And what I mean by the leadership is the council's recommendation to put those options together. Now, in the limelight framework of what has additionally been spoken about too as well is a hardship. As we know, the hardship legislation or the hardship for, I guess, I don't want to say prohibition, but the hardship, parameters right now is that there's only a recommendation for a $200 million to be put out in the hardship due to the fact that we're at a 10% cap until the first quarter of 2024. If that was implemented too, that'd be roughly giving each Navajo or each recipient that has a CIB in there up to about $550 to $600 in order for that to be done, and that'd be roughly giving to close to 350,000 of our citizens. But those are the top priorities right now that we've been working together to try to align from what the recent, when we were working together since late March to the beginning of August on all those work sessions, been trying to identify the biggest priority needs. And those top again, 5 priorities are under infrastructure, the $2 million recipient to each chapter, and then the hardship benefit that could be available too as well under the current parameters of the 10% cap. So that's the other component I think we're looking at, and that's the reason why I didn't know what was the overall push to see if there was more response towards what the legislative branch's priorities were, specifically with its services, which is about up to $19.8 million, or if it's overall the branch pushes that we're going to continue to push and have an effort to talk about further this coming Friday with the Office of the President and Vice President. Thank you very much for allowing me to take some time. I don't know if Chief, if there's anything else that I missed, if you want to add on. If not, then I can just yield back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
This is Vice Chair. Speaker Damon for that report. With that, the Budget and Finance Committee, a motion to accept the last 2 bullet points.
Y'all have a motion to accept the report. Thank you.
That motion by Delegate Spinelli, is there a second? Is there a second?
Chairman Henya, this is Delegate Crotty.
President Da, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So to help me understand how the committee can help you is we do have a motion for the main report, and knowing that there was a vote taken, Chair, do you need help? Do you need a motion and a second for the remaining part of the report?
Yes, I do.
I just want to keep the report in order. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I do, Shanada. That way we'll accept the last two report from Robert Woolley and also Speaker David. Now, there's a motion by Delegate Yellowhair. Just need a second, so open it up for questions.
Delegate Crotty. Thank you. This is Delegate Crotty. I'll second.
So there's a motion and a second to the last two reports. With that, I did hear Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith?
Well, thank you, Chair Henyo. My question is to the Office of Controllers. Could the controller explain exactly what is going on with the Exhibit A and B? I know that the memo was written in September 30th, 2021, lost revenue calculation. And number one, number two, alludes to Exhibit A and Exhibit B. The amount that is recommended is $232,468,200, which is lost revenue calculation. What does he mean by recommended? Does that mean that this is okay to be in that certain category or certain growth adjustment? Is that normal? Is that what we expect next year, or are we not supposed to allow this? That's the question on that. What's number one? Number two is the calculation has taken into account the component units of the Navajo Nation, which are the enterprises. For example, NHA has sent their audited financials for FY 2019 and the amounts of their rental revenues for the prior year, fiscal year, and end dates, which is an Exhibit B. Is that also considered lost revenue, or is that revenue that was collected? Because if you add up all the years in Exhibit B under NHA, is $40,591,412, or is that permissible? I see other enterprises too that have certain amounts in there that are also listed in there, but we're mainly focused on NHA. Shenandoah, that's the two questions I have. Need clarification on this lost revenue calculation. How does that all fit in here so that I can understand how we're trying to address this? Are we trying to address this? Or are we just being made aware of this? Or what is the main purpose of this, Shenandoah? That's the third question. Thank you, Chair Henry.
And Vice Chair Smith for your question, Mr. Woolley, Robert Woolley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Smith, for those questions. I'll start out with number 3. The memo was actually written to notify leadership what the amounts were. As far as what they do with it, that's up to leadership on how they want to allocate it. But I was just notifying the leadership that the calculation was completed. I suppose it's for information purposes. Going to question number 2, the lost revenue worksheet, which shows all the enterprises. When you calculate the lost revenue, you calculate it by year. So if you look at Exhibit B, you'll see that each year has its own column from 2016 to 2020. So the lost revenue calculation depends on how much revenue was gathered during each year. And because of COVID, there may have been a drop in revenues from 2018, 19, and 20. So that's what this worksheet does, is it compiles all the revenues which that qualify under the Treasury rules and puts them into a schedule. If you notice the total numbers that are in this schedule, going to the question number 1, the Exhibit A takes the total amounts from each one of these columns and places them into, if you go halfway down Exhibit A, you'll see 2000, or I'm sorry, if you go 3/4 of the way down Exhibit A, you'll see that the numbers that say fiscal year end 2016, 17, 18, and 19, these numbers are actually on Exhibit B. The reason that the Office of the Controller is recommending the 232 million is because that lost revenue amount calculation is actually higher than the Treasury recommended amount of 4.1. When Treasury came up with their rules back in June, they had 2 versions that you could utilize. The gross adjustment calculation is the amount that's recommended by Treasury, which is 4.1. But if in the calculating of the lost revenues, you actually had more, you could utilize that amount. So we're taking the 232.4 million. That's the amount that's recommended that the Navajo Nation utilizes. Going forward, we're going to have to make sure that we utilize that calculation in 2021, 2022, and 2023. The lost revenue calculation is for the use of ARPA funding, which will not have to adhere to most of the Treasury rules. That's the reason why we do the loss revenue calculation. And if Mel's still online, he could probably explain that better than I could. But the controller's portion of calculating this was actually helping to gather the information and finalizing the numbers for the Navajo Nation leadership to utilize. I hope that answers all your questions, Delegate Smith, and I'd be happy to entertain any more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response, Mr. Willie. Mr. Otis, do you have a follow-up response to that also? You can help him out.
Mr. Chair, this is Mel. I think that Mr. Willie explained it really well, actually, and probably more succinctly than I could have. And just in terms of the last comment, it's not that the Treasury guidance doesn't apply to the lost revenue portion, but it's that it's a way for. So there are 4 categories, eligibility categories for FRF, and one is government services to the extent of lost revenue. And it's the most broad and flexible category. And government services is defined very broadly. And so if there are expenditure plans that don't fall under infrastructure, for example, then we could probably get them in under government services to the extent of lost revenue. And so that's why Mr. Willie's job was so important, to do those calculations and make sure that, you know, he did the calculations in 2 different ways and selected the calculation that yielded the highest dollar amount, so that we have that. I apologize. I believe it's 232 million. I didn't write it down. That amount to use for flexible purposes, and that's the government services to the extent of lost revenue category. I hope that makes sense.
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rhodes, for that. Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you for that explanation. I guess my next question would be, this is considered lost revenue. So are we talking about taking this amount out of ARPA and to replenish what was supposed to be calculated in the amount of 232 million? That's my number one question. Number two is, I know it's permissible within the ARPA, but are we actually taking funds away from direct services? If we don't, I guess the question too is, it's a twofold question. If we don't do this, if it's allowable that we're trying to take out 232 million, if we don't do this, are we in the red, or what is actually taking place on this behalf? Those are my two questions right now. I think I have a couple more. Chair Henio, thank you.
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith for that question. Nanda, Delegate Amber Cardi.
Yes, thank you, Chair Henio. I apologize for my voice. We were marching yesterday in Albuquerque for justice. So thank you, everyone on the call. Chairman, this is why I felt this report was very important to provide to the oversight before we enter the leadership meeting on Friday. The executive team and others, that's why I wanted to ask Speaker Damon how involved his team has been with the task force, because according to the PowerPoint presentation, it appears that the Office of the Speaker team is integrated to the work teams for ARPA or this fiscal recovery. So I think it's important for Budget and Finance to understand all of the moving pieces. And because my understanding of the lost revenue is this is the area that DOJ had pointed out in the past where this could be under like government services. And I think it's very important for our committee to understand what's not only what's eligible through the ARPA, the U.S. Treasury guidelines, is understanding then those reports that were provided by Department of Justice on what sections have been determined that they will fund these certain programs. So there's a lot of moving pieces, and I don't think, and I'm concerned with, and I'll say for the record, that leadership every single day should have had the opportunity to be part of these discussions. And for the last 2 months, we have not had that opportunity. I know that I've made and I've requested to executive to be part of some of these task force, and I was told, okay, we'll send you the information, but as of yet, I never received information how to be part of these task force. And now going into hearing from Speaker Damon that there's going to be, $1 billion infrastructure legislation dropped, I'm going to have a lot of questions on how that was developed, how that integrates the district needs. And of course, we always talk about what is this equity and how we're helping the Navajo Nation in its entirety to recover. And then what would it look like for our relatives who are not living here on the nation, but were counted, and who are our constituents who vote for us. So this is going to be a lot of accountability to leadership. And I want to be as much the voice for my constituents and other constituents who are raising concerns that they really have no idea on how the ARPA is being discussed and deliberated. And I think if the goal was to kind of ramrod this through council, there's a lot of opposition from our people, and these are the people that vote us in. And so I'm just concerned at this time how we're moving forward. and the type of information that's provided to leadership. So I'll go back. So my question was, just please help me and make sure that this, in terms of the revenue, the lost revenue, is what we could use for government services, which is a catch-all. And the second area is, how are we educating our constituents? If this is really the first time as an elected leader, I'm seeing this breakdown, and we're going to have this meeting on Friday. And I'm not sure when this legislation is planned to be dropped. And so I'd like to know what that plan is on how we can make sure as delegates we can properly educate and answer questions from our constituents regarding this process. Thank you, Chair and committee members.
Thank you, Shananta, for your question. I'll defer back to Mr. Robuli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Crowdy and Honorable Smith, for your questions. Honorable Smith, your question about what it could be used for. The 232 is what part of the ARPA funding could be utilized for any type of government services, as Mr. Rodas had indicated. It's the least restrictive, so it's the most broadest that could be utilized. And then going to Delegate Crowdy's question about how it's going to be utilized, that I was not part of any of those teams. The only part I was included in was calculating the numbers. So I'm not sure if those decisions have been made on how much of this 232 is going to different areas. Hopefully that doesn't completely answer your question, but it gives you an indication of what part I was a part of on this team. So if you have any more questions, I'd be happy to entertain those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for your response. Mel, do you have additional information? No notice.
Chairman, this is Delegate Brown. I have a question.
Okay. Shananta, let me call on Mr. Milrodis one more time.
Chair, you put me in the queue.
Okay, with that, back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Shananta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking at the handout that was sent out to us and the lost revenue calculation. So, yeah, I'm looking at the number at 232 million on number one, and then number two with NHA. On number three, actually, my question is on number 4. It says the central government did not include any federal funding or external grants. I did not capture this information. Where can we get that information? I guess the K accounts on the federal dollars that are coming to, and then if we can get a breakdown, I know some of them are annual funding, some of them are 3 years, and some of them I believe are for 5 years. If we can get those, when can we get that information, the external federal dollars, to come to a presentation to be included to the Budget and Finance Committee and ultimately the whole Navajo Nation Council? Thank you.
Checking it out for your question. Defer to Vice Chair Smith next. Vice Chair Smith.
Oh, thank you, Chair Henio. I must have kind of fell asleep here. Oh, just this Exhibit A and Exhibit B. I heard Mr. Robert Willie speak about the recommended for 2021, 2022, 2023, use of ARPA funding at the calculation of 232 million. Is that what I heard? So we're projecting over 3 years of utilizing that amount and taking that from ARPA. Shishani ARPA IC ben ye han chedon himasan le the kid and he don't say that do tota secunda ben ko yal projects that ben yes data deal ne I da could adi sunday kana zida no I don't ko kid bahashanda ko windrock ko yal ho ada on deja ko to yash hoda Ashwat Adida, 2021, 2022 to 2023. AI Dabado Nikdida. Ashwat Adida. That's my question. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, are you still there?
Yes, I am. But if shut down.
Oh, okay. All right, because I got off halfway through your question, but defer back to Mr. Rob Willie for response.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. So Honorable Brown is asking about the grant federal funds. I can provide those amounts, but those are not included because of the Treasury guidelines. It's not actual revenue coming from other sources, it's revenue coming in from the government. So those are all excluded from the calculation, but we can get you those numbers. Those numbers are actually within the annual audit. If you go to Exhibit C, I don't know if you have a copy of that, but under grant fund, that's where that amount could be found. But I can compile the information for you and send it to you. As far as Delegate Smith's question, I'm not sure if there'll be any ARPA monies left. I'm not sure what leadership has in store for the $2+ billion that we currently have in ARPA funding. For now, $232 million is lost revenue that can be utilized for any government type services. But when we calculate it next year, I'm not sure if there'll be any funding remaining that is unbudgeted from the ARPA funding to utilize, but that's yet to be seen. So I have not seen the legislations or what the dollar amounts are. So right now, I only have the calculation for this year. Once the enterprises start sending in their audits from 2021, which will probably start coming in around, I'm assuming, May, June, all the way into next December, I'm assuming, we'll start being able to calculate those numbers. So hopefully that answers your question also too, Honorable Smith. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Mr. Rodas, are you still back on the line with us, or Mr. Anaya? This is Delegate Yeller, Chairman.
Chairman Henio, this is Speaker Damon. If I could help explain too on lost revenue, if Mr. Rodas isn't on the line.
I think he jumped off. Speaker Damon?
Okay, thank you. I think there's I don't know if there's a misunderstanding about lost revenue. Vice Chair Smith, just to help answer your question. When let's say for infrastructure, for water projects or for chapter projects or any kind of projects they're trying to identify to say, okay, there are 60 plus different categories that are eligible for, like let's say a water project is under category 3, or category 57 is a broadband project. There's multiple different recommendations for all these 60 plus different areas that are approved. But what isn't eligible is what ARPA clearly isn't eligible for two things I know right off the bat. And those two things are public safety and transportation. So what lost revenue funds is something that let's call it the UUFB of the ARPA funds. So out of the $2 billion, 230 million is eligible for anything that we can spend that's not outside of those 60 plus I guess 60 plus eligibility columns are eligibility points are that we could go ahead and funding them under. And another area of interest was that, just for an example, besides public safety and transportation, is let's say go to the chapters. If the chapters want to go ahead and build warehouses, where is that under? Is that under a community development? Is that building up something? That might not be eligible under ARPA. But we know our chapters, because they got heavy equipment that they're going to need warehouses to get store this heavy equipment. So we might have to utilize that under what they call lost revenue, because again, just as an example, the lost revenue of $230 plus million is like the UUFB of the ARPA. I don't really want, there's still parameters, but it's eligible for the things that are not under those 60 bullet points or not under that are on the uneligible or the deemed non-eligible items that the nation wants to move forward with. So it's not taking 230 million and putting it towards the government. It's actually giving us the option to utilize that 230 million for things that are outside of the Treasury's guidelines of eligibility. I hope that helped assist, and maybe I wish Mel was on the line that could help maybe further give guidance, or even Dr. Yellowman, who helped create that too as well, and was the one that explained it to me in a greater detail. That was what was eligible and what's not eligible, and what lost revenue really was. So thank you. I hope I helped assist in answering that question.
Thank you for that, Speaker Damon. This is Vice Chair Smith. I don't know if we have Chair Henio on board, but Budget Committee members, I think we have lost signal for our chair. Chair Henio, are you still there with us?
Chair, I think you're going to have to take the lead for now. I don't see him on this call.
Hagoshi, thank you for that explanation, Speaker Damon. At this point in time, it has been provided on what the 230 million. It sounds like it's going to be on a separate pot, and that separate pot would be like the Navajo Nation Council. Is this in Kin? Call a it's allowed a team bando. Michigi that a don't they that the Tanazili a other kin the Yoki Chidina na Zindo, it's been yet. It without a shown a caution and that on a Kniggy, Nighty Kidisholo, be the quiet.
Cincinnati, Kidella, Delegate Yellow Hair.
Oh, should say, non shock at the Hadith. You have the floor.
Say, I think yesterday, lost revenue, no, I couldn't there. But Robert Williams, he has now a could not talk about the call income statement that should show the entirety of all income statements. And Federal External Fund by that external fund is a EPRA fund. It only reverses expenditures and it all guaranteed and get as a revenue. But because it has income statement, that's what we need from the general county department under a theft acting a controller, but today what we need income statement that will show in particular period which one is lost revenue. I'm just thinking that we don't get funds from Peabody anymore. And what Audubon just is it that's what we need income statement from Mr. Acting Controller Brigade. I also about this the hotel area about zero like to Vice Chairman. Yeah, thank you. Go back and mute them.
Go she should check here na didn't kiddo behind seat the quota much committee members on Donald Finnegy, is there any questions on this presentation?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Gosheen, I'll recognize you, Honorable Crotty. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to request from Speaker Damon, if you could provide the committee a copy with your $18 million request. It'd be beneficial for delegates to understand what is the legislative branch use of the $18 million. It's not clear if that is going to be used to enhance the administrative services in response to COVID, or if that's going to be used. I'm just not clear at this point what that $18 million is going to be used for. And Speaker Damon, if you could clarify the role or these conversations in the task force, because according to the PowerPoint presentation provided by Nabaki Atiet, it looks like you're on par with the information that the Office of the President and Vice President is receiving. And if that's the case, if you could forward that information to the committee, I'd like to spend the remaining days of this week to review that prior to the leadership meeting so that I'm fully prepared and can advocate for district priorities and making sure that our funding needs are being addressed. Thank you.
Gosheen, thank you, Honorable Crotty. We'll go ahead and have the speaker respond to that. Committee members, do we have any other questions for the presenters based off this report here?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Gosheen, Honorable Yellowhair, let you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I lost revenue. No, yeah. At even that lost revenue. No, the Khan, but not reconcile that area by you. Not error is challenge in legal so he lost revenue. The reconcile open the yet to a battle veneer. Hatan Hare not Ahada is Hado Hatana a reconcile that area a he lost revenue. This is adequate. A credit job and the end artist. We need an income statement report. Eddie will reconcile also that one. Which one is really applied to income statements? Agent Eddie, I say, not on it. I will talk about hospital. I go back and meet. Thank you very much, Vice Chairman. To go I soon find it out. I can't.
Now, go to sheet presenters, which is all after the 90s, Kirgi. Today you had Honorable Elmer Begay. You have the floor.
I don't the members of the Budget Finance Committee. I don't the share where the speaker. I don't the stage Chief of Staff. I have a question, committee members. I'm trying to understand some of these loss of revenue. In any case, I think also from the government losing funding. I'd like to request how this loss of revenue from the government, how does it impact the community out in the chapter area or out to where the people, the voters that live in the area that were impacted from this? Can that be because of that? Is we need to talk about is recovery and how does the government, if the government got loss of funding and the operation, how did it affect the people? And I think it'll be better for us to understand. I think I would understand it more. If the government lost funding and how did it affect the people? Because of that, that it seems like all these people that are requesting for funding, it seems like there's no direct impact to the community, to the people that live in there. The reason why I'm saying that is where I live, there's people that still without electricity. They haven't get their electricity yet, and it's going to cost a lot to get to them. And then the water too. There's no running water for them. The tap has been repairing their water truck because they live in the remote area where they have to go climb into down the wash or butte and try to get to deliver 1,000-gallon water there. But it's really the terrain is very, very bad. So it seems like the chapter where I live, these chapters in these butte areas, people live in those areas. That we need a bigger. We can't get a bigger truck too because it's too the terrain is too rough for them. So we need a smaller vehicle to get to them. So I was wondering that if it's the government that got the loss of revenue to that. I wanted to know how did it affected the direct impacted the people. So maybe I will understand more if you could give us more information about it, written statement from these the reports that we're all getting. So that's probably that will be the best way for me to explain to my constituents. So it is I would like to see that. Thank you.
At this point in time, we'll go ahead and turn the time back over to the presenters. There was Honorable Crotty and also Honorable Jimmy O'Hare and also Honorable Elmer Begay with the questions posed to the presenters. Presenters, you have the floor.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Robert Willie. I'm not sure from my office, all we have are the numbers. I'm not sure if the entities would have any write-up as far as their impacts, as far as how much revenue they lost in direct correlation with services that they provided, but that would be something that we need to request from each one of the enterprises to compile something of that sort. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, are you on the phone with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Vice Chair. Just to answer, going back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty's question, first the 18 million that's going to be allocated. That again, as working together with Chief of Staff, has taken the direction to work together with the different programs to identify. There's been a working group with them, but also that discussion is going to be openly discussed with each one of the committees too as well, and trying to identify what we need to do collectively. I know that it doesn't say that the Navajo Nation Apkeetik Committee needs to approve the plan for the 18 million, but I have indicated to Ms. Barbroff that for better overview and for better oversight, even though the original legislation doesn't say that it needs to be done. I would rather that the 18 million be approved by the Navajo Nation Navigated Committee, so that if there's any future audits or anything that's going to be presented in the future, that I know that that has been relatively taken to the oversight. So I know that that plan will be in place, and everybody will have a type of opportunity to discuss their opinions or comments on that. And I will definitely make sure that we take all that into consideration, Madam Chair. Again, this Friday, I know Chief of Staff will have a presentation available for an open viewing of what the 18 million will be done and where in accordance that will be given. I know that there has been a big push by a couple of delegates to have at least a new ARPA staff assistant at each one of the delegate regions to help assist them over the next 3 years. So that's something that's being considered in the process too, as well, as we needed to know how much funding was going to be available and we're going to be needed in the oversight. So that was going to be following the guidelines and the law, especially about the ruling about what can and cannot be compiled as the oversight. Will be needing to approve just to make sure that we're following the law with personnel procedures and making sure that we're within either the 20% threshold of the overall funds, or because I know that there's a numerous amount of personnel that's going to be hired under the 160 plus odd million that's been given to the Navajo Nation Office of the President and Vice President too as well. Going back to the question about how long has the Speaker's office, we have only been invited to 3 meetings, and those 3 meetings have been taking place over the past month and a half. The last meeting that we had was last week, Thursday, and that was an invite by the office of by Chief Paulson Chaco and Dr. Yellowman, and the outside party, I keep forgetting their name, third party consultant. And at that time, the documents that you're asking for, we have requested for those documents too as well. We were just so happened to that day that they indicated that there was a broadband meeting. No other meeting that we did know about, but that day there was a broadband meeting. So I did send the staff member from the Speaker's office, Mr. Donovan Hanley, to attend that broadband meeting. Other than that, I can forward that information over from last week's Thursday's meeting. I do believe there was a PowerPoint in place. And then also whatever Mr. Hanley took in value from his notes, I can definitely send those over, Madam Chair Ambracati. But as indicated, it's up to leadership to decide. I know that moving forward, there is a recommendation of up to possibly a $1 billion infrastructure plan. But that's the reason why I've been trying to press forward to say that the council has been given the opportunity and pressed forth with that opportunity to make sure that there's those infrastructure needs, but we have to make sure that those infrastructure needs are not taken out of the chapter's $2 million request. Those $2 million requests need to be at the local level, not anything, for example, like big water lines or big power line trunk lines or big broadband infrastructure lines. Those need to still be helmed at the mother government, and I hope to know that those still were. So I have not personally seen, as last week was the deadline that Office of the President, Vice President, and the FRF office has been working together to try to get an overall amount from NTUA for broadband, water, and electric, and then also having NTUA work with the outside entities for the different co-ops to give them their funding amounts too as well. And on top of that, for the infrastructure for housing, I know that the Office of the Division of Community Development is still working together on trying to finalize that plan. That plan wasn't finalized or given to us at last week's meeting. And then the overall goal about the last preliminary note in order for them to go ahead and fund bathroom additions. We did ask for that listing of where those bathrooms additions were going to before getting to us, but I'm not too sure. Madam Chief of Staff, have we received that information over yet? And if so, I haven't received it because that's something we were waiting for. Because like you, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, I am the same platform that there needs to be equitability amongst all the regions in order for us to have a duly right legislation in order for it to move forward. And as of right now, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and to everyone on the Budget and Finance Committee, I don't know when that legislation is going to be destined to be dropped due to the fact that we haven't reviewed it. I haven't reviewed it. I haven't reviewed a recommendation from the Office of the President. So I think that that's the reason why Officer President, Vice President was really hoping to have this week's meeting, is because they're the ones that want to present to the council. And I do believe at that time, that's when the Chief of Staff and the FRF office will definitely have more of an insight of the direction on what their recommendation wants, what they're wanting to do in order to move that forward. So I hope I answered that question. Again, thank you to the Budget and Finance Committee for allowing me to speak. Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker Damon.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, for that. I know that Honorable Crotty requested a document prior to the leadership meeting, and will that be provided for her to review and be ready for the leadership meeting to discuss and understand what is going on. Committee members, back to the committee members.
Please, Delegate Bagentia, come in the queue.
Pro Tem Chair, this is Delegate Crotty with a follow-up question.
I'll recognize Honorable Crotty as a follow-up question, then I'll have Shata, Honorable Elmer Begay after Honorable Crotty. Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem. So, Speaker, seeing that you've on the record that you've only had 3 meetings with the work teams in the last 6 weeks, if they're constantly meeting and not providing that information to leadership, I would say just as a courtesy, let's if you could request on the behalf of this committee information on those meetings. I know at our last leadership meeting they provided dates, but we were never, we're not invited to these conversations, and it's frustrating because if they're virtual, all it is sending out a calendar invite to the delegates to be able to listen in or have our staff listen in on our behalf. So if you could advocate for that information, that would be helpful. I know that I specifically asked to be part of the housing work team, and in looking at this PowerPoint, seeing that Director Zerline is heading up the housing component, I'm not sure if then that's a reason why I'm not being invited to those meetings. So I wanted to dig in and see why leadership, why the council delegates wouldn't be invited, and I'll just say then why I wasn't invited, because I'm not sure if other delegates have been invited or are participating. So I'll step back and say that, Speaker. So you've only been invited to 3. I've been invited to none. If you could help me understand then what's happening with that communication. So Dibbles is the consultant, because the areas that I wanted to look at is I don't see anything for public safety that is being reviewed at this point. And that is a concern and an ongoing issue here on Navajo Nation. And the council has supported those large initiatives for public safety, but I don't even see that any of that information is being currently reviewed by DOJ. And I'm also looking at the shelters and the support for victim services. I don't see that. And when I look at DOJ's reviews on what they're providing. It's under the economic development and services part. That is very lean when it comes to services. And we know that our people need direct services. And so that's why I wanted to know at first how you were involved in the conversation, and then now seeing what's been submitted, how we can support those initiatives and what needs to take place if the executive offices are not dropping for review those services. So again, I would ask any information on what it is for public safety, and that's not just law enforcement, that's the whole criminal justice system, our courts, probation, office of the prosecutor, that's EMS. Well, I saw EMS on here, but I'm not sure what's that under health. But anybody who's involved in the criminal justice system and how we're going to support our shelters and our victims of violence. Thank you, Speaker and committee members.
Honorable Karate. I'll turn the floor over to Shda. Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shda. Vice Chair Smith, other members of the BNF. I'd like to request a question. I agree with my sister, Delegate Crowdy, regarding information, disseminating information regarding the meetings, because I know I requested to be part of it is broadband, but this is I didn't know that there was reports being gathered. So my question is that right now, you know, that I have a I always mention this is that my community, the District 7, including Jericho and then Greasewood, which consists of 6 chapters, that we have a assessment made and feasibility studies are made or completed, and then they came up with the design build plan, and it's just ready for construction. We're talking about the last mile of this broadband, and as far as we know, that I don't know why we have to keep NTA in the loop. They're talking about the middle miles. They haven't even give us the information to where the last mile they can how much it's going to cost and when it's going to get to it, because I've been asking these questions through speaker writing these questions to them, but they haven't even written anything back to me when the time they're going to be serving, like they say, unserved and underserved community. There's no definite date. They just say that they're working on it, the nationwide, reservation-wide, but you don't know when it's going to be. But we know that with this, the plan that we have from Aquila and consultant, they so once they get that money, it's going to be, you see, people will be served. That's all they need. I don't know why this kind of projects we don't include in it. And I've been bringing this up and just like not just like right now today, nobody hasn't given us any report yet. I know that my brother Delegate Key Allen requested written requests through NTA and through Navajo, like who all got requested for NTIA broadband, and did NTA submit their application? And we want to know which project are they submitting it for. And that's the question of what we still have, and they're not even giving us any feedback on it yet. So right now we're including them in here again, and right now I could say that again is NTA doesn't want us to share with their co-location, and that's why the broadband that we're requesting is going to be higher again. because they don't want to share any co-location. I mean, I've been speaking with them individually, and they changing their words to where said that those all these towers met their capacity, but we're not. But the consultant are telling them we're not putting any device on this tower. We're just going to use the microwave. It's going to be we're talking about is wireless. So a lot of things that they don't understand. So I think I don't know why these type of we're talking about infrastructures, and we're not even including people that have ready projects. And I don't know when. My question would be, when's the best time to put this my community's construction ready project on it? That's one. The other one is the one that was mentioned is there's nothing for public safety. We have a public safety building that's been completed, construction ready. It's been reviewed by BIA. So BIA said that we're 99% construction ready. The only thing is the building is ready, but where the tower that's going to be there for sprinkler system, the water tower that's going to be there, that's only 1% that's making the whole project at 99% ready. So we're ready for all these construction that are ready. We even got NTA and utility corridors that's been given to us. It's kind of been consent by them. So right now, these are the projects that are ready, and we know that everything's ready. So I don't know why these kind of projects were not included into this infrastructures. So if I want to put these kind of projects on it, how do I go about it? We got all the supporting from the chapters, districts, and agency. So how do we go about it? That would be my question to Speaker. Thank you. That would be my questions.
Good question, honorable committee members, I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Speaker Damon. Speaker Damon, you have the floor. Committee members, Ashwadita.
I can hear you.
Back
to Honorable Speaker Damon. There's two questions posed by Honorable Karate and also Honorable Elmer Begay. You have the floor. My Chief of Staff, are you on board? Arshada, are they on the line? I know that you have.
Yes, they are. Oh, so they are on the call. *6 if you want to unmute.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Smith. I'm here.
This is who's speaking now?
I'm sorry, this is Sherilyn Yazzie with the Office of the Speakers.
Okay, Chief of Staff. There was two questions posed. Is Speaker Damon available to respond back?
Speaker Damon is on the line. Give us a moment. There he is.
I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead. You have the floor.
The first question, I guess, if there's any documents we will ask send over that request immediately. Madam Chair Crotty, if there's any more additional resources or documents or anything in advance that we can review prior to this coming Friday's meeting, we will ask the Office of the President, Vice President, and the FRF office. We will make sure, I'll make sure that that's done. And then to answer your, well, I don't know if this was directed at us, but I think it was more directed at Office of President, Vice President on why there's nothing really going for public safety. And as indicated earlier when I was speaking, there's a couple of items that was left out, or justificational items that were left out of the ARPA funds in order for those things to be funded. And one of them was public safety. And the other one, again, was transportation. So if there's any kind of public safety initiatives in order for us as leadership that we want to fund, we are going to have to utilize the funding out of the lost revenue. So let's say there's $230 million in lost revenue. Out of that, that would be the maximum amount of funds that we could definitely utilize in order for us to fund public safety projects. But as an example, there's other areas of interest that are also not available to be funded. And I'll give you another example. For some of these power line upgrades, these big upgrades, these general, I don't know specifically what they're called, but these power booster upgrades, some of those aren't eligible under the ARPA funds too. So we have to decide at leadership, which things are we going to fund utilizing that $230 million of lost revenue in order to fund some of these areas, whether they be power lines that we can't fund, whether that be public safety, whether that be transportation. The other thing, though, too, is we have to remember that we have to fund up some of the chapter's requests. And some of these chapter requests are definitely not going to be under any type of expenditure or any type of justificational guidelines of those 60 plus recommendations that are out there from the Department of Treasury. So that's another thing that we had to look at too as well. And maybe that's something where Department of Justice, Mr. Rodas, can explain on what things are actually not allowable. And I think that's something that was missed. And under that is public safety. And the justification for public safety, I think, is relatively need to be hammered down or looked at more. Then we're going to just have to definitely utilize the lost 30 million, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Speaker Damon, for that response. Back to committee members. Any other questions based off the presentation? Committee members, be mindful that on this, since 10 o'clock, it is almost 2 p.m. We have more reports, and then we have a slew of legislation. So let's kind of wrap this up. I know that these questions are very, very important. I'm not trying to rush you along, but just to try to remind the Budget and Finance Committee that we have other business to take to. Not sure who was speaking, but
Vice Chair, just Delegate Begay. Yeah, follow up.
Tokoshi, Honorable Begay, follow-up question. You have the floor.
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
And then after that will be Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. And I'm not sure if we're going to be able to close this up after those two questions, but Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you again, Jita. The other here, speakers say where. Follow-up question is where does this construction ready and project ready and also shovel ready project? Things that are just going to start um, um, putting in projects, but who's going to be determined these construction ready projects? Who has knowledgeable that's out there that like a project manager that's been working with these kind of projects for so many years that have experience that's can be considering or making these selections of these construction shovel ready projects. So that'll be my question. Thank you.
Go sit down. Honorable Yellow Hair, you have the floor.
Sharon, honestly, to Vice Chairman Honorable Smith, thank you very much, and my colleague. Thank you very much for your great input, Speaker Damon. Also, DOJ, Officer Controller, thank you. My concern is to speed up expenditures. That's my concern. Over at the Dr. Yellowman, everything got stuck over there. Pinion, the judicial complex building been stuck there. Also, we also discussed Pinion Veteran Wellness Center. There also, these two should be applied to the $232 million revenue loss. Budget should be. I'm waiting for it to go back and we have a meeting on that one. So there's us in the window out there's problem, not the community or not NTUA. We need to input these sort of expenditures. The budget can be entered right away. Anyway, Vice Chairman, I see not long since you've been there, but Dodo, you and how they total in the D20, the Husband Hot, a toy of a hot the water. Dr. Jason John about 2 months ago or a month and a half ago to get some assistance to look into it, all 110 chapters that we need to get it add on with additional water supplies. It can be available if next year be prepared. So we need these water reservoirs needs to be clean up and restore reservoir. And we need to get these things going. All these dams needs to be repaired too. Everybody, Jason John, at least not a so I support 110 chapters, not just my chapters, although 80 that's going to be no even coalition at me and 24 councilmen. I think not nonsense. Let's get this thing going. The expenditure, I actually should see Mr. Honorable Gay. I think there's some issues that he talks about it. All the expense has to be entered back in the budget expense. Budget has to be prepared for it. Budget. We need to get the budget back in from NTA to bring it back. You still have the money. About this Honorable Gay. Thank you very much. Honorable Raymond Smith, thank you. Yeah.
Back to Speaker Damon. There's 2 questions posed. You have the floor. Speaker Damon, are you still with us? There's questions from Honorable Begay and also Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Vice Chair, it looks like his call may have dropped. This is Peggy.
Oh, that's it. That's a big.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Charlene Yazzie. Speaker Damon is having technical difficulties, and in my office, the service connection goes in and out as well. Perhaps we can, I can get the questions, and as soon as speaker gets back on the line, we'll be able to answer those questions if that will work.
Hagoshi, Chief of Staff, thank you for that information on the technical difficulties. Shinandada no Shinigi, Zade skip today had Naidi Kid Holonde, going to Speaker Damon, he's having technical difficulties on there. Is there any other concerns or questions other than that through the Chief of Staff on a written email that's a big Shinanda Anosa should suido, may should shado Shita, Honorable Begain, Honorable Yellow Hair, Ashuta, Ashbiga.
Abiga, Shita, this is Delegate Begain. Email will be good. Thank you.
Hagushi,
thank you very much.
Hagushi, back to Chief of Staff, have the questions that were posed, can that be emailed to the two delegates and also to the delegates that are on BNF as a courtesy copy? Shinandad, is there any more questions on this behalf? I think we're ready to vote on the two last bullet points on this reporting.
Ready to vote.
Hagoshi Shanetta, round the horn, roll call vote, Ashwada, on these two presentations.
Delegate vote screen.
Vice Chairman Raymond Smith, roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakkardi, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakkardi, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Cardi. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakkardi votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green.
I'll vote green.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Jamie Hinyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Hinyo, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, Vice Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman?
Hagoshi Shanada, thank you for that roll call vote. This report has passed on the update of the Fiscal Recovery Fund. Going to the next on the agenda, item B, update on the Navajo Housing Authority. Do we have the presenter, Mr. Wasita, interim CEO, Dwayne of the Navajo Housing Authority? Do we have Mr. Wasita? And going once. Mr. Wasita, Navajo Housing Authority. I'm going twice. Last call for Mr. Dwayne Wasita, interim CEO of Navajo Housing Authority, for the report on Navajo Housing Authority. Are you with us? Last call. I don't hear nobody from Navajo Housing Authority. Committee members, we don't have the interim CEO. Committee members, we have another report. I think that is oil and gas. Oil and gas, are we available this morning or this afternoon?
Yes, Chairman. This is James McClure with Navajo Nation Oil and Gas.
Well, thank you, Mr. McClure, for being on board. We're at that point in time for the report on this. If I'm in order, I don't have the agenda in front of me. Try to print it out, but even scrambled. Shada, are we on oil and gas right now? Ashwata?
Yes, Cecilia, we're on the oil and gas report now.
Hakushi, Mr. McClure, you have the floor for your report on the oil and gas.
Thank you, Chairman. Vice Chairman, sorry. Also, we have our Chairman of the Board, Leonard L. Sosi, is also on the call. Is that correct, Leonard?
Yes. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, good.
Proceed. Gentlemen, you may proceed.
Okay. Well, certainly, Vice Chair Smith, thank you. With Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, and just like to say good afternoon to Chairman Henyo, Vice Chair Smith, and also the committee of the Budget and Finance Committee here. So, we do appreciate giving us and also allowing us some time for us to present. By way of introduction, Leonard L. Sosi, Yin Shiedo, the Daya, Hinani, the Nan Shlido, Totsami Bashin, Network the Net Touching, that's a Chedo Kia Ani, that's a Nella, a hotel called Bedak, Egit, Ayat, Edo, Hihan, Hiritishnik, and the Ayaka, the Niyakwagi, Nikitche, present it, Nehegi Aya, the art. Kaya dan the Cardipi yet the a Mr. Slod a hallo a hashin so a door cato and the a develop the door me so a been yaka against congress present net only. What called the purpose of our report is regarding healing, exploration, and development that Navajo Nation Oil and Gas is pursuing, and we do have a pending operating agreement and a legislation being drafted by the Office of Legislative Counsel to be going forth towards the committees and also to be presented to the Navajo Nation Council. So in essence, we're taking a step forward to present to the committees to enlighten them about healing development. So with that, Mr. McClure, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Leonard. Again, this is James McClure, CEO of Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. I'm calling today from College Station, Texas. So we want to thank you, Vice Chair, and all the members of the Budget and Finance Committee for your time. I know you've got a number of agenda items, so I'm going to try to get through my presentation quickly. I'm not exactly shaded to each of the committee members. Do you have a presentation from us today yet, or do I just need to, I mean, I quickly can review it, but I just wanted to see if you have it.
All right, thank you, Mr. McClure. I think that's the presentation for the Navajo Oil and Gas was sent at 11 a.m. through our advisor, Peggy Nakai. It has the helium system and ready for us to review according to this. We do have it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Okay, then I'm going to start on page number 2. Really, the purpose for our presentation is information and making sure that everybody's aware of the pending legislation on our helium operating agreements. We have negotiated terms with the Navajo Nation Minerals Department and the Department of Justice on 3 operating agreements for development of helium on the Navajo Nation. And my purpose today is just to ensure that the committee members for Budget and Finance, and we've talked to other committees as well, are familiar with helium development and the context around helium development and our development strategy. Most importantly, we want to just ensure that the committee members are aware that helium is not a fossil fuel and our development is of an inert gas. The 3 helium operating agreements are located in 2 chapter areas that we've received supporting resolutions from. The Tohatchee Wash agreement is near the Peace Knots Paws chapter, and the Beautiful Mountain and Porcupine Dome prospects are near the Sonosti chapter. And again, we have received and have had conversations with those chapters and received supporting resolutions. The third slide, some of you I've presented to before on helium development. The third slide talks about really the question of why invest in helium. Helium is in short supply right now globally, and it's required to support several important industries that impact humanity. It's a low density, lighter than air, non-flammable, odorless gas, inert gas that has characteristics that allow for it to be a non-reactive substance that's safe for development. It's used in the medical industry as a supercoolant with MRI machines. It provides a non-reactive atmosphere for the semiconductor industry, and also can be used in ultra scuba deep diving compressed air as a substitute. Slide 4 really just gives a sense of the various industries that uses helium. Of course, we know about weather balloons and party balloons, but the broader and I think more economic industries are around MRI technologies, semiconductor, also the aerospace industry. Quite a bit of the recent surge in activity around flights to outer space have used helium as a coolant. Slide 5 talks about some of the key points on development of helium. Helium, just for your awareness, is constantly being emitted from the Earth, and what we're trying to do is find helium that's trapped, so that it ultimately can be produced and taken to market. The Navajo Nation is blessed with some of the richest helium deposits in the world. We've identified at least one prospect that has a gas content of 8 to 10% of the total gas stream being helium. So we should be very grateful of that we've got this opportunity. Helium's also normally associated with nitrogen, and nitrogen's also another clear, odorless, non-toxic, non-flammable gas, and which we all breathe daily, and nitrogen makes up about 78% of the Earth's atmosphere. Helium deposits in the subsurface, they tend to be small and can be developed with a low number of wells. So when you compare a helium development with, say, the Aneth oil field, you're going to see a much different type of development scenario. They're not going to be large number of wells in each location. They tend to be, arranged smaller structures, so not as large as Aneth. And those wells tend to be short-lived. And our view is that should reduce the impact on the community since they have short tenure of life. Slide 6 is just a cartoon that talks about the helium system, with respect to the mantle and ultimately, the fracture systems that bring heat to the surface that ultimately helium emits from. Again, we're looking for traps of helium. Now, in the past, helium has been discovered on the Navajo Nation through kind of by accident on development of oil and gas exploration and oil and gas production. The current activities on the Navajo Nation are looking at old fields that were discovered in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. What we are looking for, we are we do have some possibilities of developing old oil fields and that have helium content, but our primary activity is actually exploration for helium, and that's a bit unique and a bit riskier than going into old discoveries where there's known quantities of helium. Now, this exploration effort will require a new workflow, and that workflow requires us to do soil sampling, to do seismic surveys, and also some aeromag data, which we're actually conducting at this time, or it may have just recently finished. But aeromag data is where we fly a plane over surface areas to try to identify the magnetic field of the Earth, and which helps us then to do geologic structure mapping that helps us in our exploration efforts. On slide 7 is just a surface map of where we're looking right now. We feel like that these initial 3 operating agreements are in the Four Corners region. And you've heard of the Tohatchee Wash region has the well called the Z well that many of you maybe have heard of. That is a well capable of producing at 8 to 10% helium. And then the remaining 2, Beautiful Mountain and Porcupine Dome, being further south at Sonosti. So we're kind of running initially in our exploration efforts on this New Mexico-Arizona line as you move south of the Four Corners. Slide 8 talks about the potential value to the Navajo Nation. Now, these operating agreements that we've negotiated with the nation include a bonus provision. So for our access rights, NOG will be paying a bonus to the Navajo Nation. We will also contribute annual scholarships, and there will be rental payments that are due during the exploration phase that as we try to explore for the helium. Once we move into production, we will then have a royalty payment and a PILT, or a payment in lieu of tax, that will be paid straight to the Treasury. The negotiated royalty rate is 20%. The PILT rate is 5%. So that combination of 25%, it's very competitive. Actually, in our view, it's probably a bit higher than you're going to see outside on agreements outside of the Navajo Nation. So we believe that it's a fair agreement that's been negotiated by both sides. We've looked at the economic potential. The economic model that we have here is for 10 prospects. We've identified actually 37 prospects to date. And again, we've only looked at a fairly small portion of the Navajo Nation at this point in time. For the economic model of just 10 prospects, you are looking at the potential of $250 to $300 million in economic benefit to the Navajo Nation over the next 10 years. And again, that's somewhat linked to the price of helium. We're making the assumption here of around $175 to $200 per 1,000 cubic feet of helium. But our intent is to try to access higher price markets with some of our development scenarios. And that's really a function of can we get to a helium plant that can yield medical grade helium. Slide number 9 talks about the benefits for the local chapters. I think first on our list is jobs. We know we're going to have some contract labor jobs during the facility and well construction phase. Those will go away once we actually get into the production phase, but we'll have to hire operators, and having some local staff trained for those roles would be ideal. We've also communicated to the chapters that we would like to take 1% of our profit share and support development projects within the chapter. And so that's something we've communicated. And finally, we feel like as an entity of the Navajo Nation, entity owned by the Navajo people, that we will be a partner with the community to listen to concerns and address issues and respond. And that's something that I personally have taken very seriously as we try to work with the chapters and work with the community on our development options. Slide 10 is really just a summary of what people should expect whenever we're out doing exploration. As I said earlier, we're going to begin with a geologic assessment phase. And that's going to include seismic surveys. That's going to include soil sampling. As I said, also aeromag surveys, which are in the air. Once we conclude that and we develop our mapping, which helps us to define where to drill wells, the next phase is the drilling operation. So we start with the surface, what we call the pad or the location. We do location work that can then take the drilling rig for the exploration or the drilling phase. Once we are hopeful that we find and identify helium, we will then install a series of valves at the surface. This is called a Christmas tree in our industry. That then will hook to pipelines or surface facilities that allow us to market the helium for sales. The marketing phase is really it's a function of the choice that we select. We're looking at the Tohatchee Wash development to actually be linked to a pipeline that will then connect to a helium process or a gas plant that has a helium processing train in Moab, Utah. That's one development scenario. The other development scenario is an on-site facility, which we will then truck the produced helium to market. This will continue. That production phase will continue during the economic life of the resource, and that can be several years before you reach an economic limit. And again, kind of a function of the price of helium before you would move to abandonment of the facility. So in conclusion, slide 11, the purpose of our meeting today is just to ensure we're communicating with everyone on the Navajo Nation Council. We expect that these operating agreements are going to go through the legislative process here very shortly and have review with various committees, ultimately to the Nabatkea committee, and then the full council for vote. And we're looking for your support on approval of those operating agreements. Again, those are specifically for the Tohatchee Wash, Beautiful Mountain, and Porcupine Dome regions of the Navajo Nation. So with that, that concludes my formal presentation. Slide 12, just ask if you have any questions. I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Hagushi, thank you, Mr. McClure. Leonard, LSOC, do you have anything to add to this? You're the chairman of the Oil and Gas Board. Before we turn over to questions.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman. Again, I do thank everyone, the committee members, also the staff that are there, and people that are listening in. Certainly, our board members, along with our shareholders, are very much supportive of the effort and what we're trying to accomplish here and to develop helium. And certainly this is the way that the presentation have been presented to all of you. At the end of the day, there will be additional revenues coming back to the Navajo Nation to help our Navajo people. So again, I also do request your support when it goes to the Nabatkea and then also to the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Leonard, LSOC, Chairman of Navajo Oil and Gas Board, and Mr. McClure. At this point in time, I need a motion.
This is Delegate Brown on motion.
Honorable Brown be recognized for the motion. Second.
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
We have a motion by Honorable Brown, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Any questions for the oil and gas presentation?
This is Delegate Crowdy with the question.
Negotiation Moyaji, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Smith and committee members. So I would need to know when NOG is going to respond to the community concerns regarding the helium development. We had a Sonosti chapter meeting on Sunday, and in the reading of the minutes that Mr. Sosi was on the call, there was a few areas of concern that community members raised and grazing permittees. So if you could let me know how those issues are being addressed, seeing that this community has experience with the oil drilling in the past, and now on Tulsa Dome when it comes to helium development. And the second part of the question is, then at the chapter meeting, there was a grazing permittee who mentioned that they were not, they did not consent to the project. So I'll need some additional information from the company in terms of how they're addressing those community concerns and the grazing permittees. Thank you.
Committee members, any other further questions before I turn the floor back over to oil and gas? Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, you have the floor. There was a question posed by Honorable Karate.
Leonard, do you want to respond to that? Do you want me to respond?
Hey, go ahead and respond, and I'll go after you. Go ahead.
Sure. Yes, Delegate Karate, thanks for your question. Well, let me just say that we have tried to, we continually try to engage with the chapter and the community and want to address questions. So if there were questions that were raised Sunday, unfortunately, I had not heard that, but I know at our previous chapter meetings, which I've attended two over the last month, there have been several questions that we've spent quite a bit of time trying to answer community questions and concerns about our development. And we do recognize that there are areas that there is concern with potential exploration that are maybe sacred sites. And we will for sure work around those and try to work with the community on our exploration program. All I can say is that I know when the committee or the chapter have had votes of support or not, there's been overwhelming support for our effort. If there's a grazing permittee holder who needs an issue addressed, I will ensure that we get out there with my team. I've got a professional who works what we call a land professional that can go out and try to address any issues or concerns. We're still kind of in the early phase right now. It's still going through the legislative process, but our intent is once if we do get full support or get support from the council and the office of president and vice president and then the BIA, that we have to work with the community as we try to implement our program, and we have to work in a partnership manner, and that means hearing their concerns and addressing those concerns. I look forward to that. So Leonard, I know you were maybe on that call. You might want to address the specific question that was raised.
Yes. Thank you for your question, Delegate Crotty. Certainly, community concerns have been addressed the time that we had presented the resolution. And at that time, we did assure the community members that we are very concerned on some issues that were brought up, mainly spiritual sites where offerings are done up in the mountain area, and then also some ceremonial grounds that they have within their homestead in their premises. So what we had told the community was that if there are some such locations, we would definitely move to a different location. And also, if there are any burial grounds that are there, we need to be made aware of it, so we can find a different location of the site to do our exploration. And then along with that concern, their concern was that that beautiful mountain is a sacred mountain to them, and that they really want us to be aware of some locations that, and they don't want us to go all the way into the mountain and to start drilling up in the area. So those were some things that were brought up to the chapter. And as you had mentioned, there are some community members also that mentioned that their roads have not been graded, or they're not maintained by the chapter. So they want us to see if we can somehow help them grade those roads to their communities. So that's what was brought up, and that's how we address those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. Back to committee members. Any other questions or follow-up questions? You have the floor.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Cruddy as a follow-up.
Goshe Shumayajit, you have the follow-up question. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the response. I would need to also just make sure that all of the grazing, all the impacted permittees were addressed. And I think the chapter has the documentation from the last meeting. Mr. Sosi, if you could contact them, I know you have a great working relationship with the chapter officials. If we could just make sure that if that issue that was raised can be addressed. And I always think that we should just verify and confirm. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Committee members, any other questions for oil and gas on this presentation? I don't hear any. Back to oil and gas. You have the floor.
Yes, Vice Chair. This is Leonard again.
Go ahead, sir. You have the floor, Mr. Leonard Sosi.
Yes, Delegate Crowdy, certainly I'll be in contact with the chapter officials and get the meeting minutes along with a listing of all the grazing permittees, so we can start working with them and see how we can resolve some of the concerns that they have. Thank you.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Sosi. Back to committee members. Any other further questions? Shanella, I don't hear any questions. Could you do a roll call vote on the report by Navajo Oil and Gas?
Sure. Vice Chairman, roll call vote on the report. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
That's a vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crowdy, how do you vote?
I started. This is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crowdy. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crowdy votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Kenyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Kenyo, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have three
I vote
members.
green. I vote green.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Jamie Kenyo votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, Vice Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman?
Well, thank you for the roll call vote on that, Shanetta. We have Navajo Oil and Gas presented by Leonard L. Sosi and also Mr. McClure from Texas. Thank you very much for the report. Moving on forward, number 6, we have old business. Number 7, we have new business. And I will turn the floor over to Honorable Chair Henio. Chair Henio, we're at number 7, new business, item A. You have the floor, Shanetta. You guys know Vice Chair Smith for helping me out here, because I was having connectivity issues, and hopefully it doesn't kick me off again here. But new business 7A, legislation 190-21. Speaker David, are you still on the line with us? Speaker Damon? Peggy, can you hear me?
Yes, Chair.
Chairman, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, first call for Speaker Damon.
Good afternoon, Delegate Henio. This is Melinda. Speaker is getting on the call as we speak.
Okay, with that, while he's getting on the call, Peggy, if you'd read legislation 190-21 into the record.
Yes, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Law and Order Committee, Thence Budget and Finance Committee, Thence Napakia Ticket Committee, Thence Navajo Nation Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Seth A. Damon. Prime sponsor, tracking number 0190-21, an act relating to law and order, budget and finance, and Napakia Ticket Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $1,244,915 for the Navajo Judicial Branch and $600,000 to the Navajo Election Administration to address fiscal year 2022 unmet needs, waiving 12 in NNC section 820F or E, F, and J. This has been read into the record, and the exhibits are there as referenced in the legislation. The Law and Order Committee has a do pass with no amendments, and the vote tally sheet is also attached. Part of the Budget and Finance Committee's responsibility is to make sure that they have memos from Office of the Controller and the Office of Management and Budget, and those are attached as Exhibit C and D. Or Office of the Controller, the memo is dated August 20th, 2021, and it indicates that this request would be considered recurring for unmet needs of the judicial branch. And then the OMB memo states that the 18 budgets have been reviewed by OMB and the budgets are correct. The judicial branch has up to $18 million resulting from a recent court federal court action. To OMB's understanding, there is no approved plan or budget in place yet. It seems this is a fund source as well. So those are the comments on those two memos, Chair.
Okay, for that reading, Peggy. Speaker Damon, are you on the call now?
Yes, I am here, Chairman.
Speaker Damon. Is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second?
Yellow hair.
Motion on Delegate Jimmy Yellow hair. So we do have a motion and a second. But this, Speaker Damon, you have the floor to introduce the legislation.
Thank you very much. Again, good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee members. Thank you for allowing me to come before the BNF Committee. As present here, I do have, I hope to have my agent on from the judicial branch that'd be helping assist as well. I think they are on the line for further questions. But what I'll do is just go over briefly, and then I can turn it over to the judicial branch. I'm bringing to you legislation 0190-21, and this is a legislation that's asking for funding from the undesignated unreserved fund balance or unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $1,244,915 for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch, and then $600,000 for the Navajo Nation Election Administration to be addressed through the fiscal year 2022 unmet needs. As this is a request going through the process as respected, that Ms. Nakai has recognized that this both these supplemental requests are, as indicated by the controller, recurring costs, and then also indicated that we did have these budget forms reviewed by the Office of Management and Budget before I brought them before the Budget and Finance Committee. In doing that, Mr. Chair, one of the recommendations in this is just making sure that there's, you'll see in Exhibit A that there's the unmet need for the total amount from the budget or from the judicial branch was initially $1.8 million, and that was what was requested at the three branch chiefs meeting, and that was what the president identified that he was going to hand over or basically help assist the judicial branch in their unmet needs. They did reduce that amount to $1,244,915, and that's what you'll see in those budget forms in Exhibit A. As those moving forward in Exhibit E, there is also a request from the Navajo Nation Office of the Speaker to fund the Navajo Nation, or giving funding to the Navajo Nation Election Administration Office for $600,000. And if you can see that request is to facilitate the upcoming fiscal year 2022 elections. As indicated before, as going through the budgetary process program or process, we had indicated too as well, and the president did recognize that he would consider this, and we did indicate that we would run these two at the same legislation moving forward in order to help assist. There was a recommendation to move these dollars out of the fixed costs, but as indicated, the president's request in order for them to go ahead and not line item veto any of this dollars was just to come directly out of the undesignated unreserved fund balance. So that's what was I guess what was negotiated through the process. So as you can see here, there's two clauses, or actually two options, or two amounts of funding that is being presented. One is for the judicial branch for the unmet needs, and then also for the election office for the unmet needs and the $600,000. Mr. Chair, if there's any questions at this time for either one of them, again, we can go ahead and have election administration on the line, but I think I do have the judicial branch staff member. I don't know if it's Madam Chair or Madam Chief Justice Joe and Jane who is on the line, or if in most cases it might be Mr. Stephen at City that might be answering any questions. But I'll go ahead and yield to my agent at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Damon, for your presentation. With this nomination election administrations, they're represented on the line. Nomination election administration. Nomination judicial branch.
Yeah, this is Stephen at City. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can. You have the floor.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Our sponsor, Speaker Seth Damon, and staff of the Budget and Finance Committee. Everybody else that's listening in on the meeting. Stephen at City, Tashijine, Tohe Glini Nishle, Aro Ashe Edish Totsogni Edish, Aro Todachi Edish Nella, Nenshle, Aro Administrative Director of the Courts in Shle. I am responsible for the resources for the judicial branch. We've worked together internally and also with the Speaker and the President and the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council to put forth a budget for fiscal year 2022. We appreciate all the appropriations that have been approved up to this point. As a reminder regarding the unmet needs, this goes all the way back to our June 2021 discussions amongst the branch chiefs, where our Chief Justice articulated our concerns about projected shortfalls for 2022 budget year. And the discussion that resulted was the recommendation by the other two branch chiefs to pursue unmet needs fundings through this process, which is essentially a request for supplemental funds and requesting those funds from the undesignated and unreserved fund balance. And so we have started that process. Speaker Damon committed to support and be the sponsor for this legislation. We thank him for his leadership and for his assistance. We know that we're also joined with the Navajo Elections Administration's funding request. I wanted to just make mention that the judicial branch is also we're updated and we're fortunate that the BNF during the deliberations on the 2022 budget that some additional appropriations were made from the Personnel Lapse Fund that addressed the unmet needs for 5 business units under the judicial branch. And it's my duty to inform you that we are very appreciative of the action taken by members of the Budget and Finance Committee, but that action does have an impact on this ongoing pursuit of unmet needs for the judicial branch. And at this point in time, the dollar amount on the legislation, which Ms. Nakai read into the record once more, was the amount on the legislation is $1,244,915. 5 business units did receive appropriations through the comprehensive budget under Exhibit G. the personnel lapse funds were used. Some personnel lapse funds were used to address their needs. Those 5 business units, that appropriation action came to a total of $283,478. And so if you were to take that into account, the remaining unmet need for the judicial branch, you subtract that amount from what's on the legislation, it should reflect a remaining unmet need of $961,437. That just wanted to update all of the delegates. I know that there's a lot of opportunity to start looking at other things regarding the budgets, but this action, as it comes on the heels of the comprehensive budget, which was enacted with those appropriations in place, wanted to make sure that we were disclosing that fully, and it would be up to our sponsor and members of the Budget and Finance Committee to move forward in the most appropriate manner and continue to address the remaining needs of the judicial branch. As far as any other issues at this point in time, the unmet needs are still in place for the remaining business units in the judicial branch, and we look forward to continuing to support this legislation all the way up through the Navajo Nation Council at the correct amount. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Otto, members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay, now, Mr. City, for your presentation. Back to you, Speaker Damon. It seems the election administration is not on the line. Speaker Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yeah. Chairman Hinyo, thank you for allowing the judicial branch to present. Let me go ahead and I think Ms. Kelly is on the line. Ms. Kelly from the election office, are you on the line? If not, Mr. Chair, just to give an overview, the funding amount for the $600,000, as we know, is a recurring cost that we try to advocate for, and usually this goes through the process on a UUFB request every year or every other year, whether that be on the chapter years or the general election or the president and Navajo Nation Council delegate years. So in doing that, the funding amount that was being given as a request is an amount that's been given over historically to the Navajo Nation Council to fund for one election, and in this case, the 600,000 specifically for the primary election for FY 2022. The general election funds usually come out of the following year's budget, which would be in the FY 2023 budget. And that's something that's usually allocated going through the process and moving forward. There might be a little bit of funds that might be left over, but I don't believe that would be anywhere between something like 10 to 15,000. But in this case, the $600,000 amount is what is being requested in order to fund the Navajo Nation primary election for FY 2022. And if you can see that, there's budgetary line items specifically to pay for the staff, for polling agencies for training, and then also to purchase additional cards and utilize some services for the voting machines, and then also taking care of any other technicality information that needs to be done. So that's what is there in the $600,000 request specifically for the FY 2022 calendar year primary election, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker Damon. So does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, that does.
Sponsored Speaker Damon, this is Steve at City. I need to make a correction.
Mr. Chair, Damon? Mr. Chair, if you allow for the correction to happen for my agent.
Yes, Mr. City, give us the correct amount.
Okay. That correct amount of the remaining unmet need balance that the judicial branch still requires is $961,438. We understand that when all the dollars were laid out, there was a rounding up at the very end. So the actual amount that's showing is 961,438. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. City. With that, that concludes the presentation. So with this, we do have a motion and a second from the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any questions on this legislation?
Shenanda, Chairman Henyo.
Vice Chair Smith, Shenanda, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Chair Henyo, Budget and Finance Committee members, and those that are listening this afternoon. I have a question on the memo exhibit G. It's on page 112 in the PowerPoint, or the it talks about the supplemental funding request for election office. Number 2 states that this request is for $600,000, and it's business unit number 101021. And this request is a plan, prepare and oversee the 2021 chapter primary election, goal statement 1. And I'm hearing that this is supposed to be for the FY 2022 or the upcoming election for next year. Is this business unit in order? If this memo is stating that it's for the 2021 chapter primary election? And then the next question is, how does this affect? I know that there's a provision in there. If fundings are requested and they're recurring, isn't there a waiver, and it requires 2/3 vote or something like that? It's been a while since we've been actually funding for recurring, and usually we fund for non-recurring, and kind of enlighten that on behalf of the question that I have on that. The other one is on page 115. We have budget form 1 that's all handwritten. Is that permissible? It's we don't have a clean copy on the printed portion of it, and this has been submitted as of August 8th, signed by Honorable Speaker Damon, and it has it handwritten. I guess the whole budget form. This is for that business unit number 101021, Navajo Election Administration. The other question I have too is, according to the Title 12 NNC 820L Appropriation Acts on page 113, the question I have on that is number 3 from Dominic Vial. Could he expand upon number 3, the Appropriation Act of 12 NNC 820L states oversight, including BNF, should review and recommend actions on supplemental funding proposal. This is not being done because further, the FY21 BIM states the appropriate branch chief should provide recommendation on these funding proposal. A planned and orderly supplemental funding process should be used. That's my last question, Ashananda. Thank you. That's on the Navajo Election Administration Exhibit H from Dominic Bial, August 6, 2021. Thank you.
Vice Chair, for your question. So now Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions?
Manhenyo, this is Delegate Cardi with the question.
Yes, Shananda, you have the floor.
Yes, Chair. I'm looking at my email. I don't have any budget forms from Judicial to modify or amend their budget. I need to know where are we moving forward with these amendments. You have to have that action. Thank you, Shimon.
Shane, and last Shananda, for your question. Back to Shananda, Speaker Dan. Question and then a request for the judicial branch. You have the floor.
Thank you. Just to go back to item number where it starts off with the request from item number E moving forward onto item number F is the budget forms. And then item number T is where there's the memo that's coming from Mr. Robert Willie. In doing that, I can honestly state to answer Vice Chair Smith's question on the memo in under 2, where it says the request the plan to prepare to oversee the 2021 chapter primary elections. Clearly, I think that's a misprint from the controller's office, and I think that should say 2022, as we know that there is no primary election that's going to happen in the year 2021. Just to answer your question, Vice Chair Smith, I think that's a technicality. And then in the questions moving forward about these documents being handwritten, if you look those documents being handwritten, that's like you said on page 1, starting on 115. The reason why we added those in there was just to show that these documents had been submitted to the Office of Management and Budget, and those were the handwritten portions is what Office of Management and Budget has requested for us to change. So those are the corrections that OMB has put in. So if you look at the budget forms that start on page 107, those are all the corrected forms. And that's what we corrected in order for us to fall in line and to meet the requirements that OMB has stated to us to make those requirement changes. And then in actuality about the branch chiefs stating if this is something that needs to be appropriated or the Appropriations Act to come into compliance with 12 NNC, should review recommending actions for supplemental funding. That's it. Well, I guess that's the reason why we're bringing it here before you to have that approval. And then the second thing about the Navajo Nation overall documents being presented in a recurring matter. Yes, if you look on the original legislation or the original cover page of this legislation, you'll find that the legislation indicates that the Navajo Nation is going to address this. And then the last portion of it, it says it's waiving 12 NNC section 820E, F, and J. I don't have my book out in front of me, but I know either E, F, or J, one of them is waiving that requirement stating that these revenue sources are not are available to be funded to appropriate non-recurring costs specifically, but in this case, recurring costs. So that's waiving that section. I asked for Office of Legislative Counsel to further chime in on that so that they can explain that further. I hope I answered those questions. To answer your question about the additional funding amount for 900,000, Madam Chair Ambracati, I refer to judicial branch because as of today, I did not know they were asking for additional funding. That is something very new to me. I thought everybody was in agreement to the $1.2 million, and that's the very first time I have been notified that there's an additional amount of funding of $900,000+. Thank you, and I refer that to my agent.
Okay, so let Speaker Damon know it's not an additional funding request; it's a reduction.
Oh, we're doing reduction.
1.2. Yeah, 1.2 million to 961 because of the appropriations that were made to judicial branch courts in the amount of over 200,000. So, what Mr. City was saying that it will be subtracting from the 1.2 million, leaving a balance of $961,000 and some change there. And so the request was to judicial branch that in order to make that amendment, we'll need updated budget forms, Mr. City, to be forwarded to the Office of Legislative Counsel so amendment language could be put together. Speaker Dan.
Yeah, and in doing that, I guess if it's going to be reduced, we would be needing a lot of the budget forms because, as you can tell, there's almost close to 90 pages of documents specific, and I guess I'd refer to my agent for a response on which area of interest or if it's a lot of those forms are going to be changed. Because if it's that case, Madam Chair Ambracati, I respectfully ask that we can do that amendment and have that ready for Navigated Committee.
Speaker Damon. So you'll be working with the city then?
Yes.
Okay, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Also, thank you, Speaker Damon, for explaining that. Under Budget Form 2, FY 2021 is still indicating that it's for chapter primary. I don't know if I'd be in order to make a directive that all these things would be looked into before Navigatia and to make sure that the corrections are corrected. I know that you want to have an amendment done coming up with Honorable Crotty's request, but I think these should be in order so that we pass this accordingly for the FY 2022, not the FY 2021 chapter primary, which has been conducted and has been completed. Chairman Henio, need guidance on that, whether I should just do a directive or whether it should just be corrected administratively. Yeah, Shanda.
No, Vice Chair Smith, I believe that you would like to see all this be completed by Navigatia after we pass the legislation, either with green or red votes. Then all of us recognize you to issue a directive after we take action on this legislation.
Guess I'll just do a directive afterwards to make sure that the forms are corresponding with the FY 2022 and not having the chapter primary election in there as indicated. Thank you.
And if you would contact legislative council so they can write that out for you while the debate's still happening. I'll go Shane Biga. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is
Christina.
Lurleen with Office of Legislative Counsel.
Yes.
Just to comment, preparing the correct exhibits, getting all of the correct numbers in the budget forms and such, and amending the language as necessary. We can do all of that before or in time for the Nabakiati Committee when it hears this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Pahi. With that, back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Peggy?
Thank you, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I just had a question with what Vice Chair Smith was referring to. Is he referring to Exhibit F, where the revised Form 2 shows the 2021 primary? Is that what he's referring to?
Vice Chair Smith?
Back to you. Yes, I am referring to Exhibit F, I think. Basically, the Form 2 under Exhibit F, where it says plan, prepare, oversee the 2021 chapter primary election. Oh, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Peggy, does that help?
Yes, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair.
With this session of the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any further questions, comments on this legislation 190-21?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crosby with a question.
You have the floor for your question.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to, where could I find the memo from Office of Management and Budget regarding their review of the UUSD supplemental? I can't find that in my digital copy. If I could, if staff or someone has that copy open, can give me the page number so I could review. While I'm doing that, if Mr. Bial is on the line, while I review that copy, if he can provide insight to if this was properly the process through the BIM. I know every other supplemental request, there's a memo written that it should go through the 3 branch chiefs. I just want to make sure that this is the process and how UUSD requests are to be made. So I'm not exactly sure why this wasn't taken care of during the budget, because now we have this added process and we're needing to amend budget, and we had excess funding that we could have reallocated. Thank you, Chairman.
I guess you enough for your question. So with this, deferring to Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Dwayne Bial. Dominic Bial, sorry. Mr. Dominic Bial.
The chair.
Yes, Mr. Shorty.
Oh, this is
Chair.
Oh, there you go, Mr. Bial.
No, I'll wait after Mr. Bial.
Mr. Chair, committee members, Speaker Damon, and others on the line. First of all, this particular budget from the election office, you notice it's dated August 5th. So this particular budget for the election administration and then for the judicial budgets as well were all done during the time the fiscal year 22 budget process was underway. So
Therefore, when you look at our memos as an example, and I think OMB's or controllers is the same way, it doesn't refer to any legislation number, because at the time all we were provided was the budget forms themselves only, and we were asked to review and comment on those. So that's what we did. Thereafter, sometime later, the legislation was dropped, was drafted and dropped. And as has been pointed out by now by Chief of Staff or the court administrator, Mr. City, is during the FY22 budget process, in Exhibit G, some additional funding was provided to the courts, thereby leading to his comments and recommendations that the committee now understands that the budgets, therefore, in this particular proposal, 0190, needs to be amended to reflect the revised amounts, because the Exhibit G funding in the 22 budget resolution is now law. So I'm just explaining that our original memos were before there was even legislation. There were just being budgets proposed and prepared back in August. But subsequently in the 22 budget resolution, there was amendments made to cover some of the need. So, Mr. Chair, committee members, I concur with the recommendation that's taken shape and form, that the budget packets need to be revised before they move forward. Certainly to the before it goes to council. Mr. Chair, committee members, that's my addition to the discussion so far. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Dale, for your input. Speaker Damon, Sunanta. Speaker Damon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to answer, to additionally answer Madam Chair Amber Crowley's question about on the digital copy on page 104, there's Exhibit D. That Exhibit D is the memo from the Office of Management and Budget about the judicial branch's supplemental request. Move on down to Exhibit 8 on page 113. That's the Office of Management and Budget's memo stated under review for the Navajo Nation Election Administration Office. Now, referring back to the request from what Mr. Bial had indicated about updating the budget forms, we will definitely make sure that the budget forms are updated in order for us to go ahead and move forward, particularly the recommendation from Vice Chair Smith and reaching out to Office of the Controller too as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will be working with Judicial Branch on that.
Speaker Damon, for your response. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? I could call for the question.
Chairman Henyo, I'm sorry, this is Delegate Crowdy. I do have one last question.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. So I just want to comment and saying I can't vote for a budget or a legislation that the forms are not correct in terms of what's been presented before the committee. But in looking and reviewing the budget forms, those other funding was used to meet these unmet needs. I'll need to know from the judicial branch. So these business units that are part of your budget, do you still need that funding? I need to be very clear on this. So do you still need that funding, or was it negotiated to reduce the amount of the needs? I'm a bit concerned because the court, and in hearing from the Office of the Prosecutor at our Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee, they have like 27,000 backlog cases. So I'm trying to make sure that we understand the challenges of providing service to our people, and not just looking at what was the initial unmet need. We still have, domestic violence cases that are stacking up. There's a huge need for more servers to go out and find individuals who need protection orders. So I need to be clear from judicial, do you still have this unmet need, or are you requesting the committee to reduce your amount? Thank you, Chair.
I'll just take that last for your comments and question. Speaker David.
Thank you very much. We can refer that question to the judicial branch for them to comment on.
Mr. Stevenson.
Yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay. To answer Delegate Abercrombie's question, the need that the judicial branch has is still there. It was part of the discussions. Again, go all the way back to the branch chief's agreement. At that point, we had a projection of $1.8 million shortfall. After all of the rates were clarified and finalized, we redid our numbers. Our need dropped down to 1.2 million. And then during the course of the comprehensive budget deliberations, some of that unmet need was met by the budget and finances actions in applying personnel lapse funds to 5 business units amongst our unmet needs requests. And so now our unmet needs has dropped down to $961,438. But the need is still there for the remaining business units that weren't addressed by the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your response, Mr. City. I'll defer back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Cruddy. Can I ask, right when Mr. Edsity was saying what he needs for Budget and Finance, my phone went out. So does he need the 1.2 million, or he's asking for a reduction from the committee? Thank you.
Just sharing that with that. Mr. City, would you clarify your response again?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Crotty. The current unmet needs that is now in front of the judicial branch that hasn't been met is 961,438.
And so that's
yeah, that will address the 13 other business units that weren't addressed under the comprehensive budget. During the comprehensive budget, only 5 business units' unmet needs were addressed by the Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you for that again, Mr. City. Back to Budget and Finance Committee, Sunda, Delegate Amber Knazbakari. Is there a follow-up question? Sunda, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Call for the question on legislation 190-21. If there are no further questions. Can somebody please mute your phone?
Hello, yeah, this is Delegate Yellow here, Chairman.
Delegate Yellow here, do you have a question?
I have a question because about the budget.
Hold on, let me have somebody mute their phone. We can hear somebody working in the background, moving papers around and stuff like that. Can you mute your phone, please? Okay, go ahead, Delegate Yellow here. You have the floor.
Yeah, talking about the budgets, it's very important. There's 2 figures that came before us, 1,200,000 and 900,000. We have to be very careful to treat everybody the same. We have done and returned some budget back to the programs. This past FY22 comprehensive budget, $900,000. The budget has to be corrected before had to come back to Budget and Finance Committee. Treaties and equal treatment. Mr. Stephen at City. Shall they fix the budget first and bring it back again? That's my motion. Chairman, if I'm in the right order, thank you, Senator. Yeah. So, Stephen, thank you for bringing this legislation before us. Appreciate it. So, Stephen, that's enough. I go, yeah, once for all. Chairman, Senator.
Doug here. Did you make a motion? I can barely hear you.
Yes, I make motion to correct the budget and bring it back before Budget and Finance Committee. That's my motion.
So are you motioning to table the legislation then?
Yes. Chinatani, table it.
Motion to table legislation till the budget forms are corrected for, I believe, if I'm reading Delegate Yellow Hair, on the judicial branch for the correct amount and also for the election administration to clean up their budget forms. Delegate Yellow Hair.
The same, both. Thank you very much. This is what he called accountability. Go ahead.
Kushina, so the Budget and Finance Committee, there is a motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair to table this legislation. Is there a second? Is there a second to the tabling motion?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knazbakari Akari. So we do have a motion and a second to table legislation 190-21. With that, there is no debate on tabling motions. With that, Ramona Nelson, if you would lead us in a roll call vote for tabling motion.
Sure, Chairman Hing, your roll call vote on motioning table. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbakari, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bach Cardy votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Can't get enough for the roll call vote. With that, we do have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. This legislation is hereby tabled at the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you.
Chair Henio, question of privilege?
Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, my question of privilege that we tabled this. However, we're not the final committee. Are we just tabling it just for today, or are we going to table it for the duration until this is taken care of? I did vote green, but when we table, it still goes to the next level to Navigatia and then also to council. That's the way the laws are set up for each legislation. It's just, well, not cash. That's my question of privilege. Not that. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith. Has been tabled. If it doesn't go to Navigatia, then it will come up November 2nd at our next regular committee meeting. But it'll be up to the sponsor, Solicitor Speaker Damon, whether to keep it moving forward or to honor the tabling motion. I hope that clarifies your question of privilege, Vice Chair.
Questions of privilege. This is Delegate Yellowhead.
Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you again, Chair Henio. Just on the table, nasi kashli na bkiya tiye. Ako banda sit indigi e yahat o de nasi kashli da. That was my question. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Smith, as I was saying that it would be up to Speaker sponsoring.
If I may, Mr. Chair, this
no,
is
yes,
Lurleen.
Please let me finish. And so the way I take it is that it would be up to Speaker Damon if he wishes to move it forward to Navigatia, but then our committee report would reflect the tabling and also the reasons behind the tabling. So therefore, if it moves to Navigatia, then I believe the Navigatia committee will be aware of what discrepancies had arisen. And so they'll be taking notice of that. It's the way I'm taking it, Vice Chair Smith. But in the past, what I've heard too before from the Legislative Council that has advised us before, Mr. Pai, was that it's up to the delegate who's sponsoring the legislation to keep it moving forward. That's their prerogative, is what I've heard before, Vice Chair Smith. So with that, I did hear Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Thanks for the question of privilege. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, what's your question of privilege?
Okay, yes, Chairman, the Vice Chairman, Don Tayat, I just going to be respectful with the budget we can, so we won't be chaos before Navigatia. So that there's law there, yes. Do things right respectfully as Speaker, when hold on to it and let's take care of this budget as correction first become the fact to be in the committee. On the
what's your question?
Question of people live as is and respect the budget. Thank you. Take the budget first. Well, thank you.
Mr. Pai?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to note, pursuant to Title 2, 164A11, a resolution that is tabled by a committee without final approval authority shall move forward to the subsequent assigned committees or to the Navajo Nation Council. The subsequent committee here would be the Nabakia Committee. Thank you.
Mr. Mahi, thank you for your input. Okay, with this, let's move forward on the next legislation, which is legislation 167-21. Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles-Lin, are you on the call with us this afternoon? Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles-Lin. Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles-Lin, first call. Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles-Lin, second call. Third and final call, Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles-Lin. Unless there's no sponsor for legislation 167-21 and there is no co-sponsor. So with that, let's move forward to legislation 111-21. Vice Chair Smith, if you would I'd be handing the gavel over to you.
Chair Henio, thank you for chairing the meeting thus far. I will honorably take the gavel. We are now on agenda C, letter C. Could we have legislation number 011-21 read into the record?
Yes, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution, and it's assigned to Resources and Development Committee, thence Law and Order Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Nabakia Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council. And it's 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year, 2021, introduced by Jamie Hinyo, co-sponsored by Jimmy Yellowhair. Tracking number 0111-21, an act relating to the Resources and Development, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Nabakia Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation sales tax at 24 NNC section 601 through 624. And on page 4 of 17, that's where the amendment language starts. And the legislative council memo is attached. The Internet Public Review has no comments. Resources and Development Committee has do pass with no amendments. And then there's comments from Heather Fleming, Change Labs. That's from the second report of the Internet Public Review. The third report shows opposing comments from Jefferson Brigade and the Chamber of Commerce. And then the fourth report has Lawrence R. Platero Nappy Board of Directors made comments, written comments. Thereafter, you have the fifth report where Carlos Deal made comments. You also have a resolution from Vicente chapter that's opposing the amendments, and then another written comment from Lawrence R. Platero, Nappy Board Chair. That's also attached. The Law and Order Committee has a do not pass and a vote tally sheet that's attached. Vice Chair Smith, members of the committee, that's the reading.
Thank you, Shada, for reading in legislation 011-21. We have our sponsor here and a co-sponsor by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Motion. Motion going once.
Motion, Elmer Begay.
Motion by Honorable Elmer Begay. Second. Call for second on this legislation. Second call. Legislation number 011-21 has been read into the record. Second, last call for second. There is no second for the record. We will not entertain 011-21 with no second. Moving on to the next legislation number, 0112-21. Under item D, Shada, could you please read that into record? We have our sponsor and co-sponsor.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Law and Order Committee, Fence, Budget and Finance Committee, Fence, Nabigia Ticket Committee, Fence, Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021, introduced by Jamie Henio, co-sponsored by Jimmy Yellowhair. Council delegates, tracking number 0112-21, an act relating to the Law and Order Committee, Budget and Finance, and the Nabigia Ticket Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council approving the amendments to the Uniform Tax Administration statute codified at 25 or 24 NNC section and 101 at SEEK of the Navajo Nation Code. And so the amendments are attached as Exhibit A. And then thereafter you have Exhibit B, which is the 164 documents, and then the Office of the Tax Commission has a memo, Exhibit C. The Internet Public Review, the first report had no comments. The second report has opposing comments from the Diné Chamber of Commerce, Jefferson Begay. Those are written comments. Then the Law and Order Committee has a do not pass. Vice Chair and members of the committee, that's reading.
Thank you, Shada, for reading in legislation number 0112-21. Motion.
Delegate Yellowhair, motion.
Motion by Honorable Yellowhair. Second. Second going once. Second going twice for legislation number 0121-21. Second, Elmer Begay. We have a motion and second for legislation number 0121-21. Sponsor, Chair Henio, you have the floor. Chair Henio, are you still with us? If not, we have a co-sponsor, Shache.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear. Present the legislation.
I just have muted now, so I was done with my presentation here. Here now, Vice Chair Smith, for facilitating the Budget and Finance Committee meeting and the adoption of Budget and Finance Committee the legislation 112-21 in Campus House. And this legislation, what it is amendments to the Uniform Tax Code within the Navajo Nation. And they
from the Navajo Nation Tax Commission. They met and proposed the amendments to Title 24. And so with that, they've requested that I sponsor the legislation on their behalf. And this was when Mr. Marty Ashley was the executive director of the Navajo Nation Tax Office. And so even that started working with him. And before this legislation could actually go through the full cycle of all the committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Ashley retired. And so therefore, he's on the line right now. And if there are no objections from the committee, I would like to utilize him as my agent to explain and clarify some of the questions that come up regarding this legislation. In the meantime, there's Ms. Loretta So, who is, I believe, the interim director for the Office of the Tax Commission. And then also, Mr. Mel Rodas, are you back on the line with us?
Hello, hello, Chair Henio. This is Ruben with the Tax and Finance Unit, Department of Justice.
Okay, but Mr. Rodas is also?
Yes, Mr. Rodas is off.
Okay, because I was going to ask him to be my agent also too on this legislation, but I'll have you help me with any questions that come up. So with this, Ms. Loretta, so are you on the line also? Ms. Loretta, so?
Good afternoon. This is Larietta So with the Tax Commission.
Okay, Larietta, so I'm sorry. Okay, thank you for being on the line. So with this, I'll defer to my agent for an explanation as they had closely worked on these amendments to the Navajo Nation Uniform Tax Statutes. And so with that, Ms. So, and then also Mr. Ashley, Marty Ashley, are you on the line?
Yes, Mr. Henio, Chairman Henio, Marty Ashley is on the line.
Dr. Shin, thank you. So, the Budget and Finance Committee, if there's no objections, also would like to have Mr. Marty Ashley be my agent here, but I'll defer to Ms. So for at the time being, and then if she feels that she needs to defer to Mr. Ashley, then I'll let her make that decision. So, Ms. So.
Okay, so good afternoon, committee members, Budget and Finance Committee, and those that are on the line. My name is Larietta So, and I am the interim director for Office of the Navajo Tax Commission. Twitich Eatni Shlon Tutne Sahni Bashichin, Maedesh Gijni Dashache, Hickory Apache Dashanella. Okay, so with that, the changes that are being recommended to the Uniform Tax Administration statute is allowing the Office of Navajo Tax Commission to retain 5% of any of the revenues that are collected from interest and penalties and any settlements. So right now, our office doesn't retain any of those amounts from any of the assessments that we assess for. And right now, we collect $50 for administrative fees on any conferences that we have. And also, we are requesting to change the definition of person. So there are many enterprises that are taking advantage of a loophole that is currently in place right now. So if we change that definition of person, we would be able to allow Navajo Nation enterprises and other entities to start registering with our office and to start filing and paying taxes as well. And another change also is to designate a different day for the due date for the designation of individual, which is the Form 100. Usually these are due on January 15th, but with the pandemic in place last year, we had to make some changes to the language in that as well. And we're also recommending to change the statute of limitations or the record keeping from 6 to 7 years. And another change would be in the penalties for failure to file. Usually we require a $50 minimum penalty amount. We want to increase that to $200. And the purpose of changing a penalty is to allow taxpayers to just be just a one-time thing. Usually when you assess a $200 penalty, then you tell yourself, okay, I'm not going to file any of the forms late, so I better get these forms on time so I don't get assessed a huge amount of the penalty. So that's the reason for the increase from $50 to $200. And that also goes for all of the forms that are required here of our office under all of the taxes that we administer. And another change is penalties related to the evasion of taxes. So there's some recommended change in there for also understatement of tax. And with that, we want to assess a penalty of $250 plus 25% of the underpayment of tax. So if any of the understatement of tax exceeds the greater of $5,000 or 10% of the tax required is to be shown on the return. And another one is understatement of tax due to negligent or disregard. So it also defines the meaning of negligence, and the amount would be assessed a penalty of $500 plus 50% of the underpayment of tax. And another area would be the understatement due to fraud or intent to evade tax. The penalty would be $2,000 plus 75% of the underpayment. And it also describes what may be considered fraudulent intent based on material facts or documents or records that may be presented by the businesses. And another penalty would be any person who willfully assists a taxpayer in the fraudulent understatement of tax, with an amount of $2,000 for the penalty and 75% of the underpayment of tax. Another area that is recommended for change is the charges for administrative costs, which may be including postage, photocopying, travel expenses so that we can examine the records, and any other extraordinary examination and collection efforts based on the taxpayer's failure to cooperate with our office. Our office shall also charge an administrative fee, which is being held by taxpayer conference, and right now there's no rate, but we're recommending that it shall be $50. And also these rates may be determined by the commission in the regulation. And we also are recommending to charge an administrative fee to issue refunds at rates to be determined by the commission in the regulations. Until another rate is established in the regulations, the rate shall be 5% of the refunded amount, but a minimum of $200. And another section that is recommended for change is 116, the right to engage in productive activity within the Navajo Nation. So the suspension of rights to engage in productive activity based on failure to comply with the code and regulations. So if a taxpayer fails to comply with a requirement to either designate an individual to file a return, to provide information or documents, or to allow access to equipment within its possession or control, to furnish a serenity bond or other security, to comply with a subpoena or lawful order or request of the Office of Navajo Tax Commission, or when to pay taxes when due. So there are some deadlines in here. Upon receiving of a non-compliance from our office, there's 30 calendar days to come into compliance, and to another 30 days if an assessment is issued, then the taxpayer has 30 days to respond to these final orders. So there's also no consent to the issuance or assignment or transfer of any lease, license, loan, contract, or other rights to engage in productive activity within the Navajo Nation shall be granted to a person by the Navajo Nation unless the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission first certifies that the person has registered with the ONTC, has filed required tax returns, and has paid all applicable taxes, or that payment has been adequately secured if such requirements are applicable. And then another change would be under Section 117, interference with administration. This alludes more toward fraud and tax evasion and other criminal acts by the taxpayer, which will be provided to Office of the Prosecutor, and it's also recommended to DOJ and other appropriate authorities for appropriate action. And another recommended change would be in Section 126, Transfer of Business, Part C. If a buyer fails to make a request or failing to withhold taxes from the purchase price, they shall be personally liable up to the value of all the property acquired, regardless of any agreement between the buyer and seller. The buyer and seller shall be jointly and severally liable to the nation for Navajo Nation taxes owed up to the date of sale of the business. Another recommended change is under Section 127, Mutual Assistance Agreements. It is recommended that the agreements that are negotiated will come into force only upon ratification by the Navajo Tax Commission and the Nabak-Eyatet Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, and signature by Navajo Nation President. No other committee approval is required. Now the next section, there are many recommended changes. 129, the statute of limitations. So basically, they want to change for the statute of limitations to be 6 years for all of the taxes, based on the latter of the date the return is filed or that the payment is made. So this running of the period of limitations on assessments, they may be suspended while an examination is pending. The running of the period of limitations on assessment may be suspended for any period during which the taxpayer failed to comply with the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission's request for information and documents. And it also recommends changes in Section D, exceptions to the statute of limitations, which indicates that the running of the period of limitations on collection may be suspended while an examination is pending. Also, the running of the period of limitations on collection may be suspended for any period during which the taxpayer failed to comply with the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission's requests for information and documents. Another recommended change is for Section 130, procedures for refunds. Letters, it's recommended to have letter A, and then there's added B, C, D, E, F, and G, where the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission may conduct an examination prior to issuance of a refund for an alleged overpayment in excess of $100,000. No refund shall be issued if a taxpayer owes unpaid taxes Instead, the determined overpayment shall be applied to offset in whole or in part the unpaid taxes. If no taxes are owed, taxpayers shall have the option to apply the determined overpayment as a credit toward future taxes. D, taxpayers shall not be entitled to a refund of an overpayment resulting from an overcollection of taxes from the taxpayer's customers. E, taxpayers shall not be entitled to a refund of an overpayment resulting from failure to take a tax credit to which they were entitled to under the code for taxes that should have been paid to the Navajo Nation chapter or township unless the taxpayer proves it paid such taxes to the chapter or township. F, taxpayers shall not have the right to receive interest on overpayments. And G, the procedure for a refund shall be established in regulation. Another recommended change is in 135, closing agreements. To add to letter A is if in good faith the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission at any time is in doubt of the taxpayer's liability or to resolve a tax dispute, it may enter into a written closing agreement with the taxpayer that adequately protects the interests of the Navajo Nation, provided that such agreement shall be subject to approval by the Attorney General of the Navajo Nation. Another recommended change is in Section 134, confidentiality rules. B, number 3, to an employee of the government of the Navajo Nation, including Navajo Nation chapters and townships, for use in connection with the governmental function of said employee, provided that it shall be unlawful for the Navajo Nation employee to reveal said information except as permitted in this section. Another recommended change is in Section 138, receipts, disbursements. Letter B, the Navajo Tax Commission shall establish the percentage of tax revenue received by the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission to be deposited into this fund until the Commission establishes a different rate. 2% of all Navajo Nation tax revenue shall be deposited into the Tax Administration Suspense Fund. Another change under that section on D is at the discretion of the Navajo Tax Commission, the balance remaining in the fund after the payment of refunds under subsection C of this section and retention of sufficient funds to any anticipated refunds for the next 12 months shall be transferred to the general fund or to such other funds or the credit of such accounts as may be provided by Navajo Nation law. And another section is 140, effective date. This chapter shall take effect upon approval by the Navajo Nation Council and in accordance with 2 Navajo Nation Council Section 221B and 2 Navajo Nation Council Section 1005. And that is all of the recommended changes, and thank you for your time.
Again, Mr. Monso, for an overview of all the minutes that were proposed by the Tax Commission. And therefore, we do have Mr. Marty Ashley on the line in case there are questions that need clarification. But so, thank you. And with that, Vice Chair Smith, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, good. I received 2 inquiries that the Zoom had gone down or something, or they were kicked off and they can't get back on. Notably, one is Council Delegate Pernell Halota. He is asking if we're still in the meeting because he can't hear anything. Just ask us if we're still going live here. But with that, Vice Chair Smith, we'll yield the floor back to you, to the committee, for any questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Henyo, and also co-sponsor of this legislation, Jimmy Yellowhair, on legislation number 0112-21. Committee members of the Budget and Finance, any questions?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Honorable Crotty, I'll let you have the floor. You may proceed.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Henyo, for sponsoring this legislation. I'd just like to ask your agent what type of public information was provided, or how did the commission come to the conclusion that these would be their recommendations, and how did they work with Navajo small businesses who at this time feel like this will disproportionately impact them at a fiscal level when they're trying to recover from COVID? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Honorable Crotty. Budget and Finance Committee members, any other questions for Tax Commission? Could someone mute their phone? Can you really hear them typing 100 miles an hour? Committee members, any other questions? Not hearing any, so I'll turn back the floor over to you, Chair Henyo, and your agents. You have the floor.
Appreciate your listening, Vice Chair Smith. The Budget and Finance Committee for your questions. Ms. Larita, so. Ms. So, are you still on the call?
*6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, thank you for that question, Delegate Crotty. With your permission, may I have Mr. Martin Ashley answer that question? Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Ashley?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yat ishnant I. Yat ish hasi tasnalsagi. The question that was asked by Delegate Crotty was regarding, the public information. We basically had a work session. The Navajo Tax Commission and the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission had a work session where they went through and taking a look at this is the Uniform Tax Administration Statutes. UTAS is the acronym. And that covers all the taxes, not just one particular tax. It helps the office administer all the taxes. So the main part that impacts other businesses is the main one is the fee that's increased from $50 to $200. So a lot of these taxes were out there. That fee has been out there since we started implementing taxes over 30 years ago. So, and like Ms. Larietta so had indicated, we're trying to have the taxpayers be responsible. If there's a higher fee, they're gonna make sure that they make timely filings on their taxes. That's required of our office. That's the only portion of this whole legislation that impacts the businesses individually. But we didn't have public hearings or anything like that. So we basically had a work session with the Navajo tax commissioners and to make those recommended changes. That would be my response, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Yeah, now for that response, Vice Chair Smith, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Chair Henyo, and also your agent, Mr. Marty Ashley. There you get. Back to committee members. Any follow-up questions or questions to this legislation? I'm not hearing any. So, Ramona, Chanela, could you do round the corn?
Vice Chair Savona?
Vice
Did I
Chairman
hear
Dula.
Halona? Did I hear Halona? Chanela, go ahead and do the roll call on the vote.
Sure, Vice Chairman, roll call vote for the legislation. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
So this is on the amendment, correct?
No, this is on the main motion, Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Okay, I vote red.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Chairman Jamie Henyo, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Chairman Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman?
I'll go to Chanela. Thank you.
This is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bakati. I apologize, Pro Tem, I was on mute. This is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Agoshi, Honorable Crotty, we'll go ahead and recognize your vote. Could you change the vote on that, Chanela?
Sure, Vice Chairman. We have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members opposing, Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
No, thank you, Chanela. Correct vote is now 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Motion carries. On legislation 012, correction 0112-21. It moves to the next level, which would be Nabikia Committee, and then final authority is Navajo Nation Council. At this point in time.
Question of privilege.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Shache, question of privilege. What's your question of privilege?
Share true. There was a legislation that number was 0111-21 that was on the agenda. Just by that time that I drove into a no signal area. That thing went on, and I'd like to request to recall that legislation. While we have to take care of these legislations, they're all important. If I'm in the right order, Chairman, Vice Chairman, I'd like to recall this legislation number 0111-21.
Shache, Honorable Yellowhair, what's your question of privilege?
I'd like to recall, to get back on the agenda with this legislation. So I went on no signal area. My understanding, I don't think this was never heard legislation because nobody motioned it. I'd like to motion it to put us back on the table.
Thank you for the question of privilege. It was entertained at the time of 3:25 p.m. There was a motion, and it was called for a second. There was no second. So with that, Shache, when there is no second, it moves on to the next level automatically, which will be Nabikia Committee, according to rules of the Navajo Nation Council, Legislative Council, explain that a little more.
I know. Yeah, it's true. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'll be awkward. Out with Italy. Leave on to navigate.
Back to the agenda. Item E, I will go ahead and turn the floor back over to Chair Henyo. Chair Henyo, you have the gavel now.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for taking care of business. On behalf of, I'd like to carry the legislation of 127-21. I did get a response from Delegate Pernell Halona. He's back on the line. So with that, Peggy, if you would read the legislation to the record for us. No, Peggy, so you would read legislation 127-21.
Thank you, Chair Henio. I'm looking for that particular document. I don't know what I did with it here. It's this is a legislation that is a change to cap 3518. Okay, so I'm looking up the legislation. I'm sorry for the delay. I thought I had it all organized. Okay, this is a legislation where Budget and Finance Committee has final authority. It was assigned to Resources and Development Committee, and then since Budget and Finance Committee is proposed, it says proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Pernell Halona, prime sponsor, tracking number 0127-21, an action relating to Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committees. Approving and change in resolution number cap 3518 for Twin Lakes chapter by deleting 3 projects in the year 1 funding period and adding new heavy equipment purchases in the year 3 funding period. Be it enacted. Section 1 authority. A, the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council is empowered to exercise oversight authority regarding matters involving chapter activities. 2 and C, section 500C. B, the Budget and Finance Committee is empowered to review and recommend to the Budget and Finance or the Navajo Nation Council the budgeting, appropriation, and the investment and management of all funds, and to coordinate and review all fiscal, financial, and investment activities of the Navajo Nation. 2 and C, section 301B2 and 5. Section 2 findings. A, the Navajo Nation Council approved resolution cap 3518 entitled Adopting the Citizen Fund Power Line and Chapter Projects Expenditure Plan pursuant to CD 6814 as amended by CJA 0318 and 12 NNC section 2501 through 2508 as amended. Leaving 12 NNC section 810F, 820I, and M and 860C relating to the capital improvement budget and the capital improvement process. Cap 3518 is incorporated herein by reference. B, Cap 3518 section 4 provides a chapter project, power line or water line project may be changed, including the year funded or added to exhibits A through I, with the concurrence of the delegate representing the chapter's council district and the approvals of the Resources and Development Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, as long as such project has been certified. As construction ready by CPMD or NTUA, and the total citizen funding for districts does not exceed $4,160,000 $6,666.67. C, certain purchases of heavy equipment for the Twin Lakes chapter was approved in Exhibit D of CAP 3518. The CAP 3518 Exhibit D showing Twin Lakes chapter project numbers 22, 23, and 24 is attached here to as Exhibit 1. The expenditure for these purchases was approved for year one funding in the following amounts. Number 22, Caterpillar 420 F2 4WD backhoe loader, $143,000. Number 23, Massey Ferguson 2706E, $55,000. Number 24, Caterpillar 140 M3 AWD motor grader, $238,091.16. D, for all three of these approved purchases, the Twin Lakes chapter experienced a cost savings in the following amount. See Exhibit 2. From purchase number 22, Caterpillar 420 F2 4WD backhoe loader, $50,035.12 saved. From purchase number 23, Massey Ferguson 2706E, $17,371.16 saved. From purchase number 24, Caterpillar 140 M3 AWD motor grader, $48,354.85 saved. E, because of these savings, the Twin Lakes chapter now desires to spend the savings on other heavy equipment needed by the chapter in the year 3 funding period described in Exhibit 3 as follows. From purchase number 22, savings of $50,035.12, change to new purchase of CV 515 truck, 4x4 with flatbed, cab guard, move to year 3 with purchase amount of $50,035.12. From purchase number 23, savings of $17,371.16, change to new purchase of CV 515 truck, 4x4 with flatbed, cab guard, move to year 3 with purchase amount of $17,371.16. From purchase number 24, savings of $48,354.85, change to new purchase of CV 515 truck, 4x4 with flatbed, cab guard, move to year 3 with purchase amount of $48,354.85. F, regarding this request, the Division of Community Development has submitted on behalf of the chapter CAP 3518 Capital Projects Management Department Citizen Project Amendment Certification Form attached as Exhibit 3. The CPMD Amendment Certification Form shows the signature of the delegate for Twin Lakes chapter as required by CAP 3518 Section 4C. G, the CAP 3518 Citizen Project Amendment Certification Form Exhibit 3 shows the requested changes to be made to Exhibit D project numbers 22, 23, and 24, deleting the original heavy equipment purchases in the year 1 funding period and adding the 3 new purchases to the year 3 funding period as explained in paragraph E above. H, as required by CAP 3518 Section 4C, the new projects to be added have been certified by the Capital Projects Management Department as construction ready, and the total citizen funding for the Twin Lakes Council District will not exceed $4,166,666.67. In fact, the original citizen funding amounts for project numbers 22, 23, and 24 as approved in CAP 3518 will remain unchanged. I, the citizen fund shall be reimbursed in the amount of the allocation authorized in this legislation from prospective funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all appropriate state and federal sources, including congressional appropriations under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 or other COVID-19 related relief. Section 3, approvals. The Navajo Nation Council hereby approves changes to resolution number CAP 3518 Exhibit D Projects numbers 22, 23, and 24 for the Twin Lakes chapter by deleting the heavy equipment purchases listed in the year one funding period and adding the following purchases for the year three funding period. For number 22, $50,035.12 for the purchase of a CV 515 truck 4x4 with flatbed cab guard. For number 23, $17,371.16 for the purchase of a CV 515 truck 4x4 with flatbed cab guard. For number 24, $48,354.85 for the purchase of a CV 515 truck 4x4 flatbed cab guard. Section 4 effective date. The action herein shall become effective pursuant to 12 NC Section 2505. Section 5 savings clause. If any provision of this legislation is determined invalid by the Supreme Court of the Navajo Nation or by a Navajo Nation District Court without appeal to the Navajo Nation Supreme Court, the provisions not determined invalid shall remain the Navajo Nation law. So the exhibits that are referenced in the legislation are attached with the Internet Public Review documents, and I believe there was a due pass with from the Resources and Development Committee Chair Video.
Here along for that reading of legislation 127-21. With that, committee members, is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Crowdy.
Okay, motion by Samantha Delegate Amber Cody. Is there a second?
Yellow hair, correct, Chairman.
Second by Delegate Jimmy Yellow hair. So we do have a motion and second in place. So that Samantha Delegate Pernell Alona. Delegate Pernell Alona.
Chair Henry, can you read me? Chair Henry?
We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you, Delegate Alona Samantha. And you have introduced legislation to the committee.
Yes, I hope you still can hear me. I don't know why the phone keeps going to mute automatically on me. The legislation is just we missed the first vote. We had backhoe that was ordered, and I'm not exactly sure why we missed that first vote, but when we had the equipment that was purchased, they left the truck out. And when I found that out, we needed to go ahead and get a truck so we can transport our backhoe up and down the highway instead of using the backhoe for transportation, and that wears out the equipment a lot faster. So then we got with the chapter to make arrangements to go ahead and introduce this legislation to try to go ahead and use the CSM funding to purchase a truck so we can use it to haul our backhoe around up and down the highway there, instead of wearing it out, running up and down the road. That's pretty much it as far as the legislation is concerned. It's just to get the approval to move forward with the vehicle purchase. Chairman Henio, that concludes my report right now.
This Budget and Finance Committee members, any questions, comments? Not hearing any questions or comments thus far. So, if there are no further questions or comments,
Chair Henio, I got a question.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you. I was muted, so I was trying to speak. Thank you for giving me the floor real quick. My question is probably clear and simple, but I just can't see it. Maybe it's because it's kind of late this afternoon. Thank you for sponsoring this, Honorable Helona. The initial was to purchase Caterpillar, and then a Massey Ferguson, and then another Caterpillar. Maybe I'm not quite catching this, but maybe help me out so we can expedite this real quick, since we're the final authority. Under the first year, were these purchased, the backhoe and the tractor and the Caterpillar? And the question that I have is, if it was purchased, what I'm looking at is Exhibit 2. There was some savings from that. Is that what I'm seeing? Like $50,000 for the backhoe, and then $17,000 for the Massey Ferguson, and then the Caterpillar, $48,000. So now Exhibit 3, you're wanting to change that to year 3 and put those savings into purchasing 3 trucks. Is that how I understand this? Thank you, Chair Henio.
Chair Henio, can I respond?
Okay, again, Vice Chair Smith. So that Delegate Helena, response.
Yes, thank you, Delegate Smith. I wished I had my agent, my attorney on the line, but I found out she was off today, and I was trying to find out if there was somebody else that was going to get on to explain that to me. But all these savings, I'm not exactly sure how they worded it, but it's only to purchase 1 truck, not 3. 1 truck just to utilize to haul basically our backhoe around and any other services around the chapter house that we need to take care of business with. That's what we're looking at right now, Delegate Smith. Chair Henio?
You can off that response. So Delegate Helena, back to committee, Vice Chair Smith. Follow-up question, if any?
Thank you, Chair Henio. The way this looks like, the Citizen Project Amendment, CAP 3518, it's a total of $115,761.13. It appears to be that you're wanting to purchase 3 trucks. Is that how I read this? And it was signed by yourself and Honorable Pernell Helona signed it on July 16th, and it was signed by the project manager Elmer Johnson that same day, and James Atakai. Do we have James Atakai on board to explain what's going on? Is this $115,000 for 1 truck, or what is actually taking place on this, Shenandoah? Thank you.
Chair Henio, may I respond?
Yes. Okay, Vice Chair Smith, for your question. Are there any other questions from the committee before I defer back to the sponsor?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Okay, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this committee has supported historically all of these changes as long as it meets the requirement like of a chapter resolution. Chair, we had directed community development to create this administrative process. My concern is then delegates still have to legislate this. I saw the email on the capacity of our legislative council and how many outstanding requests are being made. And I'm concerned in terms of with these modifications, what's the status of the administrative changes that could be made at that level. Thank you, Chair. If there's anyone on the line who could provide that update. And it is a question that I ask every time we have a legislation here to modify this council resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. This Dr. Yellowman was on earlier. Dr. Yellowman, are you still on the call? Dr. Yellowman or a representative from Community Development? Dr. Yellowman or James Attai?
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. If you would help us out with providing the response on behalf of the questions that are being posed here.
Okay, thank you. I did hear part of the conversation and legislation sponsored by Delegate Halona, and the clarifying question asked from Delegate Raymond Smith. I did reach out to CPMD staff here in the building to assist, and if we could have a few minutes to gather that information on the exhibits and what the chapter is wishing to move forward on. So Chair, if I could get a few minutes, I'll have our staff look that up.
Okay, Chair, not for me to call about the unit. And the other part was Delegate Edward Knowles-Lacati regarding the meeting that we had on CCP 3518. And as far as legislation having to be developed and sponsored by council delegates, whereby we were, I believe, her inquiry was that wasn't this push to have it done administratively? Did you have a response to that, Dr. Yellowman? Dr. Yellowman, are you still there? Dr. Yellowman, are you still on the call?
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Peggy.
I heard Dr. Yellowman ask for a couple of minutes to converse with her CPMD staff so that they can provide you the information you're asking for.
I did hear her too. I believe she was getting the staff to look into stuff while she was still on the call. That was to address Vice Chair Smith's question. But the other part, maybe do you have a response, Peggy? Remember when we met with community development regarding these CAP 3518, that's legislation that come before us?
Chair Henio, with the legislation that was passed by the council, it directed CPMD and the community development to develop regulations on how they would, or a policy on how they would go ahead and deal with these changes for CAP 3518 from the $100 million that was appropriated to chapters for various projects that were shovel ready. And thus far, I haven't seen any legislation that's been dropped for the Budget and Finance Committee and Resources and Development Committee to consider. I believe RDC and BNF are final authority on those policies that are to be developed. And I haven't seen anything thus far. But if you look at Exhibit 3, it looks like there was a savings of a total of $115,761.13. And I believe that was to buy the, is it a semi truck or something that will haul the backhoe around? Chair Henio.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Well, Dr. Element is getting assembling and getting ready. Going to Sinata Delegate Halona, as far as that vehicle in question, and maybe you do have a response also. I didn't hear from you. So, Sinata Delegate Halona, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. As for the $115,000, we're only the bid that we have set up right now is for a 1-ton 4x4 truck that has the capability to haul a backhoe trailer, and the balance of the funds would go back to the road repair and road maintenance in the community at Twin Lakes. But we're only trying to purchase one truck just to use basically to haul the backhoe around and do other services around the community that need to be done. But the balance, I said, will be going back to the road maintenance and originally where it was going to be spent at. Chairman Henio?
Appreciate you for that clarification. Delegate Alona. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Vice Chair Smith, does the response help you out? Well, thank you, Chair Henio, and also Delegate Halona for clarifying that. I understand that this $115,761.13 is savings from the 3 purchases, and that's which Dr. Yellowman and her staff are trying to decipher. The question is what Delegate Halona said, the savings will go back to road. So actually, how much are we talking about for this purchase here for the so-called truck new project? Because it's confusing on this citizen project amendment certification. You have a D22, which balance amount to be transferred to a new project, and then the new project description is that pickup or the truck. It's a CV 515. And then D23 was the massive balance amount to be transferred new project. The new project is the CV 515 truck. And then D24 was the Caterpillar. The balance to be transferred to new project, which is the CV truck 4x4 flatbed. So the total amount is $115,761.13 for one truck. That's the way this amendment has been done according to the vehicle and equipment that was dated back in November or July 16th, 2021 on Exhibit 3. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your question. Any other questions? Further questions from the committee, Budget and Finance Committee?
Mr. Chair, this is Lurleen with OLC, if I may be recognized.
Chair, Ms. Tapai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the need for an amendment here, and I'm working on it. If I can just have a couple of minutes, I can get that to you. I'm just about done with the amendment that I think will fix the issue. It's going to clarify that this is 3 different savings in year 1 for 3 different pieces of equipment that were going to be purchased. However, those 3 will not be purchased, and instead that money will be used to purchase one truck. So I'm making those amendments right now. If the committee wishes to entertain that amendment, I can email that out and give me about 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for that input, Ms. Tapai. Back to Senate Delegate Pernell Holona.
Yes, Chair. And your question is?
This is a follow-up from Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, I would like to make those amendments if it's needed, Chair Henio.
Your response to Vice Chair Smith, you had a follow-up question.
Well, on his Chair, the follow-up question was asked twice, and I repeated the answer twice. And now from OLC, the way I understand it is that they want to change some of the wording to make an amendment to correct the legislation. And like I said, my attorney that drafted this legislation for me wasn't here today, so I did have those questions for her, but maybe that's where Ms. Lapahi is getting her information from right now.
Okay, Senate Delegate Holona. Yes, it would have been good to have your agents that are requesting for this legislation to be on the call to help you out. Unfortunately, they're not. But it's up to the committee right now. It's the committee's hands for how they handle this legislation. So back to Senate Budget and Finance Committee. In the absence of the agents from Twin Lakes chapter, how does the committee wish to proceed on this legislation?
Delegate Henio? Chairman Henio?
Budget and Finance Committee. The floor is open.
Chair Henio,
Chairman Henio?
Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. This legislation, there is a concern on this. Where is the? Does it require a quotation on a vehicle, or does that not require that? Because this is just a truck that's at a cost of $115,761. That's my question. I don't know who can answer that. Maybe CPMD. And if that's true, then they don't have a quotation in here regarding the amount of the cost of the vehicle, because I heard Legislative Council saying that they want to do an amendment, which I agree with the amendment, which will clarify that this amount is to purchase one vehicle, and to purchase one vehicle, the amount is going to be either less or I think maybe less or maybe equivalent to $115,000. Shenandoah. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith. Delegate Pernell Holona.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Smith, I think I explained it already that I assumed there was a quote already in the package. And because of the pandemic, we were only able to reach one quote, and that was at $85,000 for the truck, the cost of the truck. And it's a heavy-duty one-ton truck that will be enough to haul that backhoe around with about. But so then the balance of that money will be continue on to go into the road maintenance and repairs on the around the community of Twin Lakes. And I'm pretty sure I do have my agent on the line, Norman John from Twin Lakes chapter. I just haven't recognized him yet. Mr. John, are you on?
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee. This is Norman John from the President.
Hello.
Chairman Henio?
Additional, President Norman John. We're on legislation 127-21, legislation for Twin Lakes. And the question is imposed by the committee is quotations for the vehicles. And is there any updated quotations that would support this legislation?
Good afternoon again, Budget and Finance Committee. Mr. Alona, thank you for the legislation on behalf of this. Based on the information that we got, the quotation was 85,000 for a diesel 1 ton 650 Dodge flatbed, and everything was accompanied with the quotation with the prices of the release from the community development from Mr. Edikai and Mr. Elmer Guy. I think it's all administratively, so the quotation should have been attached to that, because we only dealt with one dealer, because they don't make no more vehicles that size no more, so we only got one quote. So that was attached to the legislation, and same question arose at the Resource Development Committee. So, but we clarified that it was all administratively, and the question to that was attached by Ms. Mariana Khan, that she explained, and then we went forward. I think that's how it happened, sir. Any more questions?
Okay, thank you for that, for your response. Delegate Helena.
Yeah, so that did come up in the RDC as quotations come up. But like I said, that was because of the pandemic was the reason why we were only able to get one quote. Chairman?
Okay. Dr. Yogan, are you back online?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. We do have CPMD staff looking at the information, and if Mr. Adikai and CPM staff, Ms. Regina Alsosi, who also helps administer Citizen, if they are available to respond, I will call on them. Mr. Adikai, or Chair, if that's okay, to call on CPMD.
Yeah, this is
Dr. Yoder, Mr. Adikai. The question here right now is the vehicle at question, and there's a figure of $115,000 on the legislation. And the question from Vice Chair Smith is that quotations to either equal the amount that's in the legislation, or what's the situation with the quotations, Dr. Yellowman and your staff?
hello, Yadit. This is James Sadakai from CPMD, Shenanda. We can try to address the questions that are being posed by the Budget and Finance Committee. James Sadakai, the delegated department manager for Capital Projects Management Department, and the subject change form for Twin Lakes request. We had discussed this with the delegate Halona, Banda seating. So we do have information. I'll go ahead and have my staff, Regina Alsosi, to explain regarding the change form and the three amounts. There are balances from CSN from different accounts, but for the same chapter. Peso chibi ohigi handol joto kocho the nahidon ninigi truck CV515 truck 4x4 with a flatbed and cab guard and move to have this items moved to year 3. So if I can have the staff here, Regina, to speak to this as well.
So Senat Ani, Chairman Hinio, and then also the members of Budget and Finance. Regina Alsosin here. So Hinani Yan Sedo Totsove Bashinonat of the Nakachin Mashiche. So Kia Ani Edashinala. I work with CPMD. I'm the account maintenance specialist here, and I work directly with the CSN funding. And the questions that are being asked is that is the or the truck that is in question is really going to cost $115,761.13. Yes, it will. The fundings that are going to be allocated for this is balances from 3 different allocations from D22, D23, and D24, which are the Caterpillar, and then Massey Fergus, then another Caterpillar. Those are the balance for the Caterpillar 420, aka $50,035.12. That is the balance, but the actual allocation for that was $143,000. And the remaining balance out of that $140,000 is the $50,000, which the chapters are wanting to purchase the vehicle with. So they combine all the balances, and it came out to $115,761.13. And this is what Elmer Johnson's had given us the balance with, and these balances on these amounts are correct on all of them. Like for the Massey Ferguson was $55,000, the actual balance, and the balance itself is $17,371.16, and that's going to be moved. They're requesting it to be moved to the 3rd year. Then the Caterpillar 140 M3 was $238,091.16. Out of that, $48,354.85 was the balance. And this is also going to is requested to be moved to 3rd year to purchase this vehicle, and also with a flatbed. What else not on? Any questions?
Christina, for that clarification. With that, back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are none,
Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Yes, this question goes to the Legislative Council. On these changes for the request, does this require a quotation? That way we know exactly how much that funding is going to purchase the truck. Dito ba kita yesterday that open not so say job case in the dog much a husband. Although Oslegi a team ben yebin don't nishigi not shenanda when a call a team ben don't nishigi a bajaba don't nishigi a do bakada hune on the Citizen Project Amendment certification. Oh, Abizan ego $15,761. That is going to go to the truck. Ako shenandaya hatzigi ayaha, but ohaki ayaha a teen bando nish. Ako nabicate na nishtole. Once you buy that truck at 85,000, so the quotation based on this legislation, addition and so is it required to have a quotation and a husband? Ako dihune la bahado lehiki. On the Citizen Project Amendment certification. Chair Henio, I hope I'm explaining this correctly. Joe, we're the final authority, we need to have this in order to have Budget and Finance be the final authority on this request.
Here, Vice Chair Smith, question. Legislative Council, Mr. Ahi.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me? This is Lorraine.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Well, yes, the chapter would have to follow the procurement regulations, and there's the procurement law and then also the regulations under the procurement code. And if the chapter is LGA certified, they would have their own 5 management system, which would include a procurement provisions. So what this legislation does is allocate the funds, but it doesn't absolve the chapter from having to comply with the Navajo Nation's procurement code. In the CSN legislation, it does say in the original Cap 3518, it does say that entities, including CPMD, have to account for all the CSN's funds spent, and there should be an accounting and expenditure report submitted to the OPVP and Resources Development on a quarterly basis. So also the funds that are not spent would normally revert back to the CSN fund. So this would allow expenditure of money that was supposed to be spent during year 1 to be spent during year 3. But again, they would have to follow the procurement codes and the procurement regulations in order to obtain this particular truck. I did do an amendment for purchase of 1 vehicle, and I sent that out to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Response to the question posed by Vice Chair Smith. So this back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments?
Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith.
With what Legislative Council had mentioned, that the chapter, all chapters, not just Bahasla, But all chapters need to comply with the Navajo Nation procurement laws. John, ako quotation akid do besloda do bexteda. Ako do you did it benachet ko yasen ligi chided so naido naido negi ben yegi ha shis akwa konda quotation kedo ha to bohonate zadashinanda ako did it ben ha table ishly did a motion ishly to get them to have a quotation and then also resolution best also very pastla ihota to misto hota ha yende tocha but not it betaslo ako ade we can entertain this legislation. Jobani nadishnigi, kuishi bahadole, chidit sogi, kuishi the milias, ado bogi a teen, ajit, ajit, yasta, jabado, nil, a one, nanda. So there's two things on this thing, Shinanda. So a motion to table this until this is done, a quotation and a resolution, and then the remaining amount would be reflected to go to the road project. So $115,761.13. How much the truck will be allocated for, and then the rest will be for the road. Okay, then they can do that amendment, CAP. Without Bedishna. Vice Chair Smith, I recognize a motion to table the legislation 127-21. For how long, Vice Chair Smith, this is a final authority? You can determine how long you'll be tabling this legislation. I don't know how long it'll take for the chapter to get CPMD to get this coordinated. Let's say 30 days, maybe not, if they can get this all taken care of. Then general Australiado, Benditcha, and the Chaya. I can't need Chatole. They put out especially the 13 years cost. Kashina, motion to table legislation 127-21 for 30 days pending a chapter to enact a resolution to support the purchase of the vehicle, along with quotations from dealerships. That is recognized. Is there a second?
I'll second for Ashalona about the change the study the three Vice Chairman of second to him the
second by
budget for him.
Second by Delegate Jimmy Yola here. So that we do have a motion and a second. With that, Motion and this is Chair Vice Chair Smith. Since I'm making a motion, I'd like to also include that change of the Citizen Project Amendment certification, so that'll indicate the truck and the road project. So Exhibit 3, Exhibit 3, with the quotation. Okay, with that, it'll be up to sponsor Delegate Panel Halona to work with the chapter and CPMD to get this quotations and changes needed to the necessary Form 3 and chapter resolution. With that, there's a motion and the second. I'll take Delegate Yo here. Delegate.
Okay, sure.
So that tabling motion does not require debate. Ms. Ramona Nelson, if you would lead us on the roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on the motion table. Armball Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shouted Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Yeah, this is Sue. Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you, Secretary. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Good shit with that. Tabling motion carries. Vote 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, moving forward to the next item on our legislation. Kaya lang sinata, Delegate Halona for presenting the legislation. And we'll look forward to hearing from you in the next Budget Finance Committee meeting. Legislation 206-21.
Chair Henyo?
Yes, who's Chair Henyo? Who's saying Chair Henyo?
Chair Henyo, this is Halona.
Who?
Halona.
Oh, Halona. Delegate Halona. Yes, sir.
I just had a quick comment on that resolution. The legislation cap 3518 section 4 3C explains that the approval and adoption of expenditures for plan administration is exhibit A through E with the concurrent the chapter account approvals will only need to be made in Finance Committee as long as it's been certified as a CPMD and NTOA total for the product, not yet. So put that out there that you still want a resolution, chapter resolution for Twin Lakes for this change of work.
Delegate Halona, that is that was part of the motion that was accepted by the Budget and Finance Committee. So therefore, before that's what the Budget and Finance Committee is requesting for.
Okay, just wanted to get that clear.
Thank you. Let's move forward. Delegate Thomas Walker Jr., are you on the call? Delegate Eugene So. Speaker Seth Damon. First call for Sunda. Delegate Thomas Walker
right
Jr.
Here.
Oh, Delegate Eugene So.
Oh.
You got it. Peggy, would you read legislation 206-2 into the record?
Yes, Chair. This is a reading of legislation number 0206-21. It's a proposed Navajo Council resolution assigned to Budget and Finance Committee, Thins Resources and Development Committee, Thins Nabikiatik Committee, Thins Navajo Nation Council. And it's introduced 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Thomas Walker, co-sponsored by Eugene So and Seth A. Damon, Prime Council Delegates, tracking number 0206-21, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee, Resources and Development Committee, Nabikiatik Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $1,838,798 in supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance for the 110 Navajo Nation Chapters Emergency Fund account. The legislation has exhibits that are referenced in the legislation. There's the budget forms are also attached. And then there's a memo from the Office of the Controller. Says that these are non-recurring funds. And then the Office of Management and Budget also provided a memorandum to the committee. And that needs to be added to the legislation as an amendment. And it has the comments from the OMB on that. I don't know, Chair, if you want me to go over those comments. And then there are no comments from one person supporting Martha Sagboy sent an email regarding this on the Internet Public Review. So.
Thank you for that reading. Is there a motion to accept this resolution? Vice Chair Smith, motion. Motion by Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate
Yellow
Price.
hair, second.
Second by Delegate Amber Kanaswa-Kani. With that, we do have a motion and second. With that, Delegate Eugene So, on legislation to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Connie doesn't so really could Mr. Walker. The Kate Lia. No, so see, Chris Kanda should have us and read that now. She's president. She's not young, so Vito Ila. Is Nana Tastic at the hotel given now. And now I Diego because of climate change. So bars and also on the whole Nick. He cut out and she has on here. He goes the never care of a car, even now a harsh. Something now, you know, I don't need for Nana Edo, even Jack, even Jay, any chair and Linido, Budget Finance Committee. So she has on such cases, or if she been challenging, share.
We have a 60, 125 20% protein. So yes, and Delegate Eugene So.
Oh.
With that, tonight, our Budget Finance Committee, questions, comments, legislation 206-21.
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
This is Lurleen from OLC. I do have a comment.
Peggy.
Thank you, Chair. There is an amendment that was developed for this legislation, I thought.
Okay, with that noted, the Budget and Finance Committee.
Chair, I'll make a motion to for the amendment. Thank you, to update the numbers.
Okay, with that motion, Peggy, do you have the amendment?
I'm sorry, Chair. We don't have as far as I know, we don't have any amendment to update the numbers, but the OMB memo needs to be added as an amendment. That was my comment. The OMB, that's part of your due diligence for budget and finance. You have the controller's memo that's attached as after the budget forms. It's not numbered or anything. So it would be placed right before the memo from the Office of Legislative Counsel, but it can be attached as an amendment with the Budget and Finance Committee report, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
I see that we do have amendment language from Laureline.
Okay, and with that amendment language, would you read that into the record?
Chair, and I just sent that to you. So Amendment 1 reads on page 3 at line 9, make the following change. The Office of Management and Budget, OMB, has overstricken not yet. And then existing language reviewed this $1,838,798 funding request. Overstricken is the comment, but the OMB can. And then new language underscored is and then it has provide. The D is added. It's memorandum. Overstrike a comma to satisfy the requirements of 12 NNC section 820M. Delete when this legislation is presented for consideration by the Navajo Nation Council, and then it will be named Exhibit E. 2, add new Exhibit E. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical amendments to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as all such edits accurately reflect the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede all inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which amendments shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Yeah, Chair, that's the reading of the amendment.
Okay, so that's the amendment that adds the OMB memo, right?
Yes, that is correct, Chair.
So that back to Senador Delegate Amber Canasva-Crotty, as you made a motion for amendment. The amendment is not to update any numbers. Is to add the OMB memo to the legislation. So, Senador Delegate Amber Canasva-Crotty, you should modify your motion.
Thank you, Chairman Henio, for the clarification. Yeah, I just want to make sure for the amendment, it's just adding the memo from OMB. I don't think we need to add the chapter balances. Thank you, Chairman Henio.
Good, Shana. So that's a motion by Senador Delegate Amber Canasva-Crotty. Is there a second? Is there a second to the amendment number 1?
Vice Chair Smith will second.
Okay, second by Vice Chair Smith. So there's a motion and a second. Amendment number 1. Any questions, comments?
Chair Henio, I got a question.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith on amendment number 1.
Yes, thank you, Budget Finance Committee members and Chair Henio, those that are listening on. To the amendment 1, it's just basically changing the language. However, there is a OMB memo that was written October 12th as of today by OMB. Is that going to be also part of the amendment? And it has the Office of Auditor General also. Is that part of the amendment? I guess I should be asking Legislative Council on that. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, thank you. If you received the email from Peggy just a while ago, it has Exhibit E, which is the memo from OMB. So those two go together, but
as far as your other question, Office of Legislative Counsel, Mr. Pai.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The way I wrote the amendment is for the OMB memo to be Exhibit E. OMB did send an Auditor General's report along with the exhibit. I didn't put in the Auditor General's report as an exhibit though, but it is there for the committee's information so that the committee can review it and look at it. If the committee wishes, that Auditor General report there can be made an exhibit to this legislation, but I didn't do that in this particular amendment.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. That explains exactly what's going on behalf of the amendment, and also the memorandum be attached with the amendment. Yeah.
Okay, Shannon, with that, any further questions, comments on amendment number 1?
Chair Keneo, this is Peggy.
Peggy, you have the floor.
I think that it would be a good idea for the committee to ask OMB to clarify this memo, because they're the ones that sent this as an attachment to their memo. This the chapter balances, and if you notice their comments, some of the chapters have deficit spending, and then some chapters exceed the $25,000 threshold. And that's why they're using this report to support their memo. That's how I read it. And so I think it would just be an amendment going forward with the report from the Auditor General, the recent report dated June 30th, 2021. Although it needs to be updated.
Okay, with that, Budget and Finance Committee members, any questions or comments regarding what is being shared with us right now?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
No, Delegate Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, I apologize, Chair. My call dropped when Delegate Vice Chair Smith was asking the question. And I apologize, does this amendment, I heard him comment that this amendment is changing language of the legislation. Can I get clarification? My intent is not to change the language of the legislation. So if I could get, if they could provide that update for me, thank you.
Delegate Member Crotty, the original language on this legislation had language in there that says that OMB has not yet reviewed the funding request. So the change in the language is just simply striking out not yet, therefore making it read like OMB has reviewed this funding request and provided its memorandum to satisfy the requirements of NNC subsection 820M, and that's there's some language that's overstricken that related to that has not been reviewed part. Hopefully that answers your question.
Okay.
Delegate Jimmy here, can you mute your phone, please?
Okay, brother.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. I wanted to ask Legislative Council and OMB's memo. They recommend the language changed from heavy monsoon rain season to now upcoming winter or freezing temperatures. If you could help me, is that part of the amendment modification and language change? Thank you.
Mr. Pahi?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Just barely. You're sounds like you're far away.
Okay, I'll speak up a little bit.
There you
yes, the Exhibit A, Appendix K does mention emergency funding is needed for flood relief. It's up to the committee whether the committee wants to table this and give time to the Division of Community Development to redo this Appendix K. As I understand, the Exhibit B, the emergency chapter fund balances was dated as of the end of July, and they were working on getting more recent figures to try to update it as of the end of August. So tabling may give them time to come up with even more current numbers, and maybe to address some of the issues that are mentioned in the OMB memo. But it's up to the committee if the committee wishes to table this legislation at this point or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pai, for your input. I would just go back to the committee, Budget Finance Committee. We are on amendment number 1. Any further questions or comments on amendment number 1?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesma Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I still feel comfortable moving forward with Amendment 1 and would ask for support. And I think as we get to the main motion, would have to address the rationale for providing what type of emergency. Maybe we're just broad and say seasonal emergencies. And thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for your comments on that. Any further questions, comments on amendment number 1?
This is Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer Begay, amendment number 1.
Back to you, Chair. On amendment number 1, I'm looking at the letter from Mr. Villan. So this funding that we're talking about, for the emergency response plan, the $1.8 million. I think that there's chapters that I know that are part of it though, but I know that these were essential at that time when they were doing the emergency response, which I believe that DALCON chapter, they've been open since, even though there's pandemic, and then they all came back in. They hired people to try to make it a plan to where how people can come in and utilizing the CDC guidelines, and they don't want to close it, so they've been open it. So that's why I think there's 46,000 that was in deficit, which they use it, but they never did replenish from CARES funds, and they requested, but they never got the funding back. So I just wanted to know that it's just what the chapter requested during the pandemic, and they were never replenished by the CARES funding. That's my question.
Thank you, Hannah, for your question on amendment number 1. Shinada, Delegate Eugene So, question, response to the questions from Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
the Christian 或者在对 Asi no nesta hadat api asi pidettyvät into arsa binahin siitä sapita tan o so ei siitä hatna han for not a word just it's not a kind they need to be ready again. So that's why some of these chapters they never got any money back when they used it during the pandemic. So I opened there that my chapter clinic was open almost 24/7. Even on the weekend they were out there helping out all other agency chapters out there caught not to help all these. So even when the other small chapters were closed, clinic chapter was helping out other chapters. Even now with other thing called Elmer ni ani ho just out ni tension da ya. So even yeah went Kadori we need 25,000 per chapter. It by need case. Thank you. Our CDC the agent later. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Speaker Damon. If I could respond.
Speaker Damon?
Mr. Chair, just good evening, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you very much for considering this legislation, as this is going to be the third time in almost a year that we're going to try to get this legislation across the street and signed by the president in order for him to consider emergency funds at the local level. And in doing that, I'm hearing discussions about updated forms. Well, the Speaker's office primarily architect this whole thing, working together with Ms. Loreline, Dr. Yellen, Ms. Melinda Siako is the one that helped assist Mr. Thomas Walker in getting everything together. So I would really caution to really try to see if we could get updated forms. I mean, if there's a possibility of getting updated forms to get the most current amount of funding that's available, Mr. Chair, and to members of Budget and Finance Committee, I will, Ms. Melinda Siako and myself are here still listening in, and we will work together with Dr. Yellowman to make sure that that amendment can happen. But I'm really wanting to make sure that we try to get this legislation, if all possible, to the Navajo Nation Council session next week, as this is something that's needed at the chapter level. And this is something that we've been trying to push and get through the office. And I'm hoping with the support that Dr. Yellowman has behind it, that the president will finally sign this legislation into law to give these chapters ample funding in order for us to make sure that they're getting the possible resources. So again, thank you very much. But if there's any kind of updated forms, I strongly suggest that if you give us that opportunity, we will work with Dr. Yellowman to try to get the most updated recent forms. But we got these updated recent forms a week on the 4th. And on October 4th. I mean, that's just last week. And if there's a week that has changed in that, I would highly suggest that we can get that for you, because that would be a minimal change, Mr. Chair, and to members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I'll tap back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Amendment number 1. Are there any questions, comments on amendment number 1? Tanoia, I'll call for the question on amendment number 1. Ramona, if you need us a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for amendment number 1. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Carty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green too.
Thank you, Chanel. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Kashika Ramona for that roll call vote. Amendment number 1 receives a due pass with 5 in favor. 0 opposed, chair not voting. With this, we are back on the main motion. And main motion, any further questions or comments?
Motion yellow here. We're right in order.
No, there is already a motion in a second. Any further questions or comments on the main motion?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Commissioner Da, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. I support the legislation and I feel the integrity is there. I am concerned that the legislation identifies the monsoon season. Would Legislative Council be able to develop an amendment with, I don't know how much time it would take, just to clarify if we could just put seasonal emergencies, seeing that this is the 3rd attempt to get this funding out there and it's critical for our chapters. If I could ask, what is the time frame on trying to get an amendment that could update that information or that language? Thank you, Chair Henio and committee members.
For your request, Mr. Pahi.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. If I understand Honorable Delegate Crotty, she's asking to amend or clarify the language, the monsoon season language in Appendix K by putting wording in the body of the legislation that makes it clear it's for other purposes besides that. Is that what I'm understanding? Is that correct?
No, Mr. Pai. What the request is that to reword that section instead of just identifying it as monsoon season, to insert language like seasonal emergencies at each of the different chapters. That way, it's almost like a year round instead of just looking at one part of the season. Because we're approaching winter time, and winter has a whole set of different types of emergency, and there's really no monsoons in the winter time. That's what I believe.
I don't think it's absolutely necessary to put language in the body of the legislation, because what the legislation does is replenish each chapter's emergency fund account, and they have criteria for how they spend that money. We could add language in the body of the legislation that would say something to the effect that the money shall be used for weather-related emergencies. I could do that. It would take me about 15 minutes or so.
Okay. With that explanation, Shananta, Delegate Member Kasakari, would that work for you?
Thank you, Chairman. I don't want to delay the vote, so I would just ask the sponsor if they want to amend Exhibit K or consider that amendment at the next committee. Thank you, Chairman Henio and committee members.
Christina, with that, Speaker Damon, did you get that information?
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Speaker Damon or Delegate Eugene?
بعضنا كحيت أشيطان اللي بقى تد آيتان إني آيتان خشين تأشيط إني آيتان بس بعض الشكل برتي فانجي تيجي إني آيتان بس تبيعز آن so آخذ آخذ أب كيس جو بهونة
Question back with that back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Peggy?
Just for clarification, Chair, it would be Exhibit A, that's Appendix K. That form on Part B, or Part 2, where it says reason for request and statement of need, that one is the one that has used for flood relief. So for monsoon season. And so I believe Delegate Crotty is asking for at least that to be changed, that form going forward.
Yes, it will be at the next committee. Okay, back on the main motion. Any further questions, comments, Budget and Finance Committee?
I looked on that wind system.
Yeah.
And this goes up to August. It doesn't have September's numbers.
Okay.
But the last August on most of them.
Yeah.
August to
Can you guys
months.
Okay.
Please. Speaker David, thank you. With that, there are no further questions or comments.
Chairman Henio.
Who's this?
Thomas Walker.
Oh, Shanta. I'll get Thomas Walker. We are right in the middle of debating the legislation 206-21, and I'll be calling for the question to accept this legislation if there are no further questions from the committee. Are there any further questions, committee members? This is Vice Chair Smith. Good question. Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio. This is a real quick question for the Legislative Council. I know that emergency is a occurring, and it's always going to be around, and we'll always have emergencies. My question is, when chapters are in a emergency situation, and maybe this is why things are being spent and things are being utilized, which is good. However, in that emergency, is there a way that maybe not today, but later on down the road, maybe Nabakiati or Navajo Nation Council, I know that chapters always say we're always subject to that 3 procurement rule, and that's Navajo Nation law. I know it can be amended, and could we prepare for an amendment to waive that 3 quotation, because that is time consuming? And I heard earlier Delegate Malone saying that the reason why he couldn't get a quotation was because of the COVID-19, and that really does put a hamper on that, and we don't have full staff at the chapter constantly answering phones or requesting for 3 quotations. I think that would be wise to also explore that. Legislative Council, could that be one of the amendments that we could entertain at Nabakiati or Council? Not today, but that's my question, Chair Henning. Thank you.
Here now, Vice Chair Smith for your question. That also for the record, Ramona, Delegate Thomas Walker Jr. is also on call at this time. So with that, Mr. Pahi, there is a question regarding amendments to the, I believe it's the procurement code, and amendment, the 3 quotation rule. Could that amendment be, what type of amendment or waiver could be made with this legislation, Mr. Pahi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Just to let you know, under the procurement code, under Title 12, Section 334, there's already a provision for emergency procurement, and it does say that if there's emergency situation where there's a threat to public health, welfare, or safety under emergency conditions as defined in the regulations promulgated by this committee, Budget and Finance Committee, then the competition that's required is what is practicable under the circumstances. The committee could also, if it chose to do so, it could amend the procurement regulations to allow for easier, quicker procurements under emergency circumstances. Since these are going into the chapter's emergency funds, it would fit. It would seem that it would fit under emergency expenditures.
So the question is, can that amendment be made with this legislation or a separate legislation?
Well, because this has to go to the Nabakiatik committee and then to council, I think we could come up with something that would be specific for these expenditures for chapter emergency funds. We would have to look at, I mean, there's LGA certified chapters that have their own fund management system that governs their own procurement. So we would have to look at the interplay between the Navajo Nation's procurement laws and Navajo Nation procurement regulations and those of the LGA certified chapters. So we would have to look at that. I think that changing everything for purposes of these expenditures might take a little bit longer than what can get done at council and would also need to involve DOJ, I believe. However, I do think that as long as the expenditure of this money by the chapters fits within these emergency procurement, the wording in section in 12 NNC section 334 and the wording in the emergency procurement section of the procurement regulations, I mean, I think there's already an accommodation for these emergency circumstances. And the chapters can already spend this money under emergency circumstances. And it's pretty broadly worded. There only has to be a threat to the public health, welfare, or safety. So I think the wording can be used for emergency situations. The wording that's written now, it would be, it could be amended, but I think again that the wording is broad enough that the procurements could be done under emergency procurements with existing language.
Thank you for your input, Mr. Pani. Back to the main motion, Ms. Vice Chair Smith, does that help you with your question?
So the short answer to that, Chair, is no, right? Thank you.
Any further questions or comments, committee members? I'll call for the question. Legislation 206-21 with one amendment. And Peggy, the second reading.
Okay, the amendment 1 is on page 3 at line 9. Make the following change. The Office of Management and Budget has not yet is overstricken. Reviewed this 1,838,798 funding request overstricken, but the OMB can. And then new language and provide a new D. It's memorandum to satisfy the requirements of 12 NNC section 820M. The remainder of the sentence is overstricken when this legislation is presented for consideration by the Navajo Nation Council. And then it's underscored as Exhibit E to add new Exhibit E. Chair.
And with that reading, Ramona, if you would lead us a roll call vote.
legislation 206-1.
Chairman. Roll call vote for legislation. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Sorry, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we
I
have...
vote green.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Legislation receives a due pass and then moves on to Resource and Development Committee. With this, let's move on to legislation 209-21. Thank you for your read the legislation to the record for us.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Budget and Finance Committee thence, Resources and Development Committee thence, Navigated Committee thence, the Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Amber Kenneth-Crotty, co-sponsored by Seth A. Damon, council delegates, tracking number 0209-21, an action relating to the Budget and Finance, Resources and Development, and Navigated Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $68,025,000 in citizen funding. For the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources to complete 12 water connection projects across the Navajo Nation. And approving the 2021 water connection projects expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 through 2508. And the exhibits that are referenced in the legislation are attached. And so the Internet Public Review document has no comments. Chair.
Just get off for that reading. Is there a motion? Is there a motion for legislation 209-21?
Star 6.
Is there a motion going once?
Chair, I'll motion. Delegate Crotty.
Thanks for that. Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty motion. Is there a second?
Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second. With that, we do have a motion and a second. This legislation, attachment that Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty, you will introduce the legislation to the committee.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henyo, committee members. I'll keep this brief. This is these water projects were line item vetoed by the president when the committee successfully added them when we discussed the Western Pipeline. It went to Navigated and was approved by the council, but unfortunately line item vetoed by the president. And having a discussion with President Nez, he wanted additional supporting documentation. So we worked, the Speaker's office helped helped me work with other delegates to provide the supporting documentation. So these are regional water projects. So if you look on page or Exhibit A, you'll see the different connections. Primarily, a majority of them are the lateral connections from the Navajo Gallup water pipeline. So it's the Sonosty connection, Rock Ridge, Minton Rock connection, Newcomb connection, which is Delegate Rick Nez, Two Gray Hills connection, Delegate Crotty, Sheep Springs connection, Delegate Crotty, Narbona Pass, Delegate Crotty, Noschitty connection, Delegate Halona, Tohatchi connection, Delegate Halona, Mexican Springs connection, Delegate Halona, Rock Springs Sayato, Delegate Damon, Standing Rock connection, Delegate Mark Freeland, and then we added the Tohajale project because that's such a critical water project that needs to get the funding required so it can move along and provide adequate water to the community. So, Chair, I just resubmit this request to the committee to ask for your favorable vote. We did provide all of the supporting documentations. We do have Jason John with Water Resources on the line. And for the other projects, we are working collectively to try to get them funded through the process. As you could tell, committee members, the Navajo Western Pipeline is also an ARPA eligible project. So our hope is that we can get a majority of this project also covered through those federal funds to help support our communities get access to water. Thank you, Chair. I'll just, my agent's on the line, but we'll defer to the committee if there's any questions at this time, recommendations, or concerns. Thank you.
Appreciate for your introduction to this of this legislation to the committee. So the Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, comments? Legislation 209-21.
I have a question.
Don't get I'll repeat again.
Chair, you put me in the queue, Ms. Vice Chair Smith. Thank you.
Yeah.
Back to Janet Adam, Chair Henio, and the BNF committee. Thank you for your legislation regarding the request of 604. Did I see 604? Yeah, $6 to $8 million from sales and funds. I wanted to ask, I know that this is part of that water connection that is being the Gallup, Navajo Gallup pipeline that is going through. So these are for the chapters that we're going through the chapters. That'll be my first question. And also, are the right-of-ways already been made? And I don't see no hydraulic studies from the from IHS. Is it part of it? And the right-of-ways, all the right-of-ways are being clear, and this is construction-ready projects? That'll be my first question, Chair. Thank you.
Elmer PDK. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and Budget and Finance Committee members. Gidget. For introducing this legislation 0209-21. As we all will know that we all need help in our various areas, and when we get on the council floor, we want to help 110 chapters throughout the Navajo Nation. But looking at this 12 water connection projects and the way it was read, it all sounds like just Eastern is benefiting from it. New Mexico side. Not to be anywhere judgmental on this, but that's what one of the things that were brought up as Ashida Anteda Asata.
Tupendo and show Yadagi, Ajita, Bajabadia, Nukuda, Yihata Siko. I'm not against this legislation, either. I'm always for helping folks out there that need help in the water, the Yagi, Toi Nat. But I always hear too, and they did Nastish Kanjo, either. Could say, Yastido, Yanats, hit ego, Fanside Keso, hit ego, Yat. I could they own it, also. Ich hätte, wenn ihr steht, ne, was nicht. Ukoshin and others, one on it, ne. Should out, did it, you had, the neck kid at the Niki, it how it hit a dot lost, how she had to paint on Stanila. Okay, didigi a hash yat, Shinadi kidigi a others, bonnet, that be thought so. Water resources, even that you kita days eat on the HS in that no NTUA ajita about the taho yada haria at full state yago. Okay, water resources again benaidish kidiki lesh la bahishan the tasa ando my todo data kintero le toda ashla da bito zor bonnet zandida eco schneide kide benach habe ahatos in ados that nana shenanda da shmayaja bladed da nahat zil dana bishata si clean a con lated da chupendo nishtano thought that's a bito so but they need ko that sana with ahi even that ye DJ do that's a stop bito so ko hashida bito so that's budget bahad no do dai hat sito did the stage had card but this card what that yalaki pachaba or nitiki panache bendo shovel ready that the ninigi ko Asian ID kid did it shinada hitna.
So Chairman
Smith. Hold on, Shinada Vice Smith. With that, Shinada, you all here? You have the floor.
Yeah, that's the Chairman for the committee. Thank you for your concern to Chairman. Budget Finance Committee, thank you very much for talking about these very important issues. Water is life. I also have the same comments to Tuya Hatsiki Rush, Chairman Honorable Raymond Smith. Share what the honor with the mini mill water line project. I said the NTUA or the Nastidia. Of course, Craig, your chair activity on the Tajela here. None Taha, Ashona. Nasatos can speak in the source can Abira being in it on not so Kodini. Panato decision based on non skill because care was not a short duration, so we all know. And Jason John said this is a big project. It won't fit 6 months to go to the care fund will expire. Hakwashin care in a court of a state or head steaming for compliment. Of course, he got it to modify it or able cases. Minimal water line project have been thought. I think we're asking for $34 million. $39 million this kicker. Big at Johnny 110 about you. Of course, cutting it did not election us eat a second in region. And they tell you only done on the as they could have been hit the Navajo nation, the biggest Navajo nation, Navajo biggest tribe. So therefore, I ask you if this can be modified, please. a request for a major water line project also will be added on. And also, to 3 years ago, never time a canal is to it and legion because as it go with the Pontahi, Geshari Tona station, Shinatani, Tona Shida Ibanasa. A whole Taba, Zero, Akite Ada, Taban Factory, on it, Zanabi, thank you. Thanks for all that.
Okay, with that, the questions, Shinada, I'd like to sponsor Shinada, Delegate American House Lakradi.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the feedback. So I do want to state for my colleagues, we are always open to any way that we can assist with providing water to our people. So if you have an amendment ready and want to modify the legislation to add your project, I'm open to that. The only thing that in the experience as the committee has supported these water projects in the past was the office of the president and vice president is because they line item vetoed and President Nez said he wants supporting documentation. So we would just need that supporting documentation. If you have that ready now, we can move forward with the amendment here or make the directive and then add it. I'll look to the guidance of my committee members, but I'm more than open to add any of the projects that should be funded to be funded. And if they can be eligible for ARPA reimbursement, then we move forward in that. So I'm going to defer to my agent if, in terms of the technical questions regarding the right-of-ways and the hydrological report. But I do want to mention in terms of the first question by Delegate Elmer Bagay and I was asking, does this go directly to the chapter? So every CDC, the way we had to develop this for the Office of President and Vice President was in the project description for each of those areas. So usually in the main page, probably the second paragraph will identify how many residents will benefit. So for the Sonosti connection, 2,200 residents of Sonosti chapter will benefit. Currently, the chapter relies on groundwater that are in violation of the Safe Drinking Water Act, primarily for arsenic. According to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority 2018 Consumer Confidence Report, and that's available online, the arsenic concentration in the Sonosti water supply is 17.8 ppbs, which is 78% above the violation limit. So according to US EPA, prolonged exposure to elevated arsenic concentrations can lead to skin lesions, blood disorders, and increased risk of cancer. We have that in the communities of Sonosti. That's part of this project funding. We also have similar arsenic because it's from the same source at the Mitten Rock Sonosti connection. We also see that with the Newcomb connection, and the Newcomb connection will also help the Two Great Hills chapter with about 1,000 residents who are currently have arsenic in their water supply. Then the Two Great Hills connection also address and is in violation of the Safe Drinking Water Act. So for every description, we've been able to identify some of the challenges. And so when we go on to like Sheep Springs, it's producing 13% less than when it was constructed. And going on to Nos Chitty, that really has decreased. So it's producing approximately 27% less water than originally constructed. So for every project, there is that type of information about how many residents will directly improve the quality of their water and access to water. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention, Shania Delegate Elmer Bagay, for that question. And I appreciate that, and how many residents will benefit. But Mr. John, can you help in terms of the questions asked by my colleagues regarding
right of way, some of the hydrology reports, and how we can assist the delegates with their water projects to get them ready to add on to this proposed legislation. Thank you. Mr. John, I think you got to do *6.
Good evening, Chair Henio and Budget and Finance Committee members. This is Jason John with Water Resources. These Navajo Gallup connections have only completed the pre-engineering reports that lays out the basic alignment of these connections from the Navajo Gallup water supply project to the existing NTUA distribution system. There has to be a connection made between the Navajo Gallup transmission line to these systems at strategic points that makes it possible.
President Privilege, Chairman, this is Doug Gidiel here. Chairman.
Doug Gidiel here. What's your question, Privilege?
Jason, talk a little bit louder. Thank you very much.
Mr. John, request you speak a little louder or closer to the mic.
Yes, sorry about that. These Navajo Gallup connections do not have the rights of way acquired yet because the connection plans have not gone through final design. We don't typically go after the rights of way until the archaeological, biological, environmental reports have all been completed and the design has also been completed. At that point, we seek the rights of way that would include all of the consent from the grazing permittees along the alignment. These are just the preliminary engineering reports, cost estimates for these connection plans. These are reports that will lay out the alignment, the estimated cost for the planning, the design, and the construction of these connection plans to the Navajo Gallup water supply project. So there is no right-of-way acquired for these connections at this point. And then we could spend easily half a day talking about other water projects across the Navajo Nation. We had presented various documents over the last year for the CARES Act, and then earlier this past spring for the American Rescue Plan, there was a listing of projects from Water Resources totaling well over $1 billion of different projects across the Navajo Nation. So I'm not really sure how to discuss the possibility of adding more projects onto this legislation. For example, the Mini Meals project, we have already prepaid for phase 2. Phase 2 has not even begun construction yet. And I'm waiting for IHS and NTUA to turn on phase one so that those families can start getting water immediately. At that point, IHS will then focus on constructing phase two, and the construction of phase two probably won't be completed until at the earliest the end of 2022, but more likely the end of 2023. And then at that point, they would work possibly on phase three, and we already have half of the funds for phase three from the Peabody Infrastructure Committee funding. We have $4.5 million for phase three that we are currently sitting on because IHS does not want to take the money at this time until they are almost done with phase two. So they may not request the $4.5 million until the middle of 2023 or 2024. What we don't have right now is the remaining $4.5 million for phase three. But like I said, I just won't ask for that until 2023 or more likely 2024. And then to talk about funding beyond phase three for the mini mills project, I just probably would not need that money until 2026 or after, some years after 2026. So I'm not sure if that's just one example. If the Navajo Nation wants to allocate funds that won't be expended until years down the road. So that's just sort of a high-level discussion of the mini mills project. I'll go ahead and stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith. Good question.
Thank you for that response, Mr. John. Next to the committee, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Thank you, Mr. Jason John, for clarifying the problems that we have and with the data. Bendo Nishigi Yado Denzanga. Inina to Ades Consted Neta. Oko the Chair Henio do the Shnadada no Senigi does not sagi. Kohundishnitide. So Hata the Yalagi Aida, the Hehobo. Oko Yalbado, the Figito Denzanga. Oko do with Ada. Data should have under Kinted. Yalge, Yaha, Bendo Nishiki, chose there. Okay, last business on Kauchi. A good also, huh? How say Yaha Bendo Nish? A cautionide kitty the DOJ that the Isa did his Annie. Hale down to Consa Hale down told me. A coach IHS Pagentol, I think it Nitsa, Skito Bendo, Nishonde, Chicken, he get on Vinegay, how to in not, when he yelled the AI down, the hair hodlo, a co by the dot, Aspo and they Bendo, Shiki, could oh, Hashit, to Nasta Vata. Adam Bakoni Saint either, every national DOJ does you know, Haled Ayaha, Ato, makes the contractors that Egi Abigental as Coda Yansen Niligi a Bendo Nish. So air a Hajo IHSA Quishin Bananish, the Hazolo, Neka Quishin Bananish, the Hazolo, NTU Ada, other water resources that Egi. Not Schnitida.
Of course, Nanda, DOJ, which is told others. Did his Annie, Chopin, An Hinhi Yalit, An Hinhi Yal, constant about the Ato, Skico Bando, Nish, Lanan Sin Lana needs an A. Of course, it would have had this to do. DOJ as a director, which is the Shliti. Ashinanda, season not info, his aunt out on castle, don't need to contract to say that a but the dot after ski bando, Nish director of the Shlita deep in a bandy jail, but the Hoda edition and of course, United Kid DOJ, Ashbone, it's here, Lashinanda.
Chair Henny, did Doug again?
Seeing last Mr. Smith. Doug, I'll repeat again.
Chair, I'm not sure if you can give the floor back to Delegate Crowley or Jason John on response to Delegate Smith. But I wanted to know that if I want to make I submit the amendment language to Lorling and then Dana here. So I'm not sure is it best time. I don't know when's the best time to make the amendment. Or we can do amendment. Thank you, Chair.
No, Kashina, thank you.
Chairman,
Hold on, please. On any amendments to add projects, you would need budget forms. And hold on, let me refer to legislative council. What you would need as part of your amendment to add a project? Mr. Pai, are you there?
Mr. Chair, this is Laureline.
Okay.
I haven't had to review what Delegate BA had sent.
Hold on, Mr. Pai, please hold on, please. It's an amendment request from a delegate, and so they want to add a project to this legislation. In order for that amendment to happen and to be properly so to speak, what documents would they need to send to you, and in order to make this amendment as part of it, therefore it would not be subject to a veto, like what President Nez had requested. Supporting documents is, I believe, what he put in his veto memo, and so therefore, in order to make that happen, what would your office need from a delegate to add a project to this legislation?
Well, certainly, as many documents as
I can't hear you. You're too far away.
Is this better?
No, a whole lot better.
Okay. So yes, I mean, if we want to justify the project, we would need as many documents as we can get regarding the breakdown of the project. I haven't had a chance to look at these attachments that Honorable Delegate Begay has sent. I'm looking at them right now. It appears that they are pretty detailed. There's an engineer's estimate dated August 11th, 2021, NTUA staff engineer. It's just an estimate of $1 million shortfall. I would recommend that a finalized document be included. I mean, to minimize the chance of a line item veto, I would recommend that finalized documents be included if we want to amend this legislation to add the 1 million for the shortfall for the Telecommun Medical Center. And since this has to, let's see, this has to, let's see, it does have to go to the council, Nabakiate, so there is some time to get the, hopefully get the finalized document and then draft the amendment to add this to the legislation for the Nabakiate committee or for the council when the council hears this legislation. So I hope that answers Honorable Delegate Begay's question. Thank you.
Mr. Paya, I asked the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any delegate, other than Delegate Gay, what he has sent to you, if anybody, let's say for me, if I decide to send an amendment to you for drafting, what would I need to give you in order to make it whole?
Are you you're wanting to do this 1 million, or you're wanting to do a totally separate amendment?
You're not listening to me. I'm asking in general terms. A delegate wishes to add an amendment to this legislation, and they send you information. What would they need to submit to you in order to make this happen? Do they need scope of work? Do they need budget forms? Do they need a scope of what would they need? Is my question in generality for any delegate to send to you for an amendment.
Well, we would need project breakdown, total cost for the project. Dana Brobroff is the one who drafted this particular legislation, and so let me just confer with her briefly.
Okay, thank you, because I asked because for any delegates that are listening in that wish to submit an amendment for projects, this is what they would get ready for. That's why. Thank you. Delegate Jimmy Yola here.
Okay, I think now to say to the mini water line project. We'd like to help to assist in the campus free for 2022, 23. The mayor put a and I year. We can't say that anymore. These remarks have been coming up for too long. That's why I said we need to change some leadership. Division director can move on. I told the same thing to IHF. Can't do the work, give somebody else a job. But they need help to elite the roadways that we can help with the money with this EPA fund. We just can't watch from the corner and just watch like this day by day. I'm serious about getting this thing done. At least do something about mini mill water line project. You just can't wait for it. In 2023, 24, that's too long. And then now I should be crazy. I thought on this roadways of a car system. Go back to Mr. Littlehead and also Mr. McDonald on IHS. They wrote us some information on it. This information is still shared with Black Mesa Review Board and also Forest Lake and Black Mesa chapters and Pinion, also connection to Hartford area. They need water, and so the water is really needed. There's also already they had a water line ready to be connected to some areas. So kind of just holding up for people down over here at Window. Yes, no, I need that, Mr. Also, Nisha, she has a good enough. That's not what I think. No one says, yeah, I just should be Mr. Jason John. So, Jason, let me change it. That's all you're on the line. We need a reservoir, restore reservoir. He said, you're going to give me this information. I haven't get it from you, too. So we'll have a water supply next year from a dam or reservoir. Once about hospital, I'm just like my grandson should do, Mr. Honorable Raymond Smith. I did. Honorable Henio, thank you.
Delegate Jimmy over here. With this, back to Budget and Finance Committee on the main motion. Any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
So this question goes to Lorelina. So I gave you the engineer report, which is it is an estimate, but you know that it came down from $5.7 million, and we've been advocating all this time. So there's been some fundings that were used it from NTA, and then also from Winslow Indian Healthcare Center and from IHS, and so there's only one short. What is you can look at it. It's breaking down. It's where it's in print in red. This is all the breakdown. See all the where the line is going to go and where the location is going to go. What part of it is there's $1 million that's missing. So I think if you look through all the email thread, I think it shows all these engineering report and all the hydraulic part of these report on it. I think what my delegates, my fellow delegates are talking about is, a project cannot be moved unless if you have a right-of-way in it, and then also you have to have a hydraulic test in it. That's the only way you can move these projects. Is you can do an estimate and do without the hydraulic. It's not going to work. Water is different from electricity. So when you look at it, it's just the whole information you can see. So I don't know how many times the engineer they have shared all these information. So all the attachments are on it too. But I see the my sister Delegate Crowley's report. There's no budget analysis on it. Then the double cut, and then also the engineering reports and other double cut. This is just very preliminary data here. So if you look at it, preliminary is really just a report they can do. It's just like an IHS doing a SDS report to rate projects. But the one that I sent you is a construction ready report. So I don't know why you're saying that you need final report. This is an estimate for that part of it that's missing. So this is a really engineer close to spec that they can come up with $1 million. That's how much the shortfall is. So that's I don't know that we can do. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if Mr. Jason Johns on the line. He's very familiar with this one too. If he's been updating with all the engineers and even Mr. Shim Lincoln from Lichty from Brownson Coswell, they've been meeting with them. This is really engineer hydraulic reports that they came up with it. So I'm pretty sure if there's going to be a budget analysis needed, I'm not sure if Mr. Jason Johns can come up with that. I'm not sure if I'm going to ask this question to Mr. John if he can help me out with a budget analysis on it. Chair, thank you.
Can you pull me the queue?
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and committee members of the Budget Finance Committee. Water Resources, Jason John. We have a situation out in White Ruins and Klagetoh, and also Halk and Burnt Water, where shortage on water regarding the windmilgy. They want me to bring this attention up to Water Resources since we're talking about water. I'd like you to do research and prepare something for me for Nabakia TR Council, because what the chapters were saying is dated I see Bahanitz, and
ko ai sin de za de ka don de a shi tun de ki ya na kai ko a shi da ba tuli de ya ti de ko de sa ha dos trastano bish na pa that would alleviate the fact that in data burnt water, there's an over usage of that one water source. Odd now the data pump every day they're using it. But in the future, they want to see if that we could use the funding to lay say toward the Kincaid put a well up for the use of that to alleviate that. Could you look into that and see where we could maybe fund a windmill at this point in time? It's not an water projects I seen that egi. I don't think there's going to be a possibility. So the nasi can still skit on the dot. After present I down the that egi don't get this sort of crochet. How about this case again? I'd like to do that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, I'll defer back to sponsors, and they'll get Amber Kazasakani.
Yes, thank you, Chair and committee members. So as the sponsor of the legislation, again, open to any of the projects that could be under the 2021 Chapter Connection expenditure plan. And I'll defer to Mr. John in terms of the questions and requests from my colleagues regarding their specific water connection projects. Thank you, Chairman Henio.
Enough for that response. Mr. Jason John.
Yes, thank you, Chair and committee members. In response to Delegate Begay's question about the reports provided by Indian Health Service and others, I don't have any reason to doubt what they had provided and the shortfall of $1 million. It all looks like there's a substantial amount of work that went into that project and to come up with the cost estimate that they have. And I would say at this point that those attachments probably have a bit more detail than what currently exists in the legislation for the connection plans. The connection plans do have reports that are large in size, so they can't be attached to the legislation. But if anybody wants to see the entire reports for some of these connection plans, I can provide a link for its download. But yeah, I don't have any reason to doubt the information that was provided for the $1 million request. And to Delegate Smith, yeah, we'd be happy to look into the possibility of adding another well in the community that you were talking about. I believe it was burnt water, but maybe we could follow up on the specific location, working with our technical and constructions operations branch. I do know that for some of those chapters, like Hawk and Lupton, we have always had a difficult time identifying a good water supply. And a lot of that is just due to the geology of that region, you're kind of caught in between some different formations that in some places they yield a lot of water, but in those chapter areas they don't. And that's one reason why the housing development that was planned for Hawk, I forget what it was called, it was blue or green development, it did not happen because, in large part, because there was no water. At that point, the water supply is difficult. And it's the same for Lupton as well. We've tried exploring for additional water, but we've had our challenges in that area. And I think recently, in the last couple of years, I thought I saw a water line connection being made between Hunters Point and Oak Springs from IHS. That's just because they were trying to get water from the Window Rock, St. Michael's area down toward Hunters Point, through Hunters Point down to Oak Springs, because it is difficult to get water in Oak Springs and the Lupton area. But yeah, we can provide information on potential for additional livestock water sources. Again, those are, it really depends on the location based on the hydrology, the different formations. But yeah, we can definitely look into that. I think I responded to the questions. If I missed something, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. We defer back to the.
Let go shake your head off for your response to the committee. Back to you, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments on this legislation 209-21? If there are no further questions, I'll call for the question. There are no further questions, so with that, I'll call for the question. Ramona, if you'd lead a roll call vote, legislation 209.
Sure, this is Sure.
Hold on, Ramona. Ramona, hold on. Shanada, Delegate Elmer P.
Jared, I'm sending some more information to Lurleen to do the amendment. Just some questions that I'm trying to type up.
Okay, there's no other questions from the committee. Mr. Pai, have you received any documents, or is there an amendment coming forth? Motion on Don, Delegate Elmer P. Again, there's no response from Legislative Council.
Mr. Chair?
There's Resource Development Committee and Navikia Committee, and the Council's Trinidad Delegate Elmer P. Begay. So this, hold on, Ms. Pai?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was on mute. I was talking away. Okay, so I did get a document, two documents from Honorable Delegate Begay, and I understand what he wants to do. It looks like there's a typo, however, in one of the documents that he sent. It looks like the dollar amount is incorrect there. I'm hoping that we can get that revised. And then I would need probably 15 to 20 minutes to do his requested amendment to this legislation. As I understand, Honorable Delegate Begay, you want to add an additional allocation of CSN funds of $1 million for this project. Is that correct, Honorable Delegate Begay?
Okay, with this typo you're talking about, will that affect the amendment?
Well, with the typo that's on there, the exhibit isn't exactly correct. The dollar amounts don't match up because of the typo. But I think that I guess I can ask Delegate Begay if he's able to get a corrected version from NTUA. It's just a simple typo at the bottom of the page.
Okay, with that explanation, I'll get Honorable Begay. I guess there is a typo that will affect the dollar amount of your request, and also, how soon you'll be able to get that typo corrected. I'll get Honorable Begay.
Chair, I sorry I was on mute. Yeah, I can do it right now. I can request through the NTA. And I'm pretty sure, I think Jason can look at it. It's just a simple typo. There was a zero that wasn't added on to that. So, but if you add all the others, there is a zero missing. That's it.
So back to I'll get Honorable Begay. How soon? Where did that this figure come from? Did it come from one of your agents, or how soon can someone get that? How soon can somebody get that corrected?
We can do it right now.
Chair Henios, Vice Chair Smith, I got a question for Jason John.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you. Quick question to Jason John. I kind of heard what you said about exploring for windmills out in the area that I represent. I appreciate that. Would that be feasible to come up with something prior to council deliberating on this legislation's 0209-21, particularly in the area of Wide Runs and Plagato? That's what Hout was wanting to propose, because Hout does cover burnt water, and they're concerned about their usage of the burnt water water supply there. They were saying that maybe Wide Ruins or Plagato could have a windmill or a pumping station for their needs up there, and they wouldn't have to travel so far, especially in this inclement weather. And they're wanting to assist in maybe around the area of Plagato, or maybe the area of Wide Ruins, somewhere in that area. I know that Lupton and Houck are geographically don't have the areas that are suited for exploration of getting more windmills in their water. And plus we have high rate of uranium in the wells that we have out here, but they wanted to have that explored within the Wide Ruins and Plagato area, in addition to maybe have time to research that and maybe put some monies towards that. And I think it's probably only, I don't know how much it would cost, maybe anywhere from $500,000 down, or I'm not sure, but something to put in there so that we could get the windmill for that area. Mr. Jason John, would appreciate your help on that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith. So you're asking Delegate Elmer PVK if you could wait till Navigated, is that what I'm hearing?
Back to Chair Henio. Actually, I wasn't asking anybody to wait. I was asking Water Resources to do a little research on behalf of seeing if they could get a windmill proposed inside the Wide Ruins and Tlagato area, so I could put an amendment in during the time Resource Development Committee, or maybe Nabigiatia, or even council next week, because I know that this is going to council, if that's all possible. Thank you.
Okay, Kela, for the clarification. With that, back to response to legislation, Shanada. Delegate Amber Knazwa-Crowdy, question to your agent.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. I'll defer to Mr. John and him support Chair Smith's request. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, committee members, Delegate Smith, we should be able to get you an estimate, but I can't guarantee how much or if any water would be encountered in a new well. It's really site specific. So we really need, I just really need to understand exactly where, or we would need to understand exactly where they want a windmill. So it might require a little bit of back and forth. I don't know if it would be done before the Nabikiyatit meeting, but at some point it could be done. But at this time, I couldn't guarantee if there would be enough water coming out of a well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jason Johns, for your response. I'm just sending it back to committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments?
Chair Henio, can you hear me?
Is this Shanada? Delegate Albert PVK?
Oh, Shidisha.
Oh.
So they got so just for update, the person that did that the report to me is Regina Martinez from NTA. I got a hold of her, so she's correcting it. She saw it too, so she'll be sending it to us.
So for your amendment, as far as how long will it take her to send it to you and to Ms. Tapahi?
She's working on it right now, she said.
Katrina. Ms.
Yes, I'll
Tapahi?
work on the amendment.
Okay, how much time would you need?
At least, I'm going to say at least 15 minutes.
Okay, let's recess here for a pause for a bit. It's dinner time, so everybody get something to eat. This recess for 30 minutes, give you enough time to work on everything, because you still have to get the correct forms from NTUA also, so we'll be waiting for that. And so what time is it now? 6:47 p.m. We'll come back at 6:20. 6:20 p.m. We'll come back on record. And give me time to feed my animals. Oh, 7, I'm sorry. Geez. It'll be 7:20 by the time we come back on record. 7:20, give me time to go feed my animals. So we're in recess now.
office so warm?
I had the heater on, but I got too hot.
Hello? Peggy, can you hear me? Peggy, this is Elmer. Everybody come back on the line?
This is Lurleen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Larlene, I can hear you. This is Elmer. Okay.
Okay, so is it going to be NTUA getting this $1 million, and is it going to be 13 projects now instead of 12? Because the legislation is written as 12 projects.
Yeah, it's going to be given to NTA because I know that they've been discussing that. So the line already belongs to, you asked me that question, that the existing line is already belongs to NTA. But the improvement part of it, that's where the engineers are coming in from different fundings from IHS. So the procurement lies with NTA.
So the Exhibit A in the legislation has only 12 items. It shows the 68,025,000. Can we get a new Exhibit A that adds the Delcon Medical Center project?
Larlene, are you asking me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can barely hear you, but I think I understand it. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you look at Exhibit A, it shows the 68 million, and if you're saying this is another 1 million, then can we get a revised Exhibit A?
Yeah.
Probably. Maybe
sure,
Jason John can do it.
Can do it for me.
I guess we can.
Does it have
we
to go
can
back
just.
to?
If we can't get a revised Exhibit A, then we can. Can you wait to do the amendment to NABI?
How can I get the revised? Does it have to go back to? Right now, I think we're getting back online in a bit.
Well, you can propose this same amendment before the NABI committee, and we can have a revised Exhibit A that shows this $1 million, and then we switch out the old A that's in here now with the new A that's going to show the additional $1 million.
Okay.
Do you see what I mean?
So right now, we're just going to prepare this for Napakiatke?
Yeah, I think that would be better so that we can have the revised Exhibit A, unless in the next 5 minutes we can get it from Jason. I mean, I suppose we can just put in a directive that they'll provide the revised exhibit, but I think it's better to do it all cleanly at Nabakiate Committee.
Okay, I think we can do that too.
Is that okay with you then? Okay.
Now, does that mean that I have to do amendment at Nabakiatke again, or is it complete?
Yes, this you would withdraw this one today, and then we would do this exact same thing at Nabi, but you would have I would have more time to work on the wording, and I would be able. I need to talk with Jason, John, and Regina because I'm not certain that I'm getting the exact language that's needed for this.
Okay.
Because I have a few questions I need to ask.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I don't want to just write it assuming certain things. I might write it wrong. I'd rather talk with Jason and talk with, I guess, Regina and make sure I understand this project and how the money is going to be used, and then I can write an amendment that's going to be more accurate. Is that okay?
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I got Jason John. He said that he made a correction on it. Just a typo part of it, but there's no other language that he put it on there though.
Yeah, see, I'm. If you look at the legislation, are you looking at the legislation right now?
No, not yet.
Okay. It has an Exhibit A. Let me email you the legislation, okay? And then you can pull it up.
I got it here now. I got it here.
Oh, okay. Look on page 7 of the whole document. It's like 74 pages. Look on page 7. Immediately after the page 5 of the legislation.
Okay. The Citizen 21 water connection expenditure plan.
Okay. No. It's Exhibit A. The little Exhibit A tab is at the bottom right-hand corner of the page, so it's kind of weird. But it's the page immediately after page 5 of the legislation. Do you see it?
Yeah.
And you'll see the 3 columns at the bottom of the far right column. It says $68,025,000.
Yeah, I saw that now.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, we need a new one of this. It would be better to have this one showing the 78 million. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I got it now.
They would add, I guess they would add number 9 under there, and it would say something like Telecommun Medical Center or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see. I know what you mean. So we need a clean document here. Clear.
That would be good. Yeah, that would be really good. And then we can decide whether we want to make this Telecommun Medical Center a separate Exhibit C, or do we want to just add it into this whole bunch of Exhibit B documents?
Yeah.
There's 50 pages of Exhibit B, I think. It's kind of crazy. But anyways, that's what I would recommend. I would prefer to do it that way because that way I can say, hey, I need to change this section of the legislation, this section. Is that okay with you then?
Yeah, I think it would be better that way too. So when we get back
great.
on the line,
Okay.
when we get back on the line, I'll just go ahead and maybe you can mention part of it. What's the best way to do it? Cleaner.
Okay, I'll do that, and then I'm already working on it. So tomorrow or whenever I can get a hold, I can talk with Jason, John, and walk through it. I can talk with this Regina person at NTUA to make sure that I'm getting the exact language that's necessary for the amendment.
Okay, that sounds good then.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and go back on mute, and I'll wait for them to come back on. Thank you then. Appreciate it.
Thank you, darling. Yeah.
Nabi meets Thursday.
Okay,
So
okay.
he can get that done.
Okay.
And my recommendation, if you can possibly do it, is to just try to bury it in there. So just don't do separate.
Right. Okay, I'll just try to add this as B.
Part of B.
Part of B. Okay. Okay.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Delegate again.
Oh, we can hear you, Shirley.
I'm on the line. This is Lurley.
Calling back in. Okay. Okay. Peggy, are you on the call now? Peggy, are you on the call? Ramona, are you on the call?
Yes, good evening, Chairman Henyo. I am on the call.
Okay. It is 7:23 p.m. Do a roll call. Get back on record.
Okay, Chairman Henyo, roll call for returning from recess, Honorable Jamie Henyo.
I'm present.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Jamie Henyo is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'm present too. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati.
Yati Shade, this is Delegate Cruddy. I'm on the call. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay is present. Chairman, we have 5 members present upon roll call, 1 member not answering. Chairman.
With that, we do have a quorum to continue with our meeting. So let's get back out of recess, back on record. And with this, we were waiting for an amendment to be passed to the committee. So that Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Thank you, the chair. Out of the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, for being sponsor to this legislation called. I talked to Larlene at the Office of the Legislative Council, so she gave me a recommendation. So I think I'll give her the floor to explain that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Papani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Honorable Delegate Begay. Yeah, we discussed this, and it's best for me to discuss the needed amendments with NTUA and with Mr. John, and we do need an amended Exhibit A to present this amendment properly. So I had recommended to Honorable Delegate Begay that we work in the next day or two to get this amendment ready for the Nabakiate committee that's going to be meeting on Thursday. So that's what we plan to do, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
For that recommendation. So therefore, there's no amendment for this evening. Back to the main motion. Senate Budget and Finance Committee members. Any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question to accept resolution 0209-21. Ramona, if you would lead us on roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman. Roll call vote for legislation. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kines-Bockrati, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Amber Kines-Bockrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Amber Kines-Bockrati.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green too.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kines-Bockrati votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Roll call vote. We do have a pass of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. With this, then goes forward to, I believe, Resource Development Committee. So with that, moving down to the next item on our agenda, close the session and announcements, adjournment. There was no written announcement, so is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Delegate Begay.
Delegate Brown.
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown to adjournment. Our next regular meeting is November 2nd, 2021. So that, Ramona, if you lead us on a roll call vote to adjourn.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kines-Bockrati, how do you vote?
Shawty, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kines-Bockrati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Shut up, vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Appreciate it again. Vote 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting to adjourn. We are officially adjourned at 7:30 p.m. with the Budget and Finance Committee for a long, productive day. Peggy, when will the committee reports be ready?
Agonia, Helio. All of you guys, thank you.
You think so? I believe Delegate Otoso was also on the call.
Chair Hideo, those committee reports will be ready sometime in the morning. I'll try to get them done as soon as I can when I get here.
Okay. I'll be there by 10 o'clock then.
Okay, and then also Vice Chair Smith, we have some too. There's 2 days of NABI meetings. So I'm not sure if delegates are going to be adding legislations to tomorrow's meeting. So I just want to make sure that we have our committee reports ready. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Thank you.